The hero encounters a group of huge creatures that are approaching him. He pulls out his weapon, preparing to attack. One of the monsters attacks, waving its paws. The narrator notes that there are 9 races in this world. A creature with a dragon's head appears behind the young man and covers him with its arm. It is interested in its condition and introduces itself as Drago level 512. The dragon-like warrior deals a powerful blow to the monster. An elf named Sasha of level 308 expresses dissatisfaction with the situation. She reproaches a young man named Light for his hasty actions. In the background, you can see how monsters are approaching the hero. The girl is preparing to join the battle. In a dungeon called Abyss, there were 4 powerful creatures. Among them was a demon named Diablo with a level of 419. Next to him was the level 301 dwarf Naono. Standing in front of the dungeon entrance was a centaur center with a level of 152. Nearby was the dark elf Shion, who had reached level 304. They said it was dangerous to be alone here. Standing in front of the others was a Garou beastman with a level of 151. He stated that fighting would be their task. The others were told to stay out of the way while they joined the battle. His words were accompanied by a confident expression in combat readiness. The man named Light was level 15 and held a weapon in his hands. He was asked about his understanding of the situation, and he confirmed it. Among the 9 races, humans were considered the weakest. Before the heroes opened a huge gap leading to the Abyss dungeon, the armored woman reminded me that this is the most difficult and cruel place. She noticed that a single blow was enough for him to be killed. Light regretfully acknowledged its uselessness and apologized. A girl named Sasha approached him, demanding to see his wounds. The beastman who was watching this noticed that she was always kind to him. The armored girl retorted harshly, making excuses to the others. She explained that she was only concerned about the reputation of the Gathering of Races squad. Losing a member could damage their name. At the same time, she stressed that she was not personally worried about him. Light again apologized for its uselessness and the constant problems it creates. The rest of the squad started making fun of the armored girl. They noted that she was insincere and got along well with him. Her reaction to these words was sharp and outraged. One of the squad members said that he likes the tea that Light makes, and that's enough. The guy noted that humans are considered the weakest race in the world. However, his band Gathering of Races does not hold this opinion. These kind people treat everyone equally well, even a 12-year-old who can do almost nothing. I am happy to say that I am happy to join this squad. He was smiling, confirming his words. The group continued to move through the dungeon. Soon, they came to a well-lit place. The party stopped at a place that seemed appropriate to them, noticing that there was only one entrance to the cave. I asked them if they were going to make a stop, and offered to make tea. One of the group members addressed him by his first name. The others began to settle down to rest. The squad members informed Light that they had decided to kick him out of the group. He was surprised, and tried to justify himself, promising not to come forward again. The young man begged not to be excluded from the team. However, the beastman explained that the reason was because they didn't need him anymore. He wondered why everyone had suddenly changed their attitude towards him. After all, they had treated him well before. One of the squad members said that he was glad to get rid of the extra load. Another admitted that it was unpleasant for him to be in the same place with a person. The others agreed with these words. One of the members of the group wondered if it was just Light, or all people who understood the situation so poorly. The girl in armor said that people are stupid and she hates them. Light asked if their kindness was a sham to accept him into the party. The dragon-like warrior explained that compared to other humans, Light offers them a better gift. His words sounded like the reason why the young man was initially accepted into the group. Light did not specify whether the gift called Unlimited Gacha is meant. He said that at the age of 10, there is an extremely low probability of receiving a special gift. He was lucky enough to actually receive such a gift. However, at the time, he didn't fully understand what exactly Unlimited Gacha was. Light explained that when you click on the Gacha button, you get a card. On this card is the item that he drew. This item can be made real and used in the world. This was how the abilities of his gift manifested themselves. Light said that since receiving the gift 2 years ago, he could only create useless things. Among them were bread with mold and a damaged spoon. Everyone knew that this gift was useless. The young man admitted that his ability was of no use. The dragon-like warrior told Light that was why they didn't need him anymore. The young man reacted in surprise at these words. The seniors believed that Light was a master with a mysterious gift, so he was taken to gathering of races to observe. It was decided that Light was not a master, since his gift was useless, and his status remained ordinary human. The armored girl said that she agreed to cooperate for the sake of her country and accept the master's blood. However, the thought of marrying a human made her disgusted. The beast man noticed that seeing her friendly with him was disgusting. She asked me not to remind her of this. I asked in confusion what they were talking about, mentioning the master and the country. The dragon-like warrior admitted that they had said too much. The beast man noted that everything was fine, calling him a good leader. The others remained silent as they watched. The beastman stated that he would not allow Light to reveal their information. The dragon-like warrior agreed and ordered everything to be cleared away before the other adventurers came. The young man asked blankly about the cleaning. One of the squad members turned to Light, saying that their words about his expulsion were untrue. He explained that even though he wasn't a master, the orders came from his superiors. The squad members were ordered to eliminate the source of the trouble and kill it just in case. One of them said that he was being banished from this world. He told the young man to die, raising his weapon to strike. A look of shock and fear filled her eyes. Terrified, he tried to figure out if they really wanted to kill him, hoping it was a joke. The beastman snarled viciously as it approached him. He said with a smile that it was finally time for a fun hunt. The young man was grabbed and thrown to the ground, preparing to strike. He tearfully realized that everyone he thought was a good person wanted to kill him. The beastman sneered as it approached him. The young man repeated the word kill in disbelief. He wondered if they were really going to take his life. He ran away in fright, and the beastman ran after him. The armored girl said that they didn't plan on letting him leave. She added that even if he tried, the monsters in Abyss would tear him apart. The beastman laughed, claiming that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to escape from them in this place. He tried to run away, but a spear was thrown at him, which pierced his leg. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. His wounded leg prevented him from continuing his escape. The enemies were closing in, closing the distance between them. The beastman, observing the screams and expressions of fear of the animals, said that this is what makes him hunt people. He leaped towards the youth, wanting to hear more of these sounds. Someone shouted Light's name loudly. The beastman kicked him hard, sending him flying several meters away. The youth screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. He tried to get up, but coughed and almost fainted. His strength was rapidly being depleted by the enemy's onslaught. He screamed loudly in pain as he lay on the ground. Several members of the squad expressed a desire to join in the torture. One of them said he wanted to try torture magic. The young man coughed, struggling to get up. The armored girl reminded him that they had agreed to pass off everything as the death of one of the squad members from a monster attack. She said further action would make the situation suspicious. One of the band members agreed with Sasha's opinion, although he expressed a desire to play with Light again. A girl in formal clothing noticed that it was a waste. The beastman grabbed the youth, saying that he would kill him quickly, not letting him suffer like gratitude. He added that he enjoyed playing with him while he didn't understand anything. He cried out in despair that he didn't want to die. The beastman dragged him along the ground, telling him to die. The young man clung to life, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. His body was bruised and weakened from the beating. He kept saying, as he bled and choked, that he didn't want to die. He struggled to crawl on the ground, coughing and trying to get up. His hands were shaking with fatigue and pain. His strength drained with every movement. The dwarf stated that Light was no longer needed as he was not a master, and ordered him to be killed. The beastman called the youth stubborn, and admitted that it only encourages him to beat him up further. As he lay on the ground, he wondered why he should be killed and what a master was. He knew that he would die without ever knowing the truth. The beastman was closing in on him, preparing for the final blow. He lay on the ground, surrounded by all the members of the squad, knowing that there was no help to be found. He knew he couldn't escape. The gap in strength and levels between them was too wide. Despite what was happening, he continued to cling to life, repeating that he did not want to die. He was dragged along the ground while the squad members discussed that humans were disgusting. The man, drenched in tears and blood, desperately reached forward, saying that he wanted to live. His fingers dug into the ground, trying to get up. Her eyes were resolute, despite her fatigue and pain. His desire to survive was stronger than his fear. A magic circle lit up under the light, activating the teleportation trap. The squad members exclaimed that they couldn't let him escape. I found myself in the cave, panting and recovering. He was surprised to realize that he was saved. The young man realized that he had managed to escape thanks to the teleportation trap. His body was still bruised, but he was still alive. He was breathing heavily, looking around, trying to figure out where he had been teleported to. He realized that he was still inside the dungeon. The thought of what had happened filled him, and his eyes were filled with tears. The young man realized that the danger had not yet passed. As he lay on the ground, sobbing, he wondered why he had to suffer so much. He thought of his father, mother, brother, and Yume, wanting to go back to the village. Thoughts of his family filled him with longing. The young man felt great pain, both physically and mentally. He thought about how he didn't want to die without seeing his family and rotting in this place. He remembered that he was just a guy from a farming village who left home to help his family. His attempts were unsuccessful, and the money was almost gone. At that moment, he was offered to join the squad. The hero was sitting on the ground surrounded by a group of motley warriors. One of them reached out and offered to create an equal world together. He recalled how he trusted his comrades, respected them, and was grateful to them, but they betrayed him. He realized that he had been tricked, humiliated, and ridiculed, lured into a dungeon to be killed, and discarded as trash. He cursed his enemies furiously, indignant that they wanted to kill him just in case and betray him, despite his loyalty to his master. Then, the warrior's eyes lit up with a bright light, and he shouted out a threat to his enemies. He forcefully pulled the arrow out of his own eye. The man stated that he was willing to die countless times to get revenge. He refused to wait quietly for death and clenched his teeth with determination. The warrior decided to stop the bleeding and get out to take revenge on his enemies and return to his family. He knew that he was in a dangerous area of the dungeon called the Abyss. Two huge monsters with fearsome faces appeared in front of him. The man reacted sharply to their unexpected appearance. The monsters approached the warrior, their mouths open in a menacing manner. He knew he was going to die anyway. The man noticed that the creatures had already smelled his blood. Realizing the inevitability, he realized that the situation was out of control. Two huge monsters with fearsome faces appeared in front of the warrior. One of them bared his sharp teeth and grinned maliciously. Information about the enemy appeared on the screen. It was a 1,000-level hellhound. The warrior realized in horror that this was a 1,000-level monster. His gaze was filled with shock and tension. The hellhound towered over him, oozing menace. The idea of such a creature's existence was perplexing. The warrior realized that a 1,000-level monster was a creature that was legendary. The thought of its existence shocked him. He assumed that he was in the deepest part of the abyss. The place he was transported to looked like a huge chasm. The man realized that the legendary monster's presence could only be explained by this place. The hellhound continued to advance, baring its teeth menacingly. The warrior realized that he had to run, but he didn't know where to go. His body was trembling with tension and fear. The warrior knew that being only level 15, he wouldn't be able to get out of the deepest part of the abyss. In front of him was a monster that was impossible to escape from. The warrior knew he couldn't die yet. The monster opened its mouth menacingly, preparing to attack. The man had no way to defend himself. He didn't even know where his flint was. The only thing he had left was the determination to act. The man concentrated and remembered his gift. Magic symbols and rotating crystals appeared before his eyes. This gift was called Boundless Gacha. He was preparing to use it at a critical moment. With a shout, the warrior activated his gift, summoning anything to save himself. He was thinking of family and revenge that he hadn't yet achieved. A huge magic circle opened up in the air in front of the monster. Its lines glowed, creating a complex pattern. The creature watched warily. A glow appeared in the center of the circle, growing stronger by the second. The monster reacted with surprise to the magic circle that appeared. In the center of the circle, various objects began to rotate and line up. The warrior watched with a confused expression. He didn't understand what exactly was going on right now. A bright light shot out from the magic circle, illuminating the entire area. The monster watched warily, letting out a low growl. One of the creatures jumped, reacting to the energy. The warrior watched this phenomenon with surprise and alarm. The monster opened its mouth, preparing to devour the warrior. The man realized that this was the end. He realized that the last thing he would see would be the inside of the monster's mouth. Memories of my life flashed before my eyes. Suddenly, A voice was heard denouncing the monster's audacity to attack its master. The words were a threat that promised no mercy, even if the enemy was only a dog. A map with the creature's image flashed before the warrior's eyes. This presaged interference in what was happening. A figure emerged from the bright light, surrounded by magical currents. The creature was armed and ready to attack. Many spears materialized around him, pointing in the direction of the enemy. Its appearance was accompanied by a powerful burst of energy. A girl wearing a maid outfit with long purple hair stepped out of the magic light. Her posture radiated confidence and grace. Behind her, she could see the disintegrating fragments of the defeated monster. Her appearance was bright and impressive. A girl in a maid outfit landed, surrounded by shards of shattered magic. Her gaze was fixed forward, radiating determination. The warrior sat on the ground, watching her approach. She took a confident step toward him, in her high heels. The warrior stared in amazement at the girl who appeared from the magic gacha. She watched him calmly, surrounded by a glowing background. Her image was full of mystery. Their meeting interrupted the dangerous situation he was in. A girl dressed as a maid was performing a combat maneuver, surrounded by magical elements. She landed on her heels, radiating confidence. Fragments of the magic construct were flying around her. Her actions were accompanied by a powerful energy aura. A girl in a maid outfit approached the warrior, who was watching her in surprise. She approached, standing right in front of him. Then she dropped to one knee. Her gaze was fixed on the man. The girl carefully looked at the man, noticing his confusion. She noted his appearance and skin condition. Then she confessed that she couldn't bear to look at his injuries. After that, she started treating them herself. The man was surprised to see that his wounds were beginning to heal, and the pain was gone. He scanned his body, checking for changes. The girl apologized for her actions. Her words were sincere and calm. The girl turned to the man, asking him to give her name. It accentuated the beauty of his voice. The warrior said his name with slight confusion. He introduced himself as Light. The girl repeated Light's name several times, addressing him with respect. She said it in a soft and attentive tone. Then she noted that it was a beautiful and noble name. Her words were accompanied by a sincere expression. The girl got down on one knee, uttering words of loyalty to her master. She said that she would devote all her life and energy to him. Light listened to her confession in surprise. He realized that she would even die for him. The girl solemnly swore eternal loyalty to her master. Her eyes were full of determination. Confused, Light tried to find out who she was. He spoke the words hesitantly, not knowing how to continue. Light watched in confusion, not understanding the situation. The girl asked permission to introduce herself. When he agreed, she thanked him. Then she apologized for not doing it sooner. The girl introduced herself as a Suar rank card. She gave me her full name. Her name was May, and she was a seeker maid. Her level reached 9,999. May explained that she was summoned by a light gift called Boundless Gacha as a Sur rank card. She was holding up her image on the map. Light was surprised to realize that this was the result of his ability. May made the vow, comparing herself to a bird in the sky and growing loyalty on the ground. She assured me that her loyalty would be eternal. The girl promised to stay close to Light even after death. Her words were firm and determined. May assured me that being close to Light, she wouldn't let any monster from the dungeon touch his skin. Her words were full of determination and confidence. Light listened to her, startled by this statement. His eyes showed surprise and disbelief at what was happening. Light didn't believe that his limitless gacha had summoned May, as he believed that she only created useless things. May asked Light not to follow the formalities and just call her by her first name. He was moved and begged to be allowed to do it. Light, a little embarrassed, addressed the girl by her first name. May happily thanked him for granting her request. May stated that Light's gift of limitless gacha couldn't possibly be faulty. Then she asked for permission to check it with the identification feature. May clarified that identification is one of her abilities and asked for permission to use it. Light was surprised to learn that she had this gift. He has agreed to use the ability. May apologized for any possible tactlessness before starting the review. Her eye lit up, activating the identification ability. Magical symbols appeared around the pupil. She began the analysis process intently. May noted that a person with a level lower than her would not be able to see the details. She admitted that she doesn't see the depth of Light's power. The man was amazed by her abilities. The girl smiled, admiring his power. May explained that Light's gift of limitless gacha has various card ranks, ranging from EX to Error. She noted that the thickness of the surrounding magic affects the result of Geichi. Light's ability allows you to use it without restrictions. Light asked the meaning of her explanation. May said that magicians use magic that is in the air. The limitless gacha absorbs this magic. After that, it creates maps. May explained that there was too little magic in the air on the surface, so it was almost impossible to summon a sewer level card. However, there is much more magic in this place. She noted that this was why the chance of her being summoned here was high. Light admitted that he understood only part of her explanation. He noted that he was able to summon May at the bottom of the abyss. For him, this remained the main fact. The map with her image was next to it. May praised Light for going down to the lowest floor alone to understand the uniqueness of his endless gacha. She noted that such an action is worthy of the maid's loyalty. The girl stressed that this allowed her to be called upon. Her words were filled with respect. May admitted that she would like to praise Light, but noted the risk of coming here without equipment with his level. She noticed that meeting a monster would put him in a lot of danger. Light listened carefully to her words. May vowed to always be close to Light and not let him get hurt. Light explained that he was at the bottom of the abyss, not of his own free will. He told May the truth to dispel her delusion. The girl listened to his confession. Light told how he found himself at the bottom of the abyss alone. He couldn't bear the thought of betraying his comrades. Remembering this, he began to cry. His words reflected the depth of his pain. May wrapped her arms around Light, holding him close. She admitted that she wouldn't be able to fully understand his pain. There was sympathy in her eyes. The girl listened attentively, sharing his feelings. May assured Light that with her power, he would be able to punish the traitors. She asked me to give her an order. The girl promised to bring the heads of the enemies to her master within an hour. Her words were accompanied by a determined look. Light tried to stop May, saying that she couldn't do that. The girl acknowledged his kindness but said that mercy is meaningless. She continued to stand in front of him, ready to carry out the order. Light explained that he could not show mercy to his enemies. May, hearing this, asked him what he wanted to achieve. She waited carefully for his answer. The man paused, considering his words. He confessed that he had trusted them, but was tricked and beaten to the bottom, almost dying, the reason he called his own weakness. The maid listened to his confession in silence. He resolutely declared that he would become stronger and take revenge on those who betrayed him, as well as the country that tried to kill him. Then he said he wanted to know everything, and looked at her expectantly. She wondered if he thought a simple person like him could still do that. She said that his wish had become hers as well, and if he wanted revenge with his own hands, then she would help. She promised that he would definitely take revenge and find out the truth he was looking for, and he thanked her with a smile. Following May's advice, he realized that to carry out his plans, he needed to create allies and a kingdom of his own down here. He pressed the button of his unlimited gacha again in the largest and most dangerous dungeon in the Abyss world, lighting up the darkness of the dungeon with light. This marked the beginning of his story of revenge, when the dungeon lit up and magic cards swirled around. 3 years have passed, and in the deepest place of the Abyss dungeon, 2 maid-uniformed girls are walking side by side, accompanying someone. Along the corridor, numerous maids stand in 2 rows, and a man with a staff walks in the center, greeting everyone with words of gratitude for their work. A man with a kind smile thanks the audience, and they call him master in response and enjoy the attention. Some of those present enthusiastically discuss how lucky they are, and even express strange wishes, causing the neighbors to be surprised. One of the girls asks permission from the master to stop the noise of fairies, but he replies with a smile that this is a sign of sympathy. As he walks on, he notices a familiar voice, and realizes that the speakers were in the training center. Later, he accepts an apology for the rude behavior, assuring that everything is fine. The girl confidently declares that she can prove her words by demonstrating knowledge of the multiplication table. Her companion replies in surprise that it sounds impressive while the cat girl is sitting next to her. The girl starts counting out loud examples from the multiplication table, but makes a mistake on a simple example. The witch, watching this, calls her an incredible fool, and the cat girl laughs next to her. A woman in armor happily greets the guy, calling him by name and expressing happiness that he came to visit her. The girl in the hat mockingly says that the guy would not visit someone like Nazuna, and declares her readiness to give birth to his heir. A girl with a sly smile offers to go to her room, and another mockingly reproaches the interlocutor for behavior, calling him a virgin. The boy asks the meaning of the words in confusion after hearing them from the maid fairies, and the girl reacts with embarrassment to his question. A girl in a catsuit snuggles up to a guy affectionately, while another indignantly asks him not to stroke her chin. The guy tells the three companions an important news, but their attention is distracted by a large wolf-like creature that has appeared nearby. He recalls the events of 3 years ago and admits that he still freezes at the sight of the hellhound. The girl furiously turns to the dog, accusing it of being rude to Light and predicting her imminent death. The girl coldly argued that the dog species should be destroyed both physically and in the records, condemning it for attacking Light. The girl grimly stated that guilt alone was enough to erase the existence of the enemy right now. After all, he had upset her master. 3 cards with images of the strongest allies appeared in front of the enemy, after which the heroines themselves materialized, ready for battle. The hero stated that they would become an opponent using their level 9,999 power. The terrified monster was trembling, and the guy standing next to it told the trio to stop, noticing that the monster was also scared. One of the characters noted that the creature is cute if you get used to it, and the other agreed to forgive if Light-sama ordered it. One of the heroes thought that even a half-strength joke could lead to the extermination of enemies, and the other asked what Light-sama wanted to say. Light said that he received a message from Mei about the capture of prey, so he asked everyone to get ready. The girls expressed their readiness to prepare. One congratulated them on their success and promised to make an effort, while the other agreed to prepare despite her doubts. Light said that he was counting on his friends, after which the girls reacted with joy and enthusiasm to his words. Light took a deep breath and stated that it was time for the first step of their plan and revenge after 3 years. In the wolf capital of Akara, part of the Beastmen Alliance, Guru was greeted by residents offering escorts and asking them to tell legendary stories. Guru, who claimed to be the strongest candidate for the wolf tribe chief position, enjoyed the praise and drank the drink with a satisfied smile. Daru, sitting on the sofa with a glass, said that the local sake is the best, and the interlocutors emphasized its popularity and offered to pour more. The young beastman enthusiastically declared that he wanted to be like an older brother, reminding that Guru was the star of the shelter and the richest, recognized by the leader as a candidate for the post of the next leader. Guru instructed the other person that a beastman should be able to use his mind and senses to identify things by smell and perform the work with the best possible result. Guru mentioned with a grin that he couldn't reveal the details since the mission was from the country, but it was very profitable because he only got so much for killing one child. We wondered what the real assignment would have been if they'd given him that much for killing a confused child. After teleporting the victim to the abyss, they couldn't find her, and it was decided that she wouldn't survive, so everyone got a reward. He wondered what kind of master was able to make all the countries act so actively. Suddenly, his senses were alerted. He caught the scent of death and realized that further interference could cost him his life. He noted that as an orphan who only knew how to use force, he was now a candidate for the next leader and could rise even higher. He was imagining himself on top, enjoying the moment and ordering the best sake when a girl came up to him with a question. He was imagining himself on top, enjoying the moment and ordering the best sake when a girl came up to him with a question. The girl was looking at him in despair and pleading, her hands clasped to her chest. She asked me to tell her where Light-sama went last and begged me to take her there. The girl introduced herself as Mei and said that she was a servant who had sworn an oath of eternal loyalty to Light-sama. The man reacted with surprise and shock when he heard Light's name. Mei explained that she was currently looking for traces of Light-sama. The man understood her words and remarked that since they didn't find Light after returning, she referred to him as a former member of the United Races. The girl said that she was willing to reward you handsomely for helping her find Light-sama, even if the chance of finding him was slim. The man was amazed at the amount, because it could buy a mansion, and noted the absurdity of the fact that people pay for a risky enterprise. The girl said that the whole country checked the information about Light, but nothing special was found. The man wondered if she had made a mistake with her identity, and suggested that Light might have been a nobleman or deliberately pretending to be poor. The beastly warrior reflected that if there really was an oversight in the matter with Light, then the elite dragon bloodline would owe it to him. He noted that the girl turned out to be quite good, although of lower origin. The beastly warrior considered that if everything turned out to be a trap, he had backup plans. He smugly noted that he could have as much fun as he wanted in the abyss, and even sell the girl when he was done with her. The girl excitedly asked if he was telling the truth. The beastman with a grin agreed to lead her to where Light was last seen, calling her disparagingly. The girl warned that the abyss is the worst dungeon, and it is very dangerous to go there alone. The man-beast replied that Light was a good friend of his, and that he was fulfilling the request of his people. The beast-man confidently stated that in the name of his future leadership, he would gather his men and personally escort her there in safety. The predatory-looking beast-man licked his lips and promised to escort her safely, adding something sinister. The girl, unaware, thanked him with tears in her eyes. The beast-man recalled the place of his last victory and eagerly anticipated a new battle. His speech was wild, and his body was filled with rage. The 12-man squad headed towards the abyss, along with the 10 beastmen. Thanks to their scouting skills, the path passed without a single battle. The group reached the middle level of the dungeon where Light had previously been. There they were ambushed by a monster, and he was seriously wounded. Soon Light accidentally activated the teleportation trap and disappeared right in front of his comrades. A group of monsters surrounded the girl, blocking her escape routes. They said they could do whatever they wanted here. The only exit was blocked, and the situation looked hopeless. The girl stood in front of them, trying to control her emotions. The wounded soldiers admitted that they could not react in time and therefore failed to protect their comrade. One of the enemies taunted them, calling them weaklings. At this time, another person bitterly noted that the betrayal had taken place here. He added that everything was arranged in such a dirty and gloomy place. The werewolf thought with regret that if he had been there earlier, his companion would not have received heavy wounds and lost so much blood. He noticed that it was a real shame. At that moment, an unexpected sound caught his attention. The werewolf noticed that the girl suddenly jumped back, and he was surprised how she knew what was happening. He thought viciously that only the Council of Races and the higher ranks knew about it. Furious, he asked her who she was. The werewolf furiously attacked the girl with accusations, demanding to confess who she was working for. He suspected her of being a spy of another race. The girl was startled by his words and asked in confusion, hinting that she was mistaken for a traitor. The man reminded that he swore eternal loyalty to Light and does not intend to break this oath. He stressed that he would not tolerate insulting the maid's path. With cold determination, he hinted that he was willing to find out everything, even at the cost of blood. The heroine abruptly stated that she was ready to act here and now. Her determination made her opponents flinch. Their faces contorted in fright as they felt the power of her words. The atmosphere became tense, foreshadowing an imminent collision. The woman was considered inferior prey meant to be sold, but the sudden pressure made the mighty enemy tremble, feeling terrifyingly superior. The monsters were shaking with terror. One couldn't move and thought he was going to die, until the girl's gaze stopped the attack. The cloaked warrior pointed at the werewolf, emphasizing that his words were particularly relevant to him, and the werewolf involuntarily flinched with tension. The girl agreed confidently with a smile, while the monsters tensed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the warrior behind them. The monster recognized the mage in horror, not believing what was happening. The youth raised his staff and cast a spell, emitting a bright, blinding light. The young man raised his hand with a smile and declared that he had come for revenge after 3 years, uttering a loud Garou greeting. Garou greeting. The beastly opponent with a smirk was surprised that the guy had survived and called him a pathetic person. He scoffed at the words about revenge, ridiculed level 15, and declared that humans were fools. The wolf grinned and admitted that he didn't understand how the guy had survived. He claimed that bringing his corpse would earn the gratitude of the Draconians and thus elevate the wolves. The guy reflected on his existence and asked himself how he was alive. He wondered about his connection with himself, while the other person reproached him for not thinking enough. The beastmen acknowledged the girl's strength, but claimed that they were outnumbered. He emphasized having 10 elite warriors above level 130 and stated that they wouldn't lose to a weaker one. The opponents explained that they had carefully studied him and knew that he was an ordinary person with an unusual gift. They claimed that he survived only thanks to the girl's help and scoffed that this makes them right. The cloaked girl confidently stepped forward, declaring her intention to confront the enemies and take revenge. The monster laughed mockingly, pointing out the difference in their powers. It called her a weakling, who didn't understand the gap between their abilities. The beastman irritably ordered his subordinates to block the exit so that no one could escape. He spurred them on with the promise of delicious memories as a reward. The others shouted to stop the enemy from getting away. The beastmen hurriedly responded to the order, confirming that they understood. One of them called the leader Big Brother Guru and addressed the others. He ordered to surround the enemy so as not to leave him a way to retreat. They simultaneously confirmed their readiness to carry out the order. The beastmen rushed forward, not understanding exactly what was going on, but following the plan. One of them decided that this way they could get closer to the top and get a good position. The beastman suddenly flew out of the passageway and appeared right in front of the group of heroes. The cloaked girl and the boys stood ready, while their allies watched. The surprised opponent lost his balance and fell down, causing confusion and bewilderment in everyone present. Mei resolutely faced her enemies and declared that she would not let them pass. The guy asked her to seal the exit, entrusting this task to her. She agreed and promised to do her job perfectly, because the maid's honor was at stake. The opponents were discussing in confusion what had just happened, not understanding how their heads had been hit. One of them admitted that he could not see anything. The guy calmly remarked that they still despised humans even after 3 years, and called them just weak. They were outraged, claiming that the physically and magically weak could not level up, and they themselves boasted of a slight increase in strength. In this world, value was determined by level. The creature boasted about its level 158, stating that the weak would never be able to match. The man reasoned that humans were born with limited special abilities and levels. The monsters were outraged when they saw their comrades' heads roll away. The monster leader ordered everyone to attack together. The warriors rushed forward, throwing off their tricks and swung their weapons furiously, shouting, "Die!" The monsters rushed at the hero, pinning him to the rock. However, he used the force to bring his enemies down, knocking them down and crippling them in the fall. The hero stood with a staff in his hand, watching the fallen monsters. One of them was coughing heavily, barely raising his head from the fall. The guy with a surprised expression asked the opponent about his condition. The monster, exhausted and wounded, barely opened its mouth, unable to respond. The boy stood with the staff in his hands, while the wounded opponent lay in front of him. The creature groaned and struggled to get up, but its strength was failing. The water around it splashed as it twitched in convulsions. The guy calmly watched, and the enemy continued to cough and suffer from pain. The injured beastman, panting heavily, raised his head with difficulty and shouted out words with rage. Hassan. He clenched his fist and declared that this was only an inferior in front of him. His body was shaking, but he didn't stop repeating the accusation. The beastman shouted furiously, demanding not to look down on him. He swung his arm, fighting back sharply. He shouted confidently, promising that victory would not come so easily. Off to the side, an armored boy and a youth were watching in surprise. The beastman ominously stated that he would make the enemies feel despair. He struck the ground, summoning a powerful force. Rocks clattered as he shouted for the creature. A formidable Fenrir appeared in front of the opponents, shining with powerful energy. The beastman explained that he had used a magic item, a ball that contained a high-level monster. When he destroys it, the creature obeys his orders. He emphasized that he was able to summon even the most powerful monsters. He noted irritably that he had to spend such an expensive item on the enemy. At the same time, he added that the summoned monster will disappear in about an hour, but this time will be more than enough to cope. A huge wolf appeared in front of the enemy with a growl, causing fear with its appearance. The man claimed that it was his trump card, a level 500 monster named Fenrir, and laughed an evil laugh. A huge Fenrir stood next to the man, radiating power and danger. Bystanders marveled at his strength and beauty, marveling that the guru had such a powerful creature. One man threatened that the opponent would spare his life. However, the other calmly noted that a level 500 Fenrir was too weak for him. The opponent laughed when he heard that a level 500 creature was called weak and accused it of being insane. He was sure that Fenrir could easily deflect any attacks because it was a special weapon, different from the previous attempts with magic items. Fenrir taunted him with a snarl, demanding that his opponent beg for mercy, just like 3 years ago. The boy watched in silence, remembering the past. Fenrir taunted him, telling him to crouch down and make him laugh, promising to let him live. The animals nearby encouraged him, and the guy sighed and reluctantly agreed. The guy said with a smile that he would not budge, suggesting that the opponents do whatever they want. He mockingly referred to their trump card, calling it boring. The boy pointed to the staff, offering to leave it. The enraged enemy promised to reduce him to ashes and summoned the Fire Fenrir, ordering him to attack. Fire Fenrir released a powerful attack called Monster Breath Cannon. The opponent scoffed, claiming that it was a killing blow that focused all the power of level 500. The guy calmly walked out of the smoke, completely unharmed, and mockingly asked if that was the whole attack. He noted that the beastmen greatly exaggerated the power of their attacks, which irritated the opponent. The beastman was horrified to realize that his attack didn't deal any damage, even though even magic items couldn't deflect it. The only explanation he saw was the huge difference in levels and strength between them. The guy said with a smile that it was now his turn to attack. The beastman realized in shock that the opponent's strength was much higher. The hero called the light and promised to show the real Fenrir, considering it disrespectful to compare it with an ordinary dog. The guy held up a card with the image of a powerful creature and a level of 9,000. He called her the real Fenrir and spoke the release command. The map glowed with a bright light, and a huge beast began to appear from it. The guy solemnly summoned a level 9,000 Fenrir founder monster. The mage with the staff stood on the ground as a powerful stream of radiant energy rose up around him, shooting up into the sky. From the flow of radiant energy, a huge wolf-shaped creature was formed, its body glowing with a dazzling white light. A huge wolf, named Fenrir by the founder, gave the order to destroy the opponent. He blew a cold breath, instantly covering the enemy with ice. The frozen enemy was encased in a thick layer of ice. However, a nearby warrior broke the ice prison, freeing him from captivity. At first, the rocks flew in all directions as the force shattered the ground around them. The figures froze, and a huge beast towered in front of them. The guy praised the beast with a smile, which reacted happily to the words. Meanwhile, the warrior fell heavily to the ground. The guy calmly noted that he could have done it even without summoning the monster. The enemies realized his incredible strength and fear. The enemy watched in confusion. The guy confidently stated that his current strength was already unfathomable to the enemies. The young warrior looked forward with a determined expression. A glowing sign appeared in his hands. It displayed the level. The numbers reached 9,999. The beastman watched the shining light in horror. Level 9,999 was clearly visible on the tablet. The hero showed that his ally, the beastman, admitted defeat, knowing that level 500 was powerless. The hero and his allies demonstrated the maximum level. The beastman looked at the opponent in horror and asked if light was really standing in front of him. The hero watched in silence. The young man remained outwardly unchanged for 3 years, which caused surprise among the opponents. His face and height didn't change. He explained that he used an immortality bracelet that fell out of the gacha. This artifact completely stopped his physical growth. The hero admitted that he wanted to keep his feelings in his memory. He noted despair, grief, and rage. These emotions were important to him. It was for this reason that he committed his act. The opponent was taken aback by the changes and noted that this was no longer the light he knew. He compared it to a monster from another dimension. In its fear, the beast realized that it would inevitably die. The thought of an imminent death had completely taken over his mind. The beast fell hard to the ground, showing submission. He admitted all his rude actions up to this point. In a panic, the enemy began to apologize to the warrior. He sounded desperate and humiliated. The beast made excuses for not acting of its own free will. He claimed that it was an order from the country. In desperation, the opponent begged for forgiveness. His face was sweating with fear. Guru disowned his companions in a panic. He said that you can do whatever you want with them. The other beastmen were indignant. They shouted that they had been deceived by his promises. Guru was lying on the ground, pinned to the floor by the youth's foot. He admitted that he had indeed betrayed Lightsama once. In response, the young man abruptly interrupted his words, not wanting to listen to excuses. He shouted that he should not be equated with such creatures. Guru tried to justify himself by reminding them of their moments together. He mentioned that they ate meat on skewers together. The beast also recalled how they had scared off the employer who had humiliated Lightsama. His voice was pleading, trying to evoke pity. The beast trembled in fear, begging for mercy and calling Lightsama. He tried to justify himself, asking at least to let him go. The crowd was accused of cowardice, reproached for wanting to save only themselves. Light looked at him coldly, holding the staff in his hands. Light stopped his requests and told him that there was something he needed to find out before talking about mercy. He asked a question about what it meant to mention the host. Light asked a direct question about who the owner is. The beast panicked and confessed that he didn't know the answer. The hero asked why the country should look for the owner and why they tried to kill him. The enemy repeated that he had only received orders from above and knew nothing more. The enemy claimed that they knew absolutely nothing, and even the beastmen leaders were deprived of this information. He explained that their people had advantages over humans. This allows them to level up faster. The hero asked what the others knew and thought about the secret associated with the master, admitting that he was aware of it. The beastmen began to offer information about the master, hoping to survive, and assured the hero that they would tell everything they knew. The maid noticed that the enemies were initially reluctant to let them go and said that the deceivers were going to die a painful death. The hero stated that he wanted to ask one more question before moving on. The beastman tensed and began to tremble. He called out to Guru in fright, waiting for an answer. The man shuddered in fear and hurriedly agreed to listen. The hero asked if they could win if they fought against all the countries on the surface right now. His words caused tension. The beastman started sweating profusely and hesitated. He couldn't answer right away. Startled by the question itself, the beastman acknowledged that Light's strength was indeed great. He added that the hero will have an advantage for a while. The beastman then said the word, however. The hero listened carefully, waiting for the continuation. The beastman stated that no matter how high Light's level was, he was still only one person. It is almost impossible to defeat all of them at once. He noted that all countries have a 1,000-year history, legendary weapons and armor. Therefore, even Light can only destroy a third of the world. Light listened to the answer and concluded that everything coincided with his thoughts. He smiled, confirming his own suspicions. The hero noted that no matter how strong they are, everyone has a limit. The beastman was fearfully silent, not knowing the answer. Then the young man suggested that we continue on our way, and only then return to this conversation. The hero activated the teleportation card and spoke a command. A circle of light appeared around them. A flood of energy surrounded the group. The girls stared at the scene in surprise, not understanding what was going on. The beastman looked around in confusion, not knowing where he was. The hero led the prisoners forward, ordering them to go. The terrified opponent looked on in horror. His eyes were wide with fear and despair. The hero and his companion arrived at a huge hall, where they were met by rows of warriors. The rulers sat on the throne. The warriors were standing in tight rows with spears in their hands. The prisoners looked around in horror, not understanding what was happening. The prisoners remained kneeling in front of the line of warriors. The hero went up the steps to the majestic palace. The crowd watched every step, tension rising everywhere. The hero climbed higher, paying attention to the crowd. Prisoners and onlookers looked up. He demanded that everyone show their status boards, and he was waiting for them to do so. The crowd showed their status boards, which displayed different levels. For some, they reached 5,000, while for others, the values were noticeably lower. Everyone around showed their levels, which reached huge values. It was clear that such results had been achieved in just 3 years. Guru stared in awe at the glowing status boards around him. He was aware that all his effort was just to increase his strength. The hero turned to Guru with a smile. He asked directly if their army would be able to defeat the entire population on the surface. Guru screamed in horror as he realized the full power of the hero. His body was shaking, and his eyes were filled with fear. Inwardly, he realized that before him was destruction itself. The hero noted that he was satisfied with his reaction and gained confidence. He promised to show more fear and suffering by giving her some time to enjoy life. The destruction of a city consumed by chaos is shown. Everything collapses like toy blocks. The hero has the power to destroy everything, and no one can stop him. The beastman asked in horror if he was a god capable of destroying the world. The hero calmly confirmed and noted that this sounds good. The hero wondered what his gift to the world should be, good or evil. He decided to act based on the hidden truth of this world. The hero pondered whether to become the owner of a gift that brings happiness and wealth, or the bearer of a curse that gives death and despair, deciding to ask the world. The hero said that after 3 years underground, it was time to come out into the light. He urged the allies to seek the truth, take revenge, and move forward. The girl was sitting at her desk, writing in her diary. She noted that today was a special day. For her, the main character looked epic. A few days after his revenge against Guru, the hero returned to his native village. He came to the cemetery to visit the graves of his parents. The hero called the village former, as it was destroyed. The chasm was deeper than expected, and there was no teleport available outside of it. The guy and his companions came out of the abyss after a long time of imprisonment. They immediately went to the village, where they found the terrible effects of the destruction. The hero and his companions saw the ruins of the village, completely destroyed. He screamed in frustration, wondering why it had happened like this. He tried to find out the truth by using everyone's powers, but the wind erased the traces. He never found the bodies of his brother and Yume. He sent people to gather information and search for the culprit, keeping the hope that his brother and Yume might still be alive somewhere. He said that he said goodbye to his parents and reported on his business. The Golden Knight agreed to leave immediately so that he could make it before sunset. The Golden Knight called out the name of his companion and said that he did not want to spend the night in the open air on the first day of their journey, preferring to find a comfortable place to rest. The girl with the white hair shouted indignantly at the other person, demanding to think before speaking. She stressed that Light-sama is suffering and deserves a respectful attitude and respectful words. The Golden Knight sighs and says that the formalities seem awkward and distant. He turns to Nemum, reminding her that she wouldn't have liked the idea of sleeping outside herself. Nemumu angrily replies that it is not necessary to equate her with the others. She declares that she is willing to sleep on grass, dirt, or trash just to be with Light-sama. The Golden Knight solemnly declares his loyalty. He is ready to survive snowstorms in the mountains or burning magmas, because such is the spirit of his chivalrous loyalty to the Lord. One of the warriors remarked that for the sake of the Lord's restful sleep it was best not to spend the night outside. The others agreed that an open-air camp should be avoided in the name of Light-sama. One of the knights remarked that Eridono's loyalty was sometimes excessive. Another added that too much pressure could displease the Lord and force him to distance himself. Nemumu tearfully assured that Light-sama would never hate them. She swore to serve him forever, even if she died and was only a spirit. Light said with a smile that he would never hate his companions. He asked Gold not to tease Nemuma too much by showing concern for her. Light introduced his companions, Assassin Nemuma and Knight Gold, each of whom had reached level 5,000. Together with them, he started his plan as an adventurer. Light resolutely said that it was time to leave. Nemumu supported him, noting that she did not want to spend the night on the street. Gold happily declared that their adventurer journey was beginning, his heart fluttering. Light noted that they still need information on the way. Nemuma was warned not to make a mistake in front of her master, and Gold reminded her not to forget it. Light said that his next target is Sasha, and Eri is preparing for his revenge. Before completing their training, they will start executing a plan called Adventurer. Light acknowledged that their strength was enough to resist the world, thanks to Guru, but he wasn't stupid enough to start a war without a reason. They decided to explore the strongest fighters of each country, because there may be other owners of unusual gifts, and ignorance of the enemy can even lead to defeat. The hero noted that the possibility of the existence of other gifted people is not equal to zero, giving himself as an example, but his companions doubted that such as he still exists. They discussed the unknown enemy, emphasizing the need to be careful and gather information, because for their revenge and goals, it is important to take into account even the most powerful opponents. The hero recalled the destruction of his village, assuming that it could have been done by monsters or bandits, but still doubted and connected what happened with the mysterious master. The hero stood by the graves, thinking that they tried to kill him, and the village was destroyed because of the master. Clenching his fist, he vowed to turn the world into hell. The hero took a deep breath, looking at the graves of his parents. He promised to come back, reveal the truth, and take revenge, giving Mom and Dad the long-awaited retribution. The hero put on a mask and urged his companions to go forward. He promised to be careful, because murderous intentions could frighten ordinary people on the street. The companions argued about fear, one denying the tremor, the other insisting on the truth. The hero just laughed, urging him to enjoy the adventure on the surface. The heroes took to the sky, soaring over the green plains. A rainbow lit up the horizon, and they announced the beginning of their journey as true adventurers. A few days after Guru's revenge, the hero came to his home village. He visited the graves of his parents to honor their memory before the next plans. The hero explained that his village is now called Former because it was destroyed. He thought back to the first time he came to the surface half a year ago before Guru's revenge. The hero and his companions got out of the abyss after removing all restrictions. He went straight to his home village. remembering that he had been in the abyss for 2.5 years. The hero was horrified to find that his village was completely destroyed. He screamed in pain and despair, not understanding why everything had happened like this. The hero used the forces of his allies to find out the reason for the destruction of the village, but the wind erased all traces. The only consolation was the absence of his brothers and Yume's bodies. The hero sent people to collect information and search for the culprits. He hoped that the lost loved ones might still be alive somewhere out there. The hero said that he told his parents about his plans. The Golden Knight suggested that we leave immediately, so that we can find an inn before sunset. The Golden Knight loudly declared that he didn't want to spend the night in the open air. He stressed that he would prefer comfort, especially on the first day of the trip. The girl stood in front and demanded to think before speaking. She reproached him for his rude behavior. Then she stressed that Light-sama suffers inside. After that, she said that it was necessary to speak respectfully. One of the warriors noticed that the formalities sounded too awkward and distant. The other one sighed heavily as he addressed Nemumu. Then the warrior added that the girl also hated the idea of sleeping outside. Nemumu replied that it is not necessary to compare it with the rest. She stressed that it is enough for her to be close to Light-sama. The girl said that she agreed to sleep even on mud. The Golden Knight declared that he was ready to survive snowstorms in the mountains or fiery magmas. He stressed that this is part of his chivalrous spirit. His golden loyalty belongs to the master. The Golden Knight remarked that for their master's restful sleep, it was best to avoid spending the night outside. Nemumu supported him and said that for the sake of light, they should give up the camp. The Golden Knight confessed that Irie's loyalty was too excessive. He noted that if she puts a lot of pressure on the gentleman, it can cause his hostility. Irie exclaimed that Light would never hate them. Irie tearfully declared that even if she died and became only a spirit, her duty would remain unchanged. She stressed that she would always perform the duties of a servant. The hero said with a smile that he would not hate his comrades. He asked Gold not to tease Irie too much. Nemumu noticed that the master was too kind. The hero introduced his companions, which were the assassin Nemumu and the Golden Knight Gold. They served as a scout and a tank. Together with them he started his adventurer plan. The hero offered to go on the road, adding that he did not want to spend the night in the open air on the first day. Gold noted that his heart is excited from the beginning of the journey. The hero noted the need for information for their further journey. Gold reminded Nemum not to make mistakes in front of his master. The girl agreed and stressed that she should not forget about this. The hero said that his next target is Sasha. He noted that Irie is preparing for revenge against her. Before completing their training, they will start the adventurer's plan. The hero realized that their strength is sufficient to resist the world, thanks to the victory over the Guru. However, he noted that he was not so stupid as to start a war without a reason. His companion reminded him that this was one of the things he wanted to check out. He suggested the existence of unusual gifted people like him. Sputnik agreed, emphasizing that ignorance of the enemy can lead to defeat even in a one battle. The hero said that they might be defeated if the likes of him appeared. He noted that the probability of this happening is not zero. Then he reminded me that he was an example of this. They admitted that the identity of the enemy is unknown, but it is worth being careful. The hero noted that you need to act carefully. The information gathered is crucial to their revenge and plans. The hero recalled the destruction of his village. He assumed that the reason could be monsters or bandits. However, he doubted this and attributed the incident to the intervention of the master. The hero wondered why they destroyed the village and killed their loved ones. He squeezed his hand, vowing to turn the world into hell if there was only evil in it. The hero promised his parents to reveal the truth and avenge them. He raised his hand to the grave, then took out a map and confidently declared that he was ready to go further. The warrior swore to follow his master, showing loyalty. The Golden Knight warned against showing murderous intent on the street. The hero agreed and promised to be careful. The Golden Knight offered to enjoy their journey now that they had set foot on the surface. The girl claimed that she was not afraid. They objected to her, pointing out that she was trembling. The hero laughed and agreed. The company entered the guild building, which had a lively atmosphere. The hero looked at his surroundings with interest. The girl noticed that it was even busier inside than outside. The Golden Knight offered to complete the registration process. There was a cry in the guild about the impossibility of such a decision. People were outraged that the hero wanted to be recorded from the rank of F. The girl tried to object, but the rules were the same. The employee confirmed the decision. The girl loudly stated that Kuro-sama couldn't follow their logic. She demanded to assign him a unique SSS rank. The others watched in surprise, calling her act strange. The guild employee said that if the rules don't suit you, you can leave. Nemumu sighed heavily, and the others started laughing. Gold loudly silenced his companion. Nemumu called out to Kurosama in a panic. The hero bowed and apologized for the rude behavior of his companions. He asked for permission to register. Kuro calmly agreed to start at rank F. Nemumu sat on the ground and screamed out of resentment. Gold laughed, teasing her for losing her composure. Kuro noticed this and asked him to stop. He told her not to worry. The hero noted that it was getting dark and offered to find an inn. One of the satellites asked for directions. Kuro replied that it was worth appreciating their successful meeting. Everyone agreed to move on. The hero noticed a building called Colonel's Inn and reported that he found the right place. Everyone came closer and examined the structure. The building looked neat and well-maintained. Inside, a girl met them at the counter, and the soldiers noted that the hotel looked decent. The hostess of the hotel was happy to welcome the guests and thanked them for their visit. She called them by their first names. The characters received a warm welcome. The atmosphere was friendly and respectful. The hero noted that since they are here, it is worth visiting the Carnal institution. The hostess promised to show the best possible hospitality. She mentioned 3 requests. The characters continued their conversation calmly. The characters requested that the entire upper floor be given to them only for 1 month. They asked that the staff not go up there during their stay. The hero handed over a payment bag containing 300 gold coins. He added that he should be informed if this amount is not enough. The hero asked to accept his gift and handed it over. The host replied that he would make every effort to comply with the requests of the guests. He thanked them and offered to take them upstairs. The hero activated the maps and removed the restrictions. Sound and surveillance were no longer active. The allies noted that it is now possible to speak freely. The Golden Knight mentioned a recent payment. The hero explained that he uses real money from allies who work as merchants. He refused to use forgery in this place. The Golden Knight noted the risk. The hero added that he is able to extract funds from a stick obtained through gacha. The hero noted that he can create as much money as he wants, but will use only the minimum. He explained that he does not want to destroy the economic balance. The girl addressed him by his first name, showing respect. She added that she now understood his desire to become an adventurer. The hero noticed that no matter how strong he was, the probability of surprises always exists. He addressed the girl by her first name. He then asked why she had come alone instead of sending people from the abyss. The hero sharply asked the girl if she was trying to deprive him of revenge. She stammered and stammered, saying that she had nothing to do with it. The hero thought that perhaps Nemumu was hindering him on the way. The girl trembled in fear and hastily apologized, admitting that she had overstepped her bounds. The Golden Knight laughed, claiming that his master was trying to achieve his goals with his own hands. He noted the danger, but emphasized the masculinity of the owner. The Golden Knight laughed loudly, admiring his master. He said that this was to be expected from a master of the Golden Knight. The hero exhaled heavily. The hero admitted that he was too emotional and apologized. He noted that he had startled her. The girl replied that she only cared about him. The girl admitted her mistake and asked for permission to prove her loyalty again. The hero confusedly agreed. After that, she asked for forgiveness, showing respect. A kiss on the foot was a way of showing loyalty to loyal servants. The hero noted that he does not like it because of the awkwardness. However, many asked to perform the ritual. The Golden Knight sarcastically remarked that it looked like a game. Nemumu retorted sharply, defending the display of loyalty. She accused him of insulting the act. The hero said that tomorrow they will go to the dungeon. Nemumu agreed with his decision. The Golden Knight promised to show fortitude. The heroes came to the entrance of the dungeon, where a large queue had gathered. There were shops all around. Merchants offered meat, potions, and supplies to adventurers. A crowd of adventurers lined up at the entrance of the dungeon, following the order. Among them were humans, beastmen, centaurs, and dwarves. Elves were rarely seen. People in the queue whispered, discussing the boy, the armor, and the woman, expressing dissatisfaction. The hero noted that they stand out, but this is the best thing for Koro. The hero explained the reason for choosing the formation. Gold was in the front and served as a tank. Nemumu brought up the rear, watching her surroundings. He himself moved in the middle, being protected. Nemumu suggested this formation for the sake of protecting the host. She vowed not to let anything happen. The hero noted that this is just a precaution. On the surface, this is unlikely, but the plan was followed. The hero position was also considered part of the precaution. He could feel the girl's softness behind him, which was awkward. However, he decided to agree. Ahead, the warriors noticed something strange. The heroes noticed a group that was breaking the queue. All three of them were wearing hoods. A short man with a heavy bag was walking in front of them. His steps indicated good preparation. The second of the group was also quite trained, but was inferior to the first. The latter carried the biggest bags. Off to the side, the boys were talking. They doubted what they should do next. The hooded youth noticed that those who joined the queue were about his own age and decided to act. Meanwhile, the boys were discussing that they didn't know who was hiding under the hoods, suggesting that it might be dragonites or elves. The hooded men approached the queue, causing the others to complain. One of them sternly reminded that it is not necessary to get in without waiting in line, to which the other reacted in surprise. One of the hooded men asked irritably if he had just received an order. His interlocutor calmly noted that, it seems, no one else tried to get through without a queue, which caused the opponent to resent and threaten. The hooded man calmly remarked that it was difficult to recognize the identity under the hood. He added that if someone is famous, then he especially should not get in without waiting in line, because it's just shameful. One of the warriors quipped that it would be even stranger to recognize people even under a hood, and asked if the other person was drunk in broad daylight. Nearby, another man roared with laughter, echoing his master's words. The blond guy sternly pointed out that the violator interferes with those who follow the rules and told them to take the queue at the back. The annoyed warrior shouted back, outraged by what he had just heard. The crowd supported the words of the guy, agreeing that the violator should get in line. People cheered loudly, saying he was right. The hooded man calmly noticed that even small creatures obediently followed the rules and suggested that they stand behind. The angry knight disdainfully shouted out that everything around him was just pathetic bugs. The knight grabbed the hooded man's clothes, preparing to take decisive action. But another warrior stopped him, telling him to calm down while the others watched the tense scene. The enraged hooded man could barely contain himself, as he was pointed out that it was inappropriate to use force here. In the end, he retreated, but threatened to remind the others of his hostility. His companion bowed and apologized for his companion's behavior. The crowd cheered the heroes, praising them for their brave words and deeds. The girl and the guy were complimented, noting their honesty and directness of statements. The crowd cheered them on, admiring their words and courage. People praised the girl for her bold remarks and the guy for his directness, calling them fair. A group of young people thanked them for their help, admitting that they themselves did not know what to do. They apologized for shifting the responsibility to others. The characters apologized for the interference, but admitted that they did it for themselves. Others thanked them, noting the validity of their words, and even praised the mask. People were discussing the hero, and one of them asked if his armor was made of real gold. Others were confused, because the question seemed too direct. The hero laughed, noticing the interest in his armor, and admitted that they are not real, and are not made of gold at all. The crowd discussed the armor, agreeing that it couldn't be gold, because gold is too soft, and he just wanted to stand out. One of the guys apologized for a friend's cheeky question, but the owner of the armor replied that this is not a problem, and such attention is usual. He added that bandits often attack, thinking that the armor is made of real gold. The man with the armor explained that it wasn't actually made of pure gold, but a mixture of rare materials. Thanks to this, the armor was strong and retained its luster, although it seemed to others that it was deliberately attracting attention. The people around him decided that the knight with the golden armor would be remembered as a man with a strange passion. He himself noticed that it was easier to draw attention to their squad and make it more recognizable. The guy asked if this was their first time entering this dungeon. The girl wondered at his powers of observation, asking if he could tell just by looking at it. The guy noted that he guessed about their first visit, since they did not bring their equipment for the camp. He explained that, unlike other dungeons, this place expands as you go down, and usually people stop here to rest. The heroes noticed that the other groups carried a lot of things with them besides weapons. They admitted that only they have almost nothing. One of the heroes thanked for the information received. Another noted that they had only come to inspect the place, but next time they would have to take more equipment. A group of adventurers expressed their gratitude for the help and apologized for being able to tell us a little. The leader of the other team said goodbye and left with his teammates, giving up the turn of the next game. One of the heroes noticed that they were neglecting their equipment. The girl reminded that everyone has drawers for storing items. Another participant admitted that they were so used to it that they forgot to get things out on time. She wondered if one of them should admit to having an item box or pretend to have fake luggage. The guy noted that such boxes are rare, and doubted whether it would cause suspicion that all three of them own them. One of the heroes agreed with the reasoning of a friend, offering to discuss everything already inside the dungeon. The warden at the gate called for the next group to enter. This is the first time the heroes have entered a dungeon other than Abyss. The companion explained that there are many varieties. This surprised the others, and made them wonder what the dungeons were like. The characters discussed the dungeons, noting that the heart of each of them is the core. They decided that before solving the mysteries, you need to carefully study everything. The heroes admitted that even a level 9999 mage, known as Forbidden Mage Eerie, didn't understand the core of the dungeon. They realized how mysterious this power was. They discussed that dungeon cores were mentioned in the creation myths, but no one, including them, knows their true nature. At first, the world was shrouded in a black funnel. When the goddess illuminated it, the lands and 9 races appeared. The funnel turned into an evil god in love with the goddess, but when creating the lands, he was imprisoned under them. The evil god reached out with his hands to reach the goddess, wanting to reach her. So he created monsters through the dungeon holes, trying to release them to the surface. The monsters sought to destroy the 9 races in order to break through to the goddess. However, the 9 races created by her light fought to protect her, and the battle continued until now. The monsters grew stronger underground and at night, as the evil god grew closer and stronger. Dungeon cores were considered fragments of it. The dungeon cores absorbed the energy of stars and magic, creating new dungeons for some unknown reason. Eerie admitted that she didn't understand how this was possible. Dungeon cores created monster spawners, materials, minerals, treasures, items, and even different types of environments. The heroes descended a long flight of stairs until one of them noticed a light ahead. They came out to a new space, surprised by what they saw. The heroes came to a landscape that was completely different from the surface. A new world created for monsters opened up before them, full of greenery and life. Events take place on the first floor, the Dagas dungeon Dagasa. A group of people were walking through the forest. One of them noticed that it was already evening and they had arrived late. He added that you need to get to the middle of the floor. Another cursed, blaming the insects for wasting time. Suddenly they heard the rustle of leaves and tried to identify the source of the sound. A group of monsters burst out of the bushes. One of the guys got ready to fight. He savagely cut down the enemies without hesitation, shouting insults related to the recent rebuke. As he continued to destroy the monsters, he shouted that they were pathetic and should know their place. When the fight was over, he said that he was the strongest white knight of the elves, a born genius. The elf rose above the bodies of his enemies and said that he had inherited the blood of a legendary hero. His name is Kaito. He noticed that his level didn't increase as the monsters were too weak to raise it. Another elf reminded them of their main goal, that the troll was on the 3rd floor. Kaito replied that he remembered that, but he couldn't contain his anger. He claims to have reached level 1500 and understands that this is his limit. After looking at the stats, he added that he had the blood of a master flowing in his veins. The elf said that Kaito had already achieved a lot and was stronger than all the other elves. Kaito snapped back that it wasn't enough, since he was the heir of a legendary hero. He stated that only by breaking the limit would he become a hero blessed by the goddess and take revenge on his enemies. Another elf noticed that he was rejected in the village and reminded him about the 3rd floor. Kaito replied that he remembered that his friend needed to complete the research, and he needed to raise the level. The elf said with a smile that they were going for the same goal, but each of them would achieve it in his own way. Kaito glared at him and wondered why he had even contacted him in the first place. He thought that the dark-skinned elf was a pawn that he could use to gain the power of the goddess. The elf suggested that they continue on their way, and they set off again. Kaito couldn't stop thinking about how he could destroy his enemies by becoming a hero. Events take place on the 3rd floor, a swamp. The hero asks if all the enemies are defeated. Gold asked if it was necessary to collect materials from trolls. The master replied that the golems could handle the job. The girl said that there is no choice, and we will have to collect them. Light added that thanks to his power, they have enough resources. While collecting magic stones, the knight reminded them to collect trophies to prove their presence on the floor. The boy noted that there were enough crystals and suggested that they return. He added that they were dirty. The girl worriedly said that it is necessary to swim urgently. Nemumu loudly declared that she would thoroughly wash the master's body. Gold said he didn't care about dirt, his armor always glowed. The girl replied that she was not talking about him but about Mr. Dark. Light said it was time to go. Events take place on the first floor, the plains. Flying over the forest, Nemumu praised her master's strength. Light said that magic maps make it easy to find dungeon entrances. The girl replied that she herself could not do this, but she was glad to be near the master. Then she asked if he liked the scenery here. He said they were different from the abyss. Light noted that he was surprised. An open-type dungeon. Gold added that the landscape here is more diverse. Nemumu said she preferred the dark-ruled abyss. Light thanked her. At that moment, he noticed movement on the ground. They hovered in the air and saw a group of teenagers fighting goblins. Light recognized the two men. They'd met earlier that morning. Gold confirmed that it was them. Nemumu noted that the fight is not dangerous and they fight well. The knight analyzed the situation. 3 guys and a girl mage against ordinary goblins. Light agreed with the assessment, but noticed that they did not pay attention to one point. They paid no attention to the rear. A venomous snake was stalking behind the girl. The youths defeated the goblins and started collecting crystals. Suddenly, the heroes appeared nearby. The squad jumped in fright. Light killed the snake and advised to be careful. The enemy may attack from behind. A young man exclaimed in fright when he saw the snake. The master said that the poison is not dangerous, but it will paralyze for a couple of hours. The guys realized that the bite could destroy the structure of their team. The boy frantically thanked the heroes for saving his sister. He asked Mia to thank them too. Nemumu told Light that it was time to end the conversation. She sensed the approach of many opponents, the boys exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, a huge pack of beasts rushed out of the forest. A fair-haired youth shouted that they were big wolves. Another was surprised, because their lair is far from this territory. He panicked and said that he had to run, and he wanted to warn the master, but he didn't have time to finish. Light said that the wolves are not rivals, and it is better to let them run away as soon as possible. A pack of wolves ran past. The boys watched in surprise. One of the youths said that the master's squad looked incredibly strong. He added that the wolves didn't just run away. There was a rustle of leaves and a crackle of trees. The boy realized in horror that something dangerous was coming. A huge monster came out of the forest. The young man shouted that it was a giant praying mantis. Light asked if the boys had ever heard of the mantis monster. One of them replied that this is a rare creature that appears once every 30 years. He added that the last time a praying mantis was declared was 10 years ago. Mia suggested that the guild be notified immediately. The boy anxiously said that they should immediately run away. After all, this monster is level 500. He ordered his sister to think of a way to distract the monster, but before he could finish, something alerted him. The mantis noticed the people and abruptly rushed towards them. The guys panicked and didn't know what to do. Light calmly turned to them and asked if they could destroy the monster if they were going to leave anyway. Nemumu noticed that this was a great chance to show off her strength on a level 500 monster. The young man couldn't believe his ears in confusion and asked if they were really going to fight this insect. Panic-stricken, he insisted that they needed to escape. Even experienced guild fighters couldn't handle that. But Light reassured him. The master gave the order to his comrades to prepare for battle. The mantis was already very close, and Light offered to arrange a hunt for it. The boy reasoned in dismay that this was the first time these newbies had seen such a monster and didn't know what it was capable of. Gold drew the monster's attention to himself, to which Nemumu complained that it wasn't fair. The knight attacked, but the mantis easily parried all his blows, and Light noted this out loud. Gold was pleasantly surprised. The monster turned out to be a worthy opponent with excellent reactions. Light joined the battle, lightising magic. He said the beginning of the spell. In the next instant, a fire arrow flew towards the monster. The mantis deflected that blow too. Then the fire boomeranged back towards the squad, but they successfully evaded. Gold was surprised to see that even the master couldn't break through the monster's defenses. Light asked Nim if she was all right, and she said she was fine and thanked him. The boys' squad froze. One of them said that he was right. Attacks are useless against a strong monster. He began to reason that the mantis had strong legs with high magic defense and balanced stats. The boy said that if the knight helped, they could escape, and Mia would cover them with magic. But she was still in shock. All of a sudden, Mia started talking enthusiastically about Light's skill. Her brother just stared at her blankly. She noted that she had never seen a mage of his age with such a level of skill, so he must have trained a lot. The young man admitted that he didn't quite understand her, and asked if she could support them in battle. Gold interrupted them and told them to concentrate, either run away or watch the battle. He offered to show them how to use the shield and sword properly, and added that he had seen them fight and remembered how they used their weapons. The knight praised them, then asked if they knew that the shield can also be used to attack. At that moment, a praying mantis swung at him. The young man shouted that there was a monster behind him, and Gold managed to put up his shield in time, scolding the monster for cheating. The mantis' leg began to crack. The knight continued to explain, "You need to calculate the time correctly and hit at the right moment." He pushed the shield, and the leg shattered into pieces. The monster howled in pain as Gold continued to explain the shield's power. It can even break an opponent's weapon. The young man watched in shock. The man said that now you can move on to attacking with a sword. He walked around the monster's side. As he prepares for a strike, he noted that it is important to look for weaknesses and choose the right time. He chopped off another leg and told the children that in battle, not only strength is important, but also ingenuity. Light said it was his turn to show what he could do. He summoned several fire arrows at once. The master turned to the monster, saying that he would test it now with 30 arrows at once. Mia exclaimed in delight that such a large number was impressive, especially without chanting a spell. The mantis tried to fight back, but it couldn't, and Light warned it that it couldn't dodge. He added that as long as he is conscious, he can control each of these arrows. Dumbfounded, the girl asked who he was, if he could do this. At that moment, Light ordered the arrows to light up. Fire erupted, engulfing the monster's leg. Light noted with displeasure that the monster could only withstand a weak part of its strength, too weak an opponent. He said it was time to end the fight. The mantis spun around and tried to escape. He made a quick dash for the woods, but Light said it was wise, but useless. The master began to prepare a new spell. A high wall of fire rose up in front of the monster, and it stopped. Mia was in shock. It seemed to her that such a thing was impossible. Her brother didn't know what was wrong with her. She explained that it was magic only available to elves. She hadn't met any humans who could use it. The boys tried to calm her down. The flames were already engulfing the border of the forest and plain. The mantis was trapped, and Gold said that now it will not go anywhere. The monster made an ominous sound and spread its wings. It soared up, causing everyone to be surprised. Light turned to Nimuma, and she said that she would take care of him while taking to the air. She told the mantis to be happy that it was Lord Dark himself who finished it off, and after saying goodbye, she chopped it into pieces. After the victory, Nimumu landed softly. Gold sighed heavily, and the girl indignantly told him not to make fun of her. The knight replied that he couldn't sell the praying mantis now. It was too finely chopped up. Nimumu tearfully apologized to Light. He grinned and said it was all right. She exclaimed his name happily, and Gold remarked that the master was too kind. The group of children stood in complete amazement. They did not believe that 3 people could defeat such a monster. Looking at their master squad, they asked in shock who they were. The blonde boy asks in surprise who they are, since they were able to defeat a huge praying mantis. One of the youths suggested that they must be A-rank heroes. Then he changed his mind and said that if the 3 of them had defeated him, then it was definitely S-rank. Light replied that they had an F-rank and only recently registered, which surprised the boy very much. Gold interrupted the conversation by reminding them to collect magic stones from the mantis carcass. The master agreed, but noted with irony that someone had made the task more difficult. Nimumu was nervous and apologized. Light offered the guys to help with the collection as a sign of gratitude for the rescue. They agreed. Mia cast a spell and summoned a ball of water. Turning to Gold, she suggested that he wash his face. He thanked her. The master thanked the young man for his help, but the latter modestly replied that it was nothing. Light asked the others to wash their hands as well. While everyone was washing up, the young master reflected that clean water is rarely found in dungeons and it is usually obtained by magic. He mentally noted the kindness of the guys and thanked them out loud for sharing their mana so that the others could wash up. The young man said sheepishly that it was not worth thanking. Mia walked over to Light and thanked him for saving her from the snake. She repeatedly and excitedly expressed her gratitude. Pirikusifiazik Mia bit her tongue and exclaimed, and everyone noticed. Gold reminded Light that it was time to move on, so as not to run into monsters again. The young man offered to go with them. Their camp is nearby. He added that the sun had almost set, and it was not safe to go now. Their camp is modest, but there is food and a place to sleep. Light wanted to protest, but the boy interrupted him, saying that they should thank them for saving them. He mentioned that his sister wanted to ask the master about magic. Seeing Mia's excitement, Light agreed. At night, everyone settled down in the camp. One of the young men announced that the food was ready and invited everyone to eat. Mia cheered when she found out that Dark's parents were magicians. She assumed that was why he became so talented. Light noted that Mia also has good skills for her age. She was embarrassed and said that she was far away from him. Mia admitted that she doesn't know how to use tactical magic. Her brother added that she didn't have any decent magic artifacts and asked if it affected her magic. The girl got angry and asked if he understood what he said. The man just grunted in confusion. Mia began to explain. There are 3 types of magic: combat, tactical, and strategic. Combat magic is used in single-player battles. Tactical is used by a group of mages to fight a large number of enemies. Strategic magic has tremendous destructive power and requires many skilled magicians. Mia noted that the use of tactical magic is the hallmark of a first-rank mage. Such magic is wielded by draconians, dark elves, and other races, and humans are rarely capable of it. Pointing to her master, she said that he could use tactical magic alone and without casting spells. She said that no one is capable of such a thing, and if he becomes famous, his name will go down in history. The blonde boy was surprised that she was talking about entering history again. Mia waved her hands, saying it was serious. According to her, Dark is like legendary heroes. The young master was shy and said with a smile that she was exaggerating. Nemumu laughed. Nemumu added that Mia had a good eye for seeing the power of her master. The girl thanked her. Gold said that he understood the admiration but advised Nemum to be more modest and not stick out his chest in front of everyone. Nemumu aggressively replied that she knew everything and asked about her breasts. Gold noticed that he had told her more than once that she was small. The girl demanded to repeat it. Light apologized for their behavior, but the young man said that everything was fine. The young man continued the topic of magic. He admitted that he didn't know much about her, but seeing Mia's admiration, he realized that Dark was really strong. Placing his hand on his sister's head, he proudly announced that she had received a letter of recommendation to the Magic Academy from the principality itself. He believes that she can master tactical magic. Embarrassed, Mia said he'd ruined her hair. My brother apologized. Light asked if the Li Principality was an organization that united the 9 races. The young man confirmed. Gold said that the academy was really the best for teaching magic and asked if they were happy to enter. The boy admitted that they were happy. But after the death of their parents from the plague, they did not even have money for food, not to mention tuition fees. So they met up with Gamora and Vardy and started working together as adventurers. The young man set a goal to earn money for the training of his sister. Gamora supported him, saying that this is also their common goal. Mia thanked him for his support. My sister asked my brother not to act rashly. He promised that everything would be fine. Light looked at them and remembered how warmly he used to communicate with his sister Yume. He added that Mia is very talented and will definitely succeed. She blushed and said she was glad, even though she thought it was just flattery. The gentleman replied that he was sincere. He thought that there were very few magicians among humans at all. Even at level 9,999, he can't use magic himself. Technically, he's a magician, but he uses magic through cards. To hide this, he pretends to cast magic without casting spells. Light admitted that he can't use magic without cards, and unlike Mia, he has no abilities or talent for it. Mia thanked him. Her brother asked why he became an adventurer. After a pause, Light said that his parents had died in a fire. Nemumu added that he suffered burns and they are looking for a cure. Gold noticed that he and Nemumu served as Light's parents, so they continued to accompany him. At the same time, Light himself reasoned that the whole story was specially invented in advance. He explained that this is why he wears a mask. The boys looked a little sad, and Mia was lost in thought. The young master apologized for keeping everyone talking. The young man replied that everything was fine. At this point, Gamora asked if he could ask another question. He asked if Nemumu and Gold were dating. Nemumu sharply replied that she could not love this stupid pile of gold, and did not understand how anyone could assume such a thing. Gold phlegmatically stated that he liked mature ladies who would match his golden armor. Nemumu started to get indignant, and Light commented on the knight's taste. Gamora asked who Nemumu liked then. She said she wouldn't tell him because she only liked Mr. Dark. Mia admired the strangeness of her feelings. Gold said it was just a dream, because the master would never look at a girl with small breasts. Nemumu was even more indignant. The young man apologized for the personal question, and Light replied that everything was fine and apologized for the behavior of his companions. Nemum was embarrassed that the master had to apologize again. Gold said it was a lot of fun to watch. The dark elf noted that they had collected a lot of materials from the trolls, complimented Kaito on his skill, and was glad that he could now collect as much as he wanted. The elf told him not to get cocky. Kaito asked irritably how much longer he had to kill the trolls. That wasn't why he'd stolen the sword from the elves' treasure trove. Yannick replied that he remembered that very well. He explained that he was looking for a way to overcome racial restrictions, and he needed all the materials. Then he suggested that we move on to collecting the next resource. The next resource is people. The heroes were queuing up at the dungeon entrance. Light noted that it was already crowded in the morning. They would have to wait. Passers-by glanced at them and whispered to each other. They were talking about how this group had defeated the giant mantis 2 weeks ago. They were called Dark Clowns. Nemumu picked up the conversation and noticed that their team had already been given a name. Light said that this has its advantages. Suddenly, someone called out to them. It was a group of familiar adventurers. Light remembered seeing them fight the mantis, but they hadn't crossed paths since. The guy complained that the dungeon is too big, the camp is difficult to set up, so it's hard to find a moment to meet. He said that they would like to thank Light, which surprised him. Then he nudged his sister, who sheepishly asked her not to rush her. Mia approached Light and handed him a shell with some contents, explaining that it was a small gift. Light took the item and asked what it was. The girl said that her late grandmother taught her to make medicine for burns. It does not heal completely, but reduces pain. She timidly asked if he would accept the gift. Light replied that he would accept. He smiled broadly and thanked the girl. Mia's brother added that the girl from the last meeting thought about how to thank Light. The master said he was pleased to hear that. He asked her what she wanted in return. Mia was taken aback and said she didn't need anything. Light thought about how he could repay, and decided to give a useful thing for adventures. He took out a bracelet from his pocket and offered it to her in exchange for the medicine. The young master explained that the SSR rank bracelet can grant small wishes, although it is not very strong for its rank. Light admitted that he did not fully understand how the artifact works, but he thought that the bracelet would fit, both in appearance and meaning. Mia admired the gift, but said that the medicine was too small for such a valuable item. Light assured her that he was giving her the bracelet not for medicine, but for caring. He insisted that she accept the gift. The girl looked at her companions and they nodded at her. Then she agreed and put on the bracelet. Her brother said it suited her very well. Jamura added that the master's taste was excellent. The bracelet perfectly matched the girl's color. Mia smiled, thanked Light, and promised to keep the gift safe for the rest of her life. Light smiled back. Nemumu said that she was jealous, and Gold asked her to stop so as not to embarrass the master. When they entered the dungeon, Nemumu asked if he regretted giving away such a valuable artifact for a small gift. Light replied that he understood that the medicine was a small thing, but was touched by her concern. Gold noted that there is nothing to be ashamed of. The knight added that Light not only thought about the girl, but also picked up the bracelet according to the color of her clothes. He called it a wise thing to do. Nemumu reluctantly agreed, and Gold said that Mia was really a good girl, and sighed, wishing he could be young again. The heroes have reached the 5th level of the dungeon's snow-covered fields. Light announced that he was returning to the abyss and instructed Nemum and Gold to deal with the Yeti. They said they understood. Light noted that the size of the dungeon played into his hands. He activated the teleportation card. As he teleported away, he thought that no one had reached below the 5th level, so no one would see them. It was good for him. In the abyss, his servants were already waiting for him. They greeted Light and said they were happy to see him. He announced that he had returned home. May served the master some tea and asked him how his plan was progressing. Light replied that everything was going well and that he had met some good people along the way. He noted that he felt sincere kindness from them. The maid said she was glad to hear it. Ellie reminded Light of Sasha's revenge plan. She said that the training will be completed in 10 days. Light praised her and noted that it was not for nothing that he entrusted this case to her. Ellie smiled and said she was glad to hear it. Light added that if they are missing something, let them apply. The servant nodded and confirmed that she would do his will. The young master thought of Mizuna, the strongest and most resilient of his fighters. But he noted that she acts without thinking, so she can't entrust her with responsible tasks. Mizuna looked at Light with enthusiasm, and he instructed her to guard the abyss from monsters in his absence. He specified whether it will be able to cope with uninvited guests. The girl happily replied that she would protect everyone. She turned to Ellie cheerfully, saying that she was now part of the plan too, and suggested that they speed up their preparations. Ellie irritably told her not to interfere and threatened not to give her orders. She wanted to finish everything for her master's sake. Light grinned and looked forward to the moment of execution of the plan. He said he wanted to see the look of despair on Sasha's face. On one of the levels of the Daga's dungeon, the adventurers set up a temporary camp. 2 of them were sitting by the fire. One of them stretched and noted that their shift was about an hour away. While the others rested, they were standing guard. The men were named Subalani, level 51, and Gilbert, level 49. The first noticed that the swampy area is unusually quiet. Frogs have not been heard for a long time. Gilbert agreed, adding that it only happened a couple of days a year, but not for weeks, as it is now. Subalani said that it would be nice if every night passed quietly and with a light serif of monsters. He reminded his comrade not to take a nap on duty. Gilbert grinned and said he wasn't going to relax. The dark-haired man asked if he had ever heard of dark clowns. Gilbert didn't understand. Subalani explained that this is a new group, the guy in the clown mask, the knight in golden armor, and the fairy queen. He said that the 3 of them had reached the 5th floor in just a day. Gilbert was surprised. He couldn't believe such nonsense. Subalani confidently stated that it was true. The 3 of them killed a giant praying mantis and brought the Yeti magic stones to the guild. He added that their leader is a mage who uses spells without words. Gilbert didn't believe it and called it a beautiful fairy tale. Subalani admitted that it sounded far-fetched, but the red-haired mage had seen it firsthand. Gilbert asked if he was referring to the girl magician. He thought about it and said that then, maybe it was all true. He added that strong magic can actually defeat even a praying mantis. Then he assumed that their leader was the reincarnation of a legendary hero. Subalani said that this story sounds like a joke, since the comrade says so. But if all this is true, perhaps this person can change the world and end racial discrimination. He said that then people will show other nations that they don't need to be treated down on them. Gilbert agreed with him and added that then everyone would be sorry. Subalani admitted that he was tired of living in such a world. He noted that the night was unusually warm and clear. Gilbert nodded, adding that it had been a long time since he had seen such weather on the swamp. Subalani joked that he would not want to see such a thing near a male company. Gilbert agreed with him. Then the man noticed that it was getting chilly, and warned that he would go away for a short time in need. Gilbert reminded his friend to dig a hole, because he didn't want to breathe the stench in the morning. Subalani told him to be quiet and headed for the woods. As he was returning to relieve Gilbert at his post, an unfamiliar voice stopped him. Kaito was standing in front of him, Kaita, his expression filled with disdain. He couldn't believe that he was waiting for some pathetic person. Subalani noticed Kaito Gilbert's severed head next to Kaito. He was terrified, but he tried to pull himself together. He saw that the rest of the squad members were also dead. He assessed the situation. The swampy terrain would betray other enemies. If there was one killer, Gilbert would have taken him down. Perhaps magic was used against him. Kaito, annoyed at being ignored, lashed out at the man, accusing him of being arrogant and hating people. Subalani realized that this was an elf with magic. He admitted that he couldn't beat him. Man decided that he should get to the guild as soon as possible and report what had happened. He knew that killing a person was a serious crime, and the guild treated people with respect. The elf will be put on the wanted list. Kaito continued to mock him, trampling on Gilbert's body and asking if he still had any feelings. Subalani mentally apologized to his friend. He decided to run away. He suddenly waved his hand, which surprised the elf. Then he threw a smoke bomb. Kaito closed his eyes and mockingly asked why he was running away and didn't believe that the man didn't care about the death of his comrades. The man replied that he would take revenge, but in his own way. Subalani knew that magic was useless when the target was hidden. He could escape as long as the enemy didn't see him in the smoke. He ran using his knowledge of the area. Running away from an elf in familiar territory is not a difficult task. He swore that he would definitely avenge his friend's death. But a sudden blow to the head knocked him off his feet, and he fell into the swamp. All that remained was shock and pain. As he tried to stand up, he realized it wasn't magic. He was being attacked physically. He couldn't believe that an elf could do this. Not believing in what was happening, I tried to understand how he got into this situation. Having received a blow to the back of the head, Subalani completely passed out. Yanak stood over Himinak. He said with disdain that the man had actually tried to escape, typical of humans. The dark elf chided Kaito for killing everyone, even though he was asked to let them live. The elf explained that he got rid of them, deciding that experiments required more intelligent individuals. Yanak sighed. There was no longer any difference. All this was just part of the experiment. Kaito promised to take this into account. The elf admitted that he simply cannot stand people and their existence causes him rage, so he kills them out of control. The scientist said that he understands Kaito. People believe that hard work will bring them success, but they forget that born to crawl can't fly. He decided that in the course of experiments, he would teach them this truth, and the 2 survivors should be destroyed. They are no longer useful. Kaito was surprised at how smart the other person was for a dark elf. Yanak ignored them and said that people should be grateful to him for the opportunity to be a part of his work. He claimed that their deaths were his gift and a great act of kindness. After that, he ominously added that it was time for them to look for materials, because before they left the dungeon, they needed to find as many test subjects as possible. Meanwhile, Mia was happily looking at her bracelet, and Gamora noticed that she was glowing with happiness. The girl's brother noticed that she was at the same age. The others nodded, and Mia retorted irritably, saying that she had already explained her attitude to them. Her brother suggested that we go back to the 2nd floor in case Dark was there. Gamora told him to keep his voice down so that Mia wouldn't blush even more. Her brother said he would support her marrying Dark. Mia was outraged. They had misunderstood everything. She said she only liked him as a magician. Annoyed, she threatened not to give them water if they continued their jokes. Then, she turned around angrily and walked forward. The boys hurriedly excused themselves and hurried after her. Heroes came to the guild to hand over magic crystals. The employee was surprised by the volume of the bag and thanked Mr. Dark. When she saw another bag of Yeti stones, she was overjoyed and praised Light's group for the work they had done. The blonde noticed that they were back in one piece and asked if they were tired and would like a little snack or drink. The young master politely declined and asked her to count the stones. The girl nodded back. Gold noticed that the employee's tone changed abruptly, and Nemumu agreed, remembering the first time she had taken their crystals with disbelief. The girl immediately remembered how she didn't believe that the newcomers were able to get the stones on the first day, and hurriedly apologized for her behavior. She knelt down in front of Light and said that she would warn other employees not to repeat her mistakes. If any of the other people saw this scene, the guild head would be furious. As an apology, she informed them that their rank would be raised from F to D, and asked them to keep the incident a secret. Light speculates that Yeti crystals are valuable because of their cooling ability, but few people are able to consistently mine them. That's why on the first day, their team received respect by bringing a large number of rare stones. The other female employees also began to apologize, and the girl who served them continued to assure them of their support. Nemumu said that she personally agreed to accept the D rank, but the master deserves much more. The blonde replied that no one doubts his talent, but the maximum they can give now is a C rank, since too little time has passed since registration. She added that it usually takes 3 to 4 years for such promotion, and even the D rank is not so easy to get. However, in the case of an outstanding contribution, an immediate review of the rank is possible. Light became interested, and clarified what is considered a contribution. The employee explained that this may be the performance of a complex task. The master asked in surprise. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out, and the heroes asked what was going on. The head of the guild addressed the audience, announcing an urgent mission on behalf of the organization. He reported that Dagas there were mysterious cases of adventurers being killed in the Dagas dungeon. Gold clarified, asked again about the murders. The man explained that the motives are unknown, but the goal is exclusively people. He stressed that even though the victims were humans, adventurers are an important part of society, and if the killer is not stopped, other races may also be at risk. Therefore, the guild assigns a reward for any information about the attackers. Employees handed out ads. He once again noted that the identity of the criminal or criminals has not been established, but the reward is given even for the slightest information. Gold, having studied the leaflet, immediately understood what was going on and wanted to tell the gentleman about it, but the gentleman already caught his thought. Light asked the employee if this was the type of task she was talking about. She confirmed and added that this is a great opportunity to prove yourself. As the heroes were leaving the guild, Nemumu asked the master if they intended to participate in the capture of the assassin. Light answered in the affirmative. Gold reasoned that the situation was working out in their favor, but it was too early to be happy. The young master agreed, but said that it was more important to get a high rank now, and angrily added that he would not allow the assassin to continue his business. At the hotel, the team began to discuss further actions. Gold noted that they knew almost nothing about the killer, and asked Light if he could use any skills to catch him. The young master thought about it and explained that his infinite gacha skill gives you a random card with unpredictable characteristics, and he doesn't know if the right one will come up. However, he suggested that by combining their efforts and applying the maps correctly, they would be able to figure out the culprit. As an example, he cited a plan with aerial surveillance. Nemumu was about to suggest that we return to the abyss again, but before she could finish, everyone felt something strange. The squad became alert and put themselves on alert. A strange dark hole opened in the wall of their room, and Gold asked what it was. Something began to appear out of the distortion, and Light reacted quickly, reaching out his hand. Mia, who was injured, flew out of the crater. Mi-Yen fell right into Light's arms. Although the girl was unconscious, the master anxiously tried to talk to her. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. The bracelet that Light gave me glowed and fell apart. Light said the girl's name in surprise. She tried to say something, but she was too weak. The young master pointed out that she urgently needed help. He assumed that the bracelet he gave her had worked when she was in danger. Light wondered what had happened to her. Events are moved back a few hours, to the Dagas dungeon Dagasa, on the first floor. The group of teenagers stood in a daze after hearing the news. Mia's brother spoke anxiously about the attacks on adventurers. One of the allies reported that most of the murders took place on the second floor, and it is now closed. He advised me to leave the dungeon immediately. Before leaving, the guy added that they would go warn the other adventurers. The young man answered him in the affirmative. Mia, startled, asked her brother if all this was true. She assumed that the killer might be a mage, and then they wouldn't stand a chance. Her brother didn't know what to say to her. The rest of the squad members asked what they should do next. The head of the group agreed that it was worth following the advice and leaving here, even if the day was wasted. He noted that their lives are more important. He added that the sun had almost set, and they should hurry. Some time passed. The young man reminded him to stay away from the second floor. If the killer is out there, it's best not to risk it. The party stopped after a long journey. The leader said it was getting dark, and they hadn't even done half of it. Kimura noticed that they had never stopped to rest and were tired. Mia was apologizing for being exhausted too. The chief pointed out that if they made a stop here, they might be ambushed by monsters or the assassin himself. Suddenly, a stranger approached them, asking what they were doing here. The party was startled, and the young man asked in surprise how they were able to approach unnoticed at all. Yanak asked with a grin if they were looking for trouble by stopping in such a dangerous place. The young man honestly replied that they were just resting for a while and didn't want any problems. The dark elf asked if they were going to camp here. Mia whispered to her brother that they didn't seem to know anything about the killer. He decided to ask directly if the strangers had heard about the adventurers' murders. Kaido clarified exactly what he meant. The elf took the hint and asked if that was why they were in such a hurry. The guy nodded and asked why they were here then. Kaito said that they were hunting for their target, but noticed an alarmed group and decided to approach. The young man apologized for causing trouble. Gamura said that they looked like ordinary adventurers. Yanak commented that that was why the second floor was empty. Kaito added that he didn't expect such a quick reaction from the guild. The squad stiffened slightly. The scientist continued that they were surprised at how fast and organized the guild was. He added that if they had known about this in advance, they would have acted more cautiously and quietly. The young man did not understand what all this was about and asked a question. Janak said angrily that he expected nothing less from weak people, even if they think slowly. The squad froze at his words. Kaito grinned as he reached for the hilt of his sword and said that he was in a good mood today. The elf drew his sword threateningly and said that now was the time to hunt a couple of bugs. The young man asked if he was the murderer. Kaito confirmed that he had guessed correctly. The children froze in fear, not knowing what to do. Mia's brother took out his sword and told his sister to run away immediately. The friends stood in front of Mia, preparing to hold off the enemy. Gamura told her that they would try to buy time, and she should listen to her brother and run. Mia couldn't hold back her tears, refusing to believe what was happening. The young man threw himself at Kaito with a shout. The elf chuckled and said that they were seriously thinking of stalling against him. He fiercely said that they should know their place and struck the first blow. Mia's brother and the girl froze in horror. Kaito punched the young man in the stomach with such force that he bent over. Mia cried out for her brother, and her friends ran to him. The elf instantly attacked the others. His blows sent the children flying. Gemura noted the incredible pressure of the attacks. He acknowledged that their levels were not comparable. Kaito cursed, and Yanak turned to the elf in alarm. Mia watched in horror. The boys were lying on the ground, bloodied. Vardy stood up and urged Mia to run, but she stayed where she was, and Kaito stared at him in exasperation. Gamora chuckled, saying that this was the first time he had ever heard him shout. The wounded blonde man said that they should not give up and should show their strength. Mia begged them to stop, and Kaito got even angrier and called them stubborn. The elf cursed and delivered a killing blow, cutting them apart. Mia screamed in horror. Yanak reminded Kaito to kill people. The blonde replied that they were provoking him and reminded him who was in charge. The scientist urged the elf to calm down, because the dead are not useful for research. Kaito said he was leaving him the girl. Yanak noticed that a human mage at this age is a valuable material. The elf swordsman said that he would consider it. Kaito asked if he could have fun with her before the experiments. The elf asked him what he meant. The scientist took the hint and said that the girl has no choice, he can do what he wants. The elf agreed with a smile, and Yanak asked him to call him when he was done, and reminded him not to kill the girl. Kaito agreed and went to Mia's side. The girl screamed in horror at him to leave. He asked her if she understood that they wanted to use her, and told her to be proud that she had attracted attention. Kaito was surprised that she was still afraid and wanted to run away. Mia shivered as he told her not to fight back. The elf taunted her, demanding that she cry sincerely. Suddenly her brother got up and told her to run. Kaito looked at him sharply, and Mia called out to him. The boy saw the dead friends and tried to stay on his feet. Yanak noted his will to live and asked him not to kill. Leaning on his sword, Mia's brother struggled to his feet. He knew that his injuries were fatal. He looked at his sister with warmth in his eyes. Mia understood his silent plea to run away for all of them. She took off and ran. Kaito protested that he didn't let her leave. At this moment, the brother tried to attack the elf, but the elf parried the blow and ordered not to interfere. Yanak continued to admire his tenacity and once again begged for his life. The elf noted irritably that humans were dying too quickly, and it was difficult to keep them alive. Mia's brother started muttering Gold's instructions. As he staggered on, Kaito irritably asked what he was saying. The elf noticed that people were annoying. Ario remembered the knight's advice to confuse the enemy and attack when they let their guard down. He threw the sword at the elf. The difference in levels was too great, so it didn't matter if the youth hit it or not. Kaito dodged, but Ario prepared another move. He slammed his shield down, knocking the blonde man off his feet. Kaito was shocked. The 20th level caused an enemy with a level of 1,500 to fall. For Ario, it was a victory. He chuckled, and Kaito glared at him furiously. The young man stood over the elf complacently, and the elf cursed furiously, saying that he was a pathetic person. Kaito got to his feet and hurled his sword at Ario furiously. The force of the blow sent him flying, and he fell to the ground. The elf screamed that the young man had no right to touch him, and promised to enjoy his torment until his death, while Yanak tried to calm him down. The blonde man wanted to silence the scientist, but the scientist said that Kaito had already done enough, and he had better catch up with the runaway girl, otherwise she would tell him everything. Mia ran as fast as she could, thinking that she should tell someone about the killers. She knew that it was necessary to tell the truth as soon as possible. Suddenly, swords fell in front of her, and she fell to her knees. Kaito noticed with displeasure that these kids didn't realize what they were costing him. Floating in the air on his sword, the elf declared that he would teach Mia manners. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment, and Kaito, showing the sword, explained that it was a ghostly weapon that the master used. He clarified that the sword is one of the treasures of the elves, and, descending to the girl, added that he is able to create an infinite number of copies of it and even fly on it. The elf said it was useless to run. Mia wanted to give in to despair, but decided not to give up. As she cast the spell, she reflected that she had no right to give up, since everyone had sacrificed themselves for her escape. After summoning the ice blades, Mia was sure that Lord Dark would be able to handle them easily. She aimed the ice flows at Kaito, but he easily destroyed them. The girl ran on, and the elf remarked that the attack was too weak and that the humans were too annoying. The blonde man stood on his sword and flew after Mia. She tried to attack and yelled at him to leave, but he just grinned and asked her how far she could run. Kaito noticed that she couldn't leave without her legs, so he threw his sword at her. The weapon hit Mia and she fell. There was a deep, bleeding gash on her leg. As she crawled, she kept thinking about what she should tell her about the killers. The elf chuckled and asked if she knew how much her ice attacks had slowed him down. Kaito, still teasing, said that she wouldn't be able to get far, but she could hope for luck. Mia armed herself with a small knife, and the elf declared that he was tired of her. She said he wasn't a real hero from the legends. The real hero is younger than her, has a unique magic, and is named Dark. The girl added that the elf is a coward, attacking surreptitiously, and an ordinary weakling. Kaito's mind was filled with voices from the past calling him a coward and a weakling. He demanded furiously that she stop talking. He shouted even louder, asking why she and her brother liked to bully him, and summoned a flurry of swords. The swords swung toward the girl. She knew that she couldn't die so that the sacrifices wouldn't be in vain. Thinking about Light, she decided that she should tell him everything. Mia grabbed the bracelet, and it glowed. A black crater appeared beneath her, and she decided that she had no right to die until she told Lord Dark everything. The crater collapsed, and the sword sank into the ground. Kaito didn't understand what had happened. The elf wondered where she'd disappeared to, and what magic she'd used. He assumed it was a teleport, but he immediately realized that her skills weren't enough for that. Kaito circled the area. When he couldn't find Mia, he went back to Yannick. The scholar noted that he had returned too quickly, and then saw that Kaito had come without the mage girl, and asked if he had killed her. The swordsman replied that he had lost her, but he was sure that the girl would return. Yannick asked why he'd missed it. The elf couldn't say anything, but the scientist added that the situation was dangerous, because she had seen Kaito's sword and would tell all the guilds because of what they would reveal. The blonde man reasoned that he would have to restore his reputation and that the White Knights would be sent after them. Kaito realized that there would be a familiar captain in the squad, and Yannick said that he had heard about his level 3000 and about subordinates with a level higher than 2000, armed with weapons similar to what a swordsman has. The blonde man was outraged that such a thing was possible, and the scientist suggested that they escape right now, using Kaito's sword. He added that the research can be continued elsewhere. The elf agreed and pointed out that they needed to stay away from the Elven Kingdom. At that moment a voice interrupted them, promising that they would not leave. When they turned around, they saw Mr. Dark. Light noticed the dead boys and grinned viciously. Yannick wondered where the stranger had come from. Kaito made a mental note that even with his high level he couldn't sense the man's presence. The master looked at the boys' bodies sadly and closed their eyes. Gold came up to him. The knight carried the wounded Ario in his arms and said that he had given first aid, but that he still needed treatment. The dark elf didn't know when he had taken the boy from the squire. Light used the healing and sleep cards on the young man. He decided that Ario was better now and wondered why they had died. The master reasoned that in this world, people are always belittled. These guys only wanted to earn money for Mia's training, and despite the hard life of an adventurer, they did everything they could. He again indignantly asked why they had to die. Light noted that he didn't know them for long, but under different circumstances they could have become friends. The boy turned to the elves and declared that he would never forgive them. Yannick protested that the stranger had misunderstood everything, and they tried to help the guys, but they were already dead. Light said he'd stop pretending. Mia had told him everything. He explained that he used hypnosis on her, asked her about what had happened, and sent her to the abyss to heal. The elves were nervous, and Yannick said with annoyance that they had already been reported to the guild. The gentleman replied that he hadn't reported them yet because they were his personal prey. Kaito chuckled. Still laughing, the elf said that he didn't expect to meet such fools today, and threatened that he would kill Laito, become a legendary hero. Dark protested that he was wrong, and would not become a legendary hero. The boy said that he would turn the elf into a rock, on which he would climb to the top, increasing his rank. He added that he will not leave the enemy alive, and before death will make him experience the same pain as teenagers. The elves didn't take his words seriously. Light repeated that the blonde man wouldn't leave here alive. He swore with hatred on his own name that he would kill everyone with his own hands. The master ordered the allies not to interfere in the battle, and they obediently agreed. Enraged, Kaito said that he did not believe that he could kill the legendary hero and said that he would kill Light. The elf, threatening violent reprisal, struck the first blow. However, the attack did not cause Light any damage to Light. Janek and the blonde man were surprised, and the boy asked if that was all he could do. The elf demanded to stop bullying and attacked again, but to no avail. Kaito fiercely continued to advance, and Light easily parried all the blows. The scholar couldn't believe that a human could parry a swordsman like that. The master remarked that the opponent looked like a wild boar, and Gold chuckled that he only relied on strength. After another attack, Light said that he was tired of him, and hit him in the stomach with his staff. The elf immediately fell from the heavy blow, and Janek exclaimed in surprise. The master said in annoyance that the opponent was too weak and would die before experiencing the same pain as the children. Grinning, he asked him to get a little stronger. As he got up, Kaito threatened not to make fun of him, called Light a pathetic insect, and said that he would not allow himself to be bullied. The elf summoned a barrage of ghost swords and threatened to turn the enemy to dust. Kaito summoned Light to feel the full power of his ghost-class weapon. The master watched him in amazement. He deftly dodged one of the swords, but immediately noticed two more swooping down from the other. After managing to avoid this attack as well, he realized that the elf's magic was based on sword cloning. Light noted that each of them is unique and has its own properties. Janek, who was watching the fight, noticed that Kaito, being enraged, no longer had control over Grandius, strength Grandiusa, but the human was also fighting with dignity, and he was curious to see how long he could last. The scientist reasoned that the Grandius was a first-class weapon. The weapons themselves are divided into classes: primordial, mythical, ghostly, epic, artifact, relic, rare and common. Kaito's sword belongs to the ghost class, which allowed you to create copies of it and control them. The number of spears depended on the skill of the wielder, and each sword had its own element. According to his calculations, Kaito at his 1500 level is able to summon 30 swords, and a human can't handle them. As Light continued to dodge, Litha thought that the elf's punches were powerful enough to hurt even a monster. At one point, he noticed Kaito creeping up behind him. The master managed to parry the attack and praised the elf for his efforts, but noticed that it was weak. Kaito was stunned that the man was able to block such a strong blow. Janek expressed his surprise aloud, as even with full power, the blonde couldn't do any damage. He wondered how it was possible for a human to face an opponent with such a high-level and elite weapon, and if he was even human at all. Kaito was annoyed to admit that his enemy was a talented warrior, but claimed that he was only pretending to be a mage. Light replied that he was indeed a magician. Enraged, the blonde man ordered them to stop taunting him, claiming that the mage wasn't capable of parrying attacks so well. The master admitted that he wasn't faking it, but his melee skills were weak. However, due to a special skill, he is able to use high-level magic. If you tried to put him in any class, it would be a magician of infinite cards, which do not exist in this world. He stated that if the elf wanted to see magic, then he would show it, and summoned dozens of ice swords. Kaito watched in horror as he summoned so many weapons without a spell, and said it was impossible. He asked if Light was really a mage and how he could fight him on equal terms, then cursed him and once again created a barrage of swords. The blonde man said with disdain that the ice attacks were too weak to resist Grandius, but in the next moment, the ice flows started to ricochet on his swords. As they bounced off, they shattered the blades until they ended with an explosion that completely destroyed the weapons. Kaito stood there in shock, looking at the falling pieces, and shouted out that it was impossible. Light calmly asked if he was done. The blonde replied in the negative and summoned new swords, which the master once again created an ice weapon. The situation was repeated. Ice flows destroyed copies of Grandius. Janek was stunned to admit that he could see a huge difference in strength and noticed that Light was hitting Kaito's blades accurately. He realized that a human could control magic without spells, and that it was so skilled that not every elven mage could do such a thing. Light remembered that Ellie had taught him how to do this, and noted that even though his limit was 100 ice swords, he could handle it quite well, whereas Ellie could control 1,000. He also noticed that the opponent's swords and the ghost class clones are equal in level to his ice flows, but they do not require Manith owner's mana. The master said that he was tired of the elf, and it was time to finish. Kaito was outraged that someone could stand up to him and Grandius because he was a future hero. He declared that the sword Grandius was the greatest treasure of the elves, given by the master. Dark and his allies were startled by this information. The master abruptly asked what Kaito knew about the master. The blonde man didn't understand the reason for asking, but Light pressed the question again. Kaito chuckled and proudly said that he was an inheritor of Master's blood, a future hero and God's successor, and mentioned that he was one of his apprentices. The elf begins to brag about his noble birth in front of people. Light remembers that the Master has an apprentice, and, turning to his allies, informs them that the plan is changing. He decides that first the opponents will be sent to the abyss, and before they die, they will be asked about everything. The Master orders his allies to take care of the dark elf and prevent him from escaping. Nemumu and Gold, preparing for the fight, say that they understand everything. Yannick grins that they even changed their plans for him, and declares that even though he is a scientist, he is still capable of fighting at full strength. The squires standing nearby suddenly turn into strange creatures, and the elf wonders how they like his toys. People are shocked by what they see. Yannick asks if they like his creations and explains that he created a hybrid of a human and a chimera monster through research. He explains that the first hybrid was created with a lizard that lives in the lands of the Dark Elves, and the second with a troll. The scientist is proud of the fact that after such mergers, people get a significant increase in strength, and his experiments help them. The elf admits that the creatures are still unstable, but wants to bring them to perfection so that they look like people. Yannick says that he intends to artificially create a warrior who will surpass the strength of the master or apprentice. He adds that this requires as many people as possible to experiment. Light reacts to the scientist's words and orders his allies to destroy the chimeras. He emphasizes that he also wants to get information from the scientist, so you can't let him go. The allies approve the order. Yannick just grins, claiming that pathetic kids won't stop him. He orders not to resist the chimeras, as they will still become part of his experiments. Monsters rush to attack. Nemumu and Gold quickly deal with each chimera. The monsters are defeated. The knight says that it was disgusting, and the girl says that now it's the scientist's turn. Yannick grins and replies that they are in too much of a hurry. The chimeras are restored, and the dark elf shouts that his creations are not so easy to get rid of. Light starts to worry about his allies, and Kaito tells him to stop ignoring him. The master agrees and declares that it is time to end the fight. The elf gets even angrier and threatens to destroy Light. The blonde man gathers all of Grandius, power Grandiusa, and the master watches in amazement. Nemumu attacks the chimera, but to no avail. Gold makes fun of her, asking if she is not ashamed in front of her master for such a thing. The girl asks what he is doing, and the knight replies that he is protecting Ario so he cannot quickly fulfill Light's request. Yannick, watching the battle, declares that all their efforts are useless, because his samples are almost immortal. The scientist suggests that they voluntarily surrender so that he can turn them into chimeras. Nemumu curses, and he and Gold stop attacking. The knight says you can't keep the master waiting. Nemumu agrees and offers to join forces to finish the fight faster. Seeing their training, the dark elf shouts that they are fools because his chimeras are perfect. Gold and Nemumu launch a powerful attack on the monsters. Yannick laughs, confident that they will recover, but seeing them burn down, he falls silent in disbelief. The scientist does not understand what happened and wonders why the chimeras do not recover. Nemumu comes up to him and kicks him in the groin, saying that he was a fool himself. The scientist collapses. Gold says that she went too far, but Nemumu says that she did everything right. As she dusts off her foot, she notices that in the abyss, she will have to upgrade her boots. Enraged, Kaito shouted that with Grandius' help, he would make Light regret ever contacting him. The elf threw a powerful blow, but the master easily dodged it. The young man realized that the enemy had concentrated all the copies of the weapon in one sword. The blonde man launched his next attack. Light continued to dodge, noting that despite the sword's impressive size, its speed had increased, and its shape could change. He dodged the incessant blows, and wondered if this sword had become something like a whip. The gentleman noticed that the first time it looked quite impressive, and sarcastically asked if he entertained children like this on the street. Kaito gritted his teeth in anger. He attacked again, and was indignant that Light, like an ordinary insect, could only dodge, and how he dared to call Grandius a trinket. The elf struck out one after another, but the master dodged all of them. Kaito exclaimed that a single hit from Grandius would kill Light. Light stopped and invited the blonde to attack. Kaito shouted out that he was tired of him and threw a punch straight at the man. He chuckled, thinking that Light had set himself up, but then he was horrified. Light, standing on the spot, asked with a grin if it hit, because he did not feel anything. Kaito kept repeating in shock that it was impossible. The elf continued to attack, declaring that no one could compare to him and his Grandius. The blonde realized that he wasn't doing any damage to Light and asked why Light didn't die even from the strongest form of Grandius. The master slammed his fist into the sword and the strong form of the weapon crumbled. Kaito stared at the sword in horror, not understanding how this could have happened. Light noticed that the allies had finished their fight and decided that it was time for him to finish as well. He punched the elf in the stomach. Then he kicked Kaito in the face, Kaito sending him flying several meters away. The master said that there was no need to worry. He only used part of his power, because in the future he was going to interrogate and torture him. Kaito was alarmed and, on his knees, declared that he would tell everything, begging for forgiveness. He admitted that he is a candidate for the position of commander of the Elven White Order and has important information. The elf promised to tell me everything and even give me Grandius. Light asked why he wasn't fighting back. The blonde man didn't understand what he was talking about, and the master explained that he had been calling himself a hero all along, and now he was acting like a pathetic insect. Light mentioned the teenagers who fought to the end to protect Mia, and they can be called real heroes. The master asked why Kaito, calling himself a hero, was crawling in front of him like a pathetic insect. Kaito explained that it was impossible to defeat Light, and did not see the point in continuing the fight. Light told Nemum to bring the sword. The girl handed over the weapon, and he threw it at the elf's feet, saying that he was giving him another chance. He offered to fight again, promising to let him go if he could even scratch him. As Light took off his mask, Light swore on his true identity. The master ordered the elf to take the sword and show him what he could do. Kaito said in confusion that he would tell you everything and didn't understand what the person was talking about. Light repeated the order. He said that he must prove that he is worthy of the title of future hero and show how ready he is to become one. The elf got up and ran away, shouting that this was impossible and that it was all just a dream. He was indignant. Why should he suffer? Because of people like Light. Because he is a future hero. Light summoned a sunbeam and aimed it at Kaito's leg. The elf screamed in pain. He collapsed to the ground, and Light said that Mia was right about him. He was not a hero, but just a weakling running from reality. The heroes wrapped the bodies of the dead boys with cloth. The master said that he did not intend to leave them here, and suggested that his comrades bury them in the abyss. Kaito fidgeted under Nemumu's foot and she coldly threatened to blow his head off if he didn't calm down. Light suddenly realized that they had met these elves before. The girl exclaimed as she remembered that it was a month ago at the entrance of the dungeon. Gold noted that Light has an excellent memory. The blonde man was indignant. Why mention that incident? And Yannick explained that then they did not know about the strength of the opponents. Sighing, the master asked why fate was so harsh on him, and activated the teleport. They moved into the abyss. Kaito, dumbfounded, asked what had happened, and where he was. Light explained that they were in the largest dungeon, the abyss, and asked if they had ever heard of such a place. Yannick exclaimed that it was impossible, since they had just been in another dungeon. Nemumu pointed out that if they didn't believe their master, then they were choosing to die. Yannick was indignant. Lugi Light's servants came out to greet him. May asked if she could make tea for the guests. Ellie noticed that the master had returned with some strange creatures. Nazuna asked if he would spend the night in the abyss, and if so, offered to spend the night together. Light greeted the girls and said that no tea was needed. He explained that they are criminals who are responsible for the death of many people, and they have information about the master, which you need to knock out, and then execute them. The servants looked at the enemies with cold menace and asked if they wanted to kill the master. May offered to gently extract information from them, promising that they would bitterly regret what they had done. Kaito thought that there was clearly something wrong with all of them. Ellie said that the master should not get his hands dirty about such things, and promised to use all the tortures known to her. Aoyuki warned her enemies that Lightuthe would have to pay with their own lives for disobeying Light. I often wondered who all these people were. Nazuna angrily asked how they dared to attack the master, and said that she would not forgive them, but would kill them. Light, turning to the girl knight, clarified that they were needed alive because of the information about the master. The servants agreed, and the young man instructed Gold to heal Ario. Light said he wanted to bury Gamura and Vardy and asked Nemuma to help. Yannick turned to the master. The scientist began to justify himself, claiming that he was only a victim, and Kaito forced him to conduct experiments. He asked to be released. Light reminded that he killed innocent people with these experiments, and there is no point in letting him go. I didn't want to argue. The gentleman interrupted him, saying that the decision was final. Everyone gathered around the elves and Light announced the start of the interrogation. The elves, not believing what was happening, screamed in horror and began to call for help. Mia woke up, called out her brother's name, and Light greeted her. The girl, seeing the gentleman, asked where they were. He said it was the hotel where he was staying. Light reasoned that he had to lie a lot to Mia about what had happened. He said that they were famous for completing a difficult guild task. He explained that he found Mia, who was almost killed by the elves, but the elves noticed them and ran into the forest. Grabbing her and Ario, they returned to the surface. Mia asked if her brother was still alive. Light said that he was seriously injured, was in the hospital, and when he recovered, they would be able to meet. Bursting into tears, she was overjoyed and asked about Jimuru and Vardy. The gentleman handed her 2 parcels. Mia asked what it was. He replied that it was their hair, and that only her brother had been saved, and apologized for not being able to save his friends. Mia thanked them, and said she was glad to have some memory of them. She stared at the bundles, fighting back tears, and thanked Light endlessly. Mia burst into tears, and the master decided to leave her alone. Light could hear her crying loudly. He thought that he had been leveling up hard all this time to take revenge on the traitor, but now for some reason, he feels regret.
After the incident with the Adventurer Slayer, they were promoted because the information they provided to the guild was considered reliable. The heroes decided that by delivering the bodies of enemies to the guild, they would be able to raise their level again and get additional recognition. The interlocutor noted that if the rank was raised only on this information, the remaining issues will be discussed later over a cup of tea. A couple of adventurers said that they decided to end their career and return home, joining the convoy tomorrow. The interlocutor noted that the departure is scheduled for tomorrow and thanked for the rescue of his brother and the help provided. They specified that the convoy would take them directly to their homes, and one of them had already sold his equipment. One of them admitted that he was alive only because of Dark and expressed deep gratitude for everything he had done. The heroes expressed their gratitude for the help and chance meeting, which eventually saved their lives in a difficult situation. They were reminded that they managed to survive only thanks to the quick and timely help provided at the most critical and dangerous moment. Mia was saved by the SSR bracelet, but Ario survived because Yanart planned the experiment and provided first aid. The hero admitted that, despite the high level, he is not omnipotent and could not save Gimuru and Vardy. He clarified that the interlocutors have already left adventurism but will continue to save money for Mia's training. They said that they tried to join other groups, but they were constantly rejected, which prevented them from continuing their work. After experiencing the incident, one of them admitted that he was now afraid to go into the dungeons and was honest about it. The interlocutor admitted that if he decided to return to adventurism, he would have to go down to the dungeons again and again. He apologized and said he didn't want to go on any more camping trips without Gamora and Vardy by his side. They added that this is why they decided to finally return home and leave the dangerous life of adventurers in the past. Another hero replied that he understood his point of view and respected the decision made after all the events. The other party member said that it would be harder for them to enter the Magic Academy now, but she would study hard. She promised Dark not to let him down and keep her promise by doing her best. Dark promised to come and wished them to get home safely. Friends invited him to visit and asked him to let them know if he wanted to come. The girl said with a smile that she would wait for him to return, expressing confidence in the future and her feelings for him. As he watched her leave, the man heard his companions say that they would be fine, Master, you don't have to worry. He noted that they are still young, so any misfortune is perceived by them as a serious grief, although their whole life is ahead of them. They will work hard to find their place in life, fulfill themselves, and one day fulfill their cherished dream. Dark said that he is confident of meeting them in the future, and expressed hope for a quick reunion with friends. Dark agreed with him, saying that he was absolutely right, and again thanked him for everything he had done earlier for him. Gaul thanked him for his words, confirmed that he also believed in it, and supported his confidence completely. Right now, he wanted to visit the graves of Gamora and Vardy, knowing that it would be a long time before the difficulties were overcome. He wanted to visit the graves, return to Bason, keep his promise to Eli and May, and teleport to his next destination. After that, the hero activated the teleportation spell to quickly leave the place and go to the next goal of his path. The maid thanked Light for his time and said that as his humble servant, she had no regrets. She added that she was happy to serve him, and Majika expressed her desire to make today the date of their anniversary. Majika greeted Light warmly, and he replied that he was glad to see both of them and appreciated their loyalty. After the greetings, Light got down to business and asked what was going on with Kaito and Yanrock right now. The sorceress said that she used forbidden magic to get into the minds of enemies and get the necessary answers to questions. They gave Light the collected information, for which he thanked them, noting the value of the data obtained for the case. The maid added that she had also used a forbidden spell, but only to get answers, and Ali got the information. Light wondered if this information was really true, knowing that the enemies possessed high magic and great power. The reason for the master's caution was that when he was forgotten, something would come that would destroy the world. The document said that the country would be destroyed, but the question remained how the whole world could be destroyed. The interlocutors suggested that the master is incredibly strong, but his opponent is also a strong enough country and wants to destroy it. Even if the master is really strong, he is only one, and one person can't destroy an entire world. The hero suggested that the master simply selects the people he needs, but so far it is impossible to understand his true intentions. He noted that this information cannot be completely trusted, and asked the interlocutors for their opinion on this issue. The maid agreed with him, adding that without more reliable information, it was impossible to draw accurate conclusions about the situation. The sorceress noted that the part about the destruction of the world concerned the captain of the Knights of the Elven Kingdom, and Kaito just forgot. She looked into their minds again to check the information, but couldn't find anything new or useful. Dark said that no matter how much she tried, no more information would come out, and asked for further action. The sorceress replied that they were useless now, so there was no point in continuing, and clarified what to do next. They first attacked Ario, and then began to conduct cruel and dangerous experiments on other people without mercy. When all the necessary information was obtained from them, their lives came to an end because of the suffering they experienced. Finally, they were told that they would die in agony after being hit by a special death spell. Dark summoned the SSS-ranked Feast of the Dead spell, unleashing a horde of monsters to destroy his opponents. The summoned creatures violently attacked the enemies, surrounding them from all sides and making them scream in agony from the pain. The characters are sitting at the table. Dark said he had nothing more to add, but that the killers would never understand the pain their victims endured. The interlocutors agreed with his words in the affirmative, expressing full understanding of the situation and recognizing the seriousness of what he said earlier. He stressed that once they have new information, it is necessary to check its reliability and truth. Majika asked Light to let her inform him about an important issue related to the current situation and events. Light was surprised by the request and asked Inegidai, the magic girl, what exactly she was going to inform him about now. Eli informed her that all preparations for revenge on Sasha had been completed, and they could proceed. Dark asked in surprise if that was true. After receiving confirmation from her, she added that just one word from him was enough, and they would proceed with the plan immediately. It became known that Sasha has a fiancé, the vice captain of the White Knights, who was previously mentioned by Kaito. It also turned out that the apprentice has the blood of a master, so it was decided to kidnap all the knights and not take revenge on Sasha. Light called the plan excellent, praised Eli for the work done. He ordered its implementation to begin immediately. After the gala, his goal is Sasha. He will finally be able to get revenge on her. Eager to see her utter despair and fear of impending death with my own eyes. He was looking forward to meeting Sasha, imagining the moment when she would face certain death, unable to escape her fate. She said that she is an illegitimate child, born to a noble father and a commoner mother. After the death of her mother from an illness, she decided to become an adventurer in order to build her own destiny and future. Her relatives treated her with arrogance and contempt, constantly humiliating and insulting her at every opportunity. Over time, their opinion changed, and they stopped bullying. It's all because of her engagement to the White Knight's second-in-command, Mikhail, from the royal family. Sasha and the interlocutor recalled the moment when Light thought that they were on his side and found it funny. The man noted that he is always interested in listening to Sasha's stories, especially about the events related to the murder of Light. They discussed the moment when Light was shot in the leg and regretted that not everyone was able to see his reaction. The man said that the execution of the plan to destroy human villages will be interesting because there are a lot of people there. The two men laughed, remembering how Light's expression changed, and looked forward to the upcoming entertainment. The guy admitted that he rarely communicates with girls, especially with people like Sasha, and called meeting her a great happiness. The interlocutor smiled and said that she was also glad to meet him, adding that she had never even dreamed of such a thing. They exchanged pleasant words, expressed mutual gratitude, and continued the conversation, enjoying the calm atmosphere around them and the warm communication. The horses in the team continued to drive the carriage steadily along the paved street. Remembering Michael, she thought that he was too good and gratefully thanked the interlocutor for the kind words she had said. In response, she remarked that they were perfectly suited to each other, hinting at harmony and mutual understanding in their relationship. The interviewee said that the wedding is planned for the end of the year and suggested that preparations for the upcoming event should already begin. The heroine mentioned that they had difficulties choosing a wedding dress and asked for help in preparing. The interlocutor assured that everything will be done in the best possible way and assured that you can rely on her. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and the heroine asked the reason, to which she received an explanation from the escort. It turned out that human slaves dropped their cargo right in the middle of the road, for which they were abruptly forced to work. The slaves were forced to work, not allowed to rest, despite their requests and fatigue after a long time of work. One of the women agreed that people were useless if they couldn't carry a load, and condemned their weakness. She admitted that she would be willing to give anything to keep Light around if he turned out to be a master. In the conversation, she said that she was glad that he was dead, because it was this event that gave her something important. The interlocutor reacted in surprise to the words, clearly not expecting to hear such a confession in such a situation. The woman was standing at the entrance, watching the crowd intently, when a man who had fallen in the middle of the street suddenly caught her eye. A young man dressed in a dark cloak was lying on the ground, and with an effort he slowly started to get up, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Recognizing his face, the woman in amazement and bewilderment quietly uttered a question, not believing in the reality of what was happening in front of her eyes. The woman, noticing the figure in the crowd, exclaimed in surprise and called him princess, even though she couldn't believe her eyes. She hurried forward, praying that this was just her imagination and coincidence, not reality. As she ran along the pavement, she desperately repeated that this couldn't be happening, telling herself that she was wrong. As she stepped forward, she admitted to herself that deep down she was afraid to confirm the person she had seen. When she reached a dead end, she stopped and realized that there was nowhere else to run, wondering what to do next. She tried to convince herself that she was wrong, because it had already been 3 years, and in that time he would have grown up. Remembering the conversation with Michael, she decided that she had only accidentally remembered Light, and her guesses did not make sense. She reasoned that even if Light had survived, there was no way he could have escaped from the dungeon without help. A message was written on the paper. Light told her that he would be waiting for her in the huge tower. The girl's face contorted in shock and horror, her eyes widened and her lips trembled as she screamed in fright. After all, she killed Light. She recalled that she was accepted as an adopted daughter of the Count, given the opportunity to marry a member of the royal family. She was given an estate and other benefits, but if someone finds out that Light is alive, she will lose absolutely everything. She was tormented by memories of how her relatives looked down on her, and she decided to end it with her own hands. She was angry that he hadn't died where he should have, and she was sure he shouldn't have. Looking at the symbols, she wondered if they were a cipher, and remembered the mention of a place called the Great Tower. The girl walked cursing, not noticing the people on the roof. When he saw her, he called out Eli's name happily, "See," and she said his name back in relief. He promised to take revenge on all those who betrayed or hurt, driving them into despair, sparing no effort and time. He then vowed to wipe their existence off the face of the earth, tormenting them until they went mad with pain. He noted with a smile that it was not for nothing that he had entrusted her with the command of the plan, and she had responded with consent and respect. They moved forward together, preparing to launch an elaborate plan of revenge on Sasha, determined to see it through. There are few orders of knighthood in the Elven Kingdom. Only one of them is considered the strongest. The rest will not defeat him even if they unite. Their power is very great. And it is called the Order of the White Knights, which is famous for its composition, where participants demonstrate strength and skill, standing out from the rest of the knightly associations of the kingdom. The order is led by Captain Hardy, who remains cool and confident. Among them is a member of the Charchat Orderier, distinguished by charisma and active behavior. Mast, on the contrary, remains serious and focused. Kia and Nia, two twins, known for their energy and loud exclamations. Kia stabbed the enemy in the leg with a well-aimed blow, which caused joy among the companions gathered at the same table. One of those present started telling the commander a story about Kaito who stole the sword Grandius, called himself a hero, and killed adventurers. The source added that Kaito was working with a dark elf who killed for experiments, and it seems that he has already reached the limit. Continuing the story, he added that during the murders, Kaito missed a human child who managed to escape from the dungeon. The child told the adventurers everything, which caused Kaito to run deeper, because all the exits to the outside were blocked. Kia hit the bound man's ear, severing that part of his body. The commander explained that the top leadership doesn't want to do everything on its own, so it always sends only its own people to complete tasks. At the table, they were arguing about when they could finally get some rest, to which the other guy reacted sharply. The order declared its superiority and reminded that it was obliged to eliminate the consequences of the actions of the former participant in order to preserve its reputation. One of the members objected, considering such actions pointless, but another insisted that the honor of the organization is more important than any arguments and obstacles. Another participant, ignoring the situation, said that he would rather spend time with a girl than waste his energy on a useless task. The guy yelled at them to stop. The captive continued to make muffled noises, while one of the opponents suggested that they switch to more violent methods and damage their eyes. The girl in anger ordered to stop and immediately kill him with a knife. The twins said that the prisoner was bought with their money, so they have the right to decide when and how to proceed. The twins scoffed at Sharfat's taste and for women, who replied that she was not a freak, but a cutie. Mast joined in and recommended killing the prisoner now, just as the Sword of Mercy grants death to warriors. The man said that even weak and inept people once got the right to live and live, relying only on their instincts. The man noted that instincts bring only pain and suffering, and asked why such people do not deserve mercy. The interlocutor replied that if you do not change your attitude to others, it can destroy a person in the future. The argument was interrupted by shouts of accusations, but the man stressed that he was only giving advice and not imposing his opinion. The commander calmly picked up a cup of drink, showing indifference to the bickering around him. The man loudly demanded silence, and everyone present was stunned by his order. Noticing that the noise was ruining the taste of the tea, he glanced at the crowd with annoyance. He warned that no one should flirt, as this negatively affects the reaction speed in battle. The two men exchanged glances, and the commander called Sharfhata by name Chasya, trying to draw attention to the situation. He replied that he understood and hit the prisoner on the head. Everyone stood there in amazement. The commander ordered Ni and Ki to clean up the place, and Mast was assigned to clean up the rest of the area, to which He responded with both consent and willingness to carry out the order. The elf apologized to the girl for her fright and asked her, Ma, Su, Ma, Attendoi, Maya, 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 go. She took her leave on an errand. The commander noted that Kaito had a bad temper and low level, which created problems for the team. The commander said that he would not allow the order's reputation to suffer in front of Her Highness and would deal with the consequences of wrongdoing. The source recalled that Kaito was a candidate for the position of commander and constantly trained to become stronger, but he still reached his limit. The commander, with a calm expression, asked Sharfhat if he would like to take his place. However, he refused, considering himself unworthy of such a position. The interviewee admitted that when he joined the order, he was too weak and spent a long time improving his skills. They discussed that Kaito always wanted to reach the top, just like other apprentices with master's blood. Elves have the most master blood, but that doesn't make them special among other creatures. Blood-awakened masters easily break the limit, reaching levels over 2,000 and some even over 3,000. Those who have this blood and a high level are called apprentices. All white knights are made up of apprentices, but their strength varies depending on the amount of master's blood inside. For example, Kaito didn't have much of it, so he quickly reached his limit despite all the effort and training. All of this is hidden information, and just knowing about a high level doesn't reveal the full picture of their abilities. The commander asked Sharfhat not to sleep with people, otherwise he would spoil his blood. The elf noted that there were fewer than 20 apprentices, many of whom deliberately tainted the blood, losing its power and potential. He warned that mixing with humans would spoil the blood and the master would not appear until millennia later and the blood would not be obtained. Sharfhat replied that he was interested in how people's blood and behavior would change if he mixed with them. And teasing them is even more fun. Sharfhat talks about the prolonged game, hinting that it's time to stop it and that he is already tired of what is happening. He added that he would kill the girl as soon as she tried to escape and invited the commander to join him. The man agreed. He pointed out that the Queen's order to kill Kaito would arrive soon, so we should be prepared. However, its implementation was later postponed. A few days after the events, a mysterious tall tower appeared in the middle of a dense forest near the elven capital. The appearance of a mysterious tower in the depths of the forest near the border with the elves caused chaos in the capital, breaking the usual order. The elves used humans as bait. After its sudden appearance, high-level monsters began to come out of the forest, filling the roads and blocking the way to the port city. Even the main routes turned out to be dangerous, and as a result, the way to the port was completely blocked, complicating the movement of residents. All the knights, except for the former order, were sent to protect the road, as the monsters are fleeing from the mysterious tower. Adventurers were assigned to explore this tower and its surroundings. A high reward was offered for any information about the tower, but no one was able to get to it. In the forest, the knights discussed the situation, noting that high-level monsters had settled here, and it threatened the surrounding lands and would be bad if the monsters didn't come back. But the reward for any information is great, and as long as they are safe. In Ixai Ed, one of them bought a human slave, thinking that a little girl or a woman would be best suited. Another was surprised that a person was being used to check the path, but admitted that it turned out to be quite a good solution. He said that if you want, you can team up with other groups and hide yourself while the bait distracts the bait's attention and save resources. However, the problem was that the frightened girl absolutely did not want to move forward, interfering with their plans. One of the men shouted for her to move, threatening to hit her if she didn't obey his order. The girl in tears asked her not to hit, repeating her apologies. In response, I was ordered to stop crying and move on. The girl listened to the conversation about buying slaves with her head bowed, hiding her fear. The men laughed, considering people cheap and unnecessary. One of them shouted to the girl that she was finally needed, and not some garbage. The girl clenched her hands as she heard the crunch and footsteps approaching. The men's gaze turned cold. A monster with a terrifying mouth appeared from behind the bushes and ate one of them. The menu turned around in fright and screamed. The monster ate the remaining elves. The girl sat on the ground, unable to move. The monster was already approaching its next victim. In the thicket, the dark-furred beast stopped abruptly, as if distracted by something, and turned its head to the side. The girl with the collar around her neck looked ahead in surprise and slowly got up, realizing that the threat had suddenly disappeared and retreated. A tall figure with a weapon in hand emerged from the trees, loudly announcing the unexpected surprise. The bespectacled strangers were discussing an unexpected find in the woods, mentioning that this was a slave whose master had been killed. The girl thought that she was saved, but she quickly realized that now she would be bullied by these people, and not by the monster. She was surprised to see something strange, but soon realized that she had escaped death from the monster, but was captured. He explained that if you leave her in this state, the consequences can be unpleasant, so you need to maintain your strength. She was surprised to see that her wounds were completely healed, and wondered why these people would spend such an expensive item. One of the men offered to help her so that she wouldn't have to go barefoot next time, and handed her a rough walking stick. The man said it would be easier to walk with a cane, and they would take her out of this place where she could take a bath. The group set out, asking her to let them know if it was going to be difficult, and asking if she would be able to get up, and then they would feed her if she could continue on. The boys confirmed the plan, agreed to protect her, and continued down the road, not losing their vigilance and caution. The cat girl was perched on the roof, her legs dangling down, and serenely observed the surroundings, enjoying the peaceful moment. She yawned widely, closing her eyes, and said, "Naya," softly, as if to express complete peace. The witch landed next to the cat girl sitting on the edge of the wall. She asked how the meeting with the enemy went. The witch noted that it was amazing how Mr. Light managed to find a common language with this strange person. This place was very different from the abyss they were in before, and controlling so many monsters in such an area was difficult. They were ordered to get rid of all possible sources of trouble and rescue every person captured by elves or attacked by monsters. Most of the work was done by the cat girl Aoyuki, but she assured that she would help, and asked not to worry. Most likely, Mr. Light checked their readiness for stressful situations. The witch is sure that Aoyuki understands this, especially for Mohikanye with an unusual hairstyle. She thought that others might fail the operation because of a mistake, so she decided to just keep an eye on them for safety reasons. The girl noticed that she was confused, but the interlocutor assured Crow's her that there was no reason to worry because their master had provided for everything. He added that distrusting the master would be disrespectful, and it was their duty to follow his plans and instructions. She clarified that it is natural for any woman who serves the master to be close to him, support him, understand, and take care of his children. The interlocutor objected that their task is to fulfill the master's wishes, to live for him, to be his weapon and shield in any conditions. She spoke of a willingness to fight, burn, and die for him, to satisfy him, to love him, and to be close to him. Everything that does not meet this list, she called unacceptable. The witch expressed doubts about the correct approach, but the other firmly stated that she would never accept such an attitude. Aoyuki explained that their views are too different, so they can't get along. After all, even in the event of a conflict with May, she will not resist the order to kill her. She further warned that any threat to their master would result in her having to eliminate the source of the problem. To this, the first one only replied with a grin that such words especially sound funny from the mouth of the interlocutor. The second interviewee, not afraid, noticed that it would be an interesting experience and doubted the ability of the opponent to defeat her. They stood facing each other, tension in the air, and their gazes remained sharp and serious. The cat maintained a wary posture as it watched the girl, whose eyes glittered with determination, as if foreshadowing an imminent fight between them. A woman in a hat was walking on the roof when someone called out loudly, calling her Mrs. Aoyuki and demanding her attention. The cat-eared girl exclaimed in surprise in response to the appeal, raising her head and turning her gaze to the source. The woman admitted that she wanted to hear her opinion, but decided not to interfere with her work, leaving the conversation for later. She said that she would be happy to discuss the subject later, and left while the cat girl screamed loudly after her. The guys said goodbye before parting, expressing hope for an early meeting and promising to deliver the girl to a safe place, thanking her for her help. After a brief exchange of words, they agreed on their plans, specifying that they would leave for the southwest tomorrow, and confirmed their readiness for action. The boys were indignant at the idea of using a slave as bait, condemning the cruel attitude towards people. These are grasslands that are summoned with the light skill. The Mohicans were busy gathering information, but there were many servants like them in the area. The leader doubted his good intentions. One of the subordinates suggested that the rumors about the sale of their fellow humans might be true, but received a warning. The leader ordered not to touch on such topics and made it clear that he did not intend to listen to such conversations. The party was instructed to head southwest tomorrow morning and carefully check their equipment to avoid trouble on the way. They must act according to Ayanoka's plain signee, working together with Snakehound and the monsters he controls. The girl, after reading the note, remarked with displeasure that she would have to go too far, deciding that this was a mockery. She had to go to the tower through Bai's Ramantra, which even other level 200 monsters are afraid of. She has no time to waste, because if Mikhail finds out that Light is alive, she will lose everything. The girl is going to spend all her savings to hire a first-class escort. Then she would kill Light with her own hands. The forest was filled with high-level monsters that roamed around and killed adventurers, which caused serious concern to the authorities. The lack of information about the tower worsened the situation, and the possible appearance of monsters on the roads threatened to stop supplies to the port. The Lord ordered to speed up the action, send the Order of White Knights to destroy the monsters, and find out the nature of the mysterious tower. Her Highness still did not want to harm her residents, and the source said that he understood her position. However, he stressed that sending the order without any reliable information is unacceptable, despite her concerns. The other did not accept such disrespect. However, he added that he respected the interlocutor and was confident in his ability to work with documents and calculations. In conclusion, the man ordered to continue to perform their duties, and their side will do its job. Gathering information for them meant gaining knowledge of the enemy first, not mindlessly drawing their swords and attacking. The older man irritably noted that battles were not papers, and expressed dissatisfaction with the confidence of the army command in such a person. He emphasized that the sharpness of the sword didn't matter. If it couldn't reach the enemy, there would still be no victory. The woman in the middle noticed that their argument didn't change the point. The tower was already part of their problem. The queen turned to the commander of the White Knights, ordering him to carry out a new order on her behalf regarding the tower case. She ordered to hire experienced adventurers to gather information about the tower, increase their reward, and the commander respectfully agreed. One of the men with a disgruntled expression admitted that this time the opponent had won their argument. He got up from his seat and headed for the exit, his footsteps echoing through the spacious hall. The remaining person in the hall cursed softly in his chair and leaned back, lost in thought. Before leaving, he thanked the woman for her help, and then slumped back into his seat. The man addressed the queen, calling her mother, and expressed gratitude for the decision made in the council. He noted that it did not allow recklessly attacking the forest without proper information, preventing possible consequences. The queen replied that she could not allow her beloved son to be in danger, and refused to thank him. The man said that the prime minister creates a lot of problems, calling him a fool, but noted that his policy against the queen looks very strong. She said she would deal with him by framing him. Theketterbox smiled and admitted that it was a pity for the prime minister, as long as Hardy, the strongest among the elves, was around. She noted that the prime minister will not be able to act at will. They decided that the tower is now a priority, because its appearance scattered monsters, and inaction will cause serious political, economic, and military damage. The man wondered if this could mean that the demon lord had returned. He added that this cannot be ruled out. The queen replied that then people would certainly have a hero. He found it funny to think that a hero can only be born to humans while holding a cup of drink. When the demon lord wakes up and the master is born, you will have to choose, because the hero can also become a master, creating a threat. Therefore, it is necessary to catch or kill him immediately, because the destruction of all people will prevent the appearance of the master forever. The choice was between two evils. The queen said that the candidate for the role of master appeared 3 years ago. But he didn't turn out to be one, so he was killed and that people shouldn't have a new master yet, and asked if the interlocutor was worried about something else. He admitted that if he had been on that assignment, he would have first given a lecture on why humans are parasites. The queen called him her sweet Haradi with a smile and said that the commander should not think about such things. He explained that he was only trying to convey the idea of the need to destroy people before the appearance of a new master in the Union of Nations. Haradi added that people are evil and recalled the cases in history when their actions led to the birth of a master. The man compared people with parasites and said that parasites need to get rid of. He mentioned the master and apprentice, noting that their presence is of interest and may be of particular importance. The heroes noticed soldiers, adventurers, and merchants discussing that it was a lively place to rest before going to the tower. One of the characters noticed that they were facing a group of dark clowns known for their exploits in the Dwarven Kingdom Onjin. They discussed past battles, mentioning the Thunderbolts, the battle with the elves, and the recent clearing of Daga's dungeon Sanjin, which earned them respect. The heroes decided to meet someone at the entrance to the forest. After all, this is part of Eli's revenge plan to raise the rank of an adventurer. One of the members of the group confirmed that they were talking about yesterday's elves and asked if the commander was sure of the decision. They pointed out that if they came to the entrance again, the elves would attack because they had already tried to kill them. The commander coolly stated that the thunderbolts would stop the opponents, while the other participants cursed in disdain for the enemies. One of the heroes jokingly called the girl a board, doubting that the enemies would be able to hit such a small target. She was outraged and threatened him, but their conversation was interrupted by a question to the armored man about his opinion. He stood there, riveting their attention with his silence. He sternly warned them both not to touch the girl, to protect her from possible rudeness. The hooded man realized that he had made a mistake in not expecting the girl to approach so quickly and prepared to wait. The girl recognized him, exclaiming in surprise, and he firmly stated that he would be patient while watching her actions. The girl called out to the cloaked man, calling him a human child, and ordered him to listen, paying attention only to him. He clarified that she was referring to him, and noted that he had caught a glimpse of her before. One of his squad apologized, saying that they were late for a meeting, but she demanded that he come over, since it was he who was needed. Inwardly, the man recognized her face, remembered that he hadn't seen her in 3 years, and heard the demand to remove the mask. The girl was indignant, and the hooded man said her name in embarrassment, clearly confused by what was happening. One of the observers noticed that they were having problems, and the other asked what was going on, following the situation. He said that it was unlikely that she would want to see his face, because the mask hid the disfiguring burns. The girl angrily told him to shut up, accused him of insubordination, and demanded to remove the mask immediately, not brooking any objections. The girl violently slapped the man in the raincoat, ripping off some of his clothes and calling him a pathetic person in front of everyone. The girl tore the hood off the man, demanding that he show her his face and not hide behind the mask. She moved closer to him, looking him straight in the eye, her face intent on finishing what she'd started. She glanced at him and squinted. The man looked tense, knowing that the moment of exposure was imminent and not knowing how to respond to her insistence. An illusion of burns appeared on his face, created with a special item, SSR clown mask. He noted that he deliberately created the appearance of damage in order to mislead others about his real appearance. The girl, in shock, ordered to cover her face. She sighed that now she was sick and accused people of being disgusting. The man reminded that she took off the mask herself. Inside, a thought would occur to him that this kid wasn't exactly Light. She admitted that it had already been 3 years, and Light would have grown more than this guy in front of her. She thought that Light was in the tower, and she would go there with all her strength. She decided to kill him and bring him information about the tower. She reminded herself that she should match the bride of the vice-captain of the Order of the White Knights while maintaining her honor. She wondered why her life was going downhill, because everything was going well and going according to plan. She also decided to ask Lord Mikasa to let her become an adventurer once again, so that she could continue on her journey. Previously, she only pretended to care about people and love them, hiding her true feelings and goals. Now it was interesting to see her real face. The commander said that they had problems, and they needed to hurry in order to be able to complete their plans in time. The other members of the group agreed and confirmed their willingness to go together, heading towards the goal without delay. They continued on their way to the mysterious tower, aiming to increase their adventurer rank and reach new heights in adventure. But in reality, they were going to the tower to regroup with Eli, hiding their true intentions from others. However, they were quietly followed by someone who wanted to meet their representatives from there and, possibly, interfere in the events. The hero turned to the pursuers from the guild. He sharply asked if they understand how risky it is to approach in such a situation, especially in these conditions. The hooded man gave a warning, saying that if they got any closer, they would die immediately. They shouted angrily, but the hero only said that he had warned them. The pursuer shouted not to be trifled with, and said that he would not allow them to escape. The group reached their destination, where one of the members informed Mr. Dark of their arrival and readiness to act. Dark was surrounded and threatened that he would now answer for the events of the previous day and not be able to leave. The heroes admitted that they were surprised, because they did not expect that they would be caught up, hoping to safely escape from their opponents. They noted that the enemy's abilities were quite good, so there was nothing particularly surprising about their success, but it was a pity that they were going to die now. The opponents shouted that only they would die here. The enemy declared a slow and painful death that awaits those who have caused too much trouble. Since they decided so, so be it. The warriors discussed the need to get rid of their enemies so as not to leave corpses, and asked if Mara would be able to do this. Opponents tried to interrupt the conversation, claiming that they knew all the information, because the Dark Clown group was known and popular. They warned me that this didn't mean they would be allowed to do whatever they wanted, even here. A woman in a dark form was already looming over them, but they ignored her, calling them pathetic humans, ordering them to bow their knees and promising them a chance to leave on condition. Two of the men demanded to give them everything, promising that they might be spared, while the others watched in silence. The woman laughed ominously, saying that since that was the case, they would still die for being impertinent in front of her master. Her sudden words surprised both men, who looked at her in bewilderment and confusion, not understanding what was happening. The woman pierced through space, surrounded by terrifying monsters, causing screams of terror and utter confusion from the opponents. With a cold grin, she declared that she wasn't interested in listening to their suggestions while continuing her offensive. A woman in black with wings ordered the enemies to be silent and die. Her companions watched with their hoods over their heads, their eyes focused on the threatening figure. The resti shu vrieger, the resti su, Reger versus, Yeger vrija, Regis, Bridra, Weegis firsti h's, Weegis use first belace h's breege, and is assisties bragers you, Weegis cans eyes, and sistis their eyes very experience, Ujishis their eyes focused on a threatening figure. The group continued on to the forest, with a woman in a luxurious dress leading the way. The hooded man apologized to Mara, thinking that the enemies would give up at the entrance and not have to go all the way. He thanked them for their help and apologized for the extra work. Mara, smiling, assured him that there was nothing to worry about. She added that she would eat them all for him, even if they were unpleasant to the taste. The knight noted that Mrs. Mara, as always, is executive, but at the same time scares the hell out of her behavior and words. The interlocutor admitted that he usually does not like to agree, but this time he made an exception. Mara assured that they are friends and they should not be one afraid of her. The servant, turning to the master, asked not to pay attention to the words of measure. The girl explained that Aishit, like the others, serve only the master and execute only his orders without deviation. Another character, hearing this, confirmed that they would not act of their own free will, completely following what Aishit said again. The man assured that if there are difficulties, you can always count on them, offering to fully rely on their help. The guy happily greeted Aishit, Suzu, and Brother Jack, admitting that he was waiting for their arrival and was glad about it. Aishit said they should have guessed and moved out to meet them. Light asked me not to apologize. She apologized for bringing strangers in. Light said that Aishit's responsibility to the case makes her feel better, but added that in this situation, the fault lies with him. Light ordered them to be escorted to the tower. Aishit agreed and led the way. She turned to Suzu, demanding to show respect in front of her master. Suzu excused himself, explaining that he was embarrassed, and turned to Light and Icehit. Light replied that he understood him and asked him not to worry. Aishit agreed and offered to go. Light added that he needed to hurry, otherwise he would make Ali wait for them to arrive. Light was glad to see his brother. Jack informed her of Mrs. Eli's order and said he couldn't stand by. Jack turned to Gold and asked if he had looked after Light well during their time together. Jack said that he should not cast such views on the allies, and asked why he was regarded as an enemy of the people. Jack suggested that they keep their work and personal relationships separate, reminded them that they were family, and asked why they should address each other as you. Jack stated that since everyone idolized Light, he, as an older brother, would do anything for him so that he would not feel lonely. Light ordered an end to the special treatment and allowed his brother Jack to treat him that way. Icehit said yes. Light asked brother Jack not to provoke them by speaking to him. Light noticed that Jack was ruining their mood and told Icehit that this was the first time he'd ever seen her wearing the vambrace along with her maid's clothes. Icehit explained that she had created a maid uniform that was comfortable in combat and added that she had learned maid manners from Mrs. May. The girl from the company suggested that Icehit remove her bracers right now and then remove her entire suit. Icehit refused to do anything shameful in front of her master and promised to teach her manners. The girl agreed, saying that she would not refuse to play. At first glance, they don't get along, but they often do a lot of things together. In fact, despite their behavior, they are good friends. Most of all, the personality of Suzu is unclear, who even during meals remains closed and never leaves her musket. Suzu's class is a shooter, and she has a unique skill. Like a bow, it can shoot with incredible speed and accuracy. The term she is not quite applicable to Suzu, because despite her pretty appearance, she is both a girl and a guy at the same time. Her card says she's androgynous, and Light wants to know what that means. Then they announce their arrival at the scene. Up close, the tower was much larger than it looked from afar, impressing with its size and scale of construction. The girl happily met Light, welcomed him home, and said that she missed him. Light responded by offering to talk to Doyuki, Eli, and Nazuna inside. He said that the destruction of the tower would not affect the people inside, since he had used magic, and invited them to feel at home. The interior was spacious, with many tall pillars that supported the structure of the building and gave the impression of grandeur and stability. Light was surprised to see an animal that he had only seen on the map before. She said she called him because he was part of the plan. Since there are only your own people here, go up to the last floor after activating a special spell, because moving between floors will become inaccessible. Light stood by the throne, and the others bowed before him. Nazuna said that now she would once again explain the plan of revenge to Sasha. The original goal was conceived by Mr. Light, since Sasha should marry a representative of the royal blood according to the established plan. Just killing Sasha won't do any good, so they definitely need to prevent her from marrying a member of the royal blood. First, Mr. Light had to increase the rank of an adventurer, then use the strongest warriors of the Kingdom of Elves, the Order of the White Knights. Nazuna asked that they be allowed to show the White Knight Order their full strength in order to impress and achieve their goal. They understood that their power was too great for this world, so they asked for permission to test the Order's fitness. After the test, losing the best soldiers, the kingdom will weaken, then they will sabotage it, capture enemies, and knock out information about the master. First, you need to observe the reaction of other states. Even if the tower is destroyed, it will not affect the abyss, testing possible forces stronger than them. The tower will become a kind of lighthouse. It is better to consider it as a bargaining chip or pawn to achieve your goals. This is the main plan for revenge on Sasha. Light said he expected this from Ali and asked how she would get everyone to come here. Eli reminded him of his pet on the first floor, explaining that they would come here on their own and there was no need to force them. Eli said that all the monsters in the area are under Loyuki's control and Sasha can come here to meet her. In this case, Sasha will think that it is impossible to understand why the dragon lives near the tower, wondering at its presence and habitat. Sasha realized that all the animals in the area had escaped because now there was a dragon living next to the tower, explaining their disappearance. Sasha said that she would never go there and accused Light that he wanted to see her here. Sasha decided to go back and report everything because without the help of the White Knights, she would not be able to go inside. Sasha will report the information to the guild, but Light needs to get ahead of her and do it first to control the situation. They had no choice but to send out the White Knights. Mara asked if the Red Dragon really lives near the tower. The Prime Minister said that the capital is close to the tower, but if the dragon flies here, it will burn it completely. The measure agreed with the Prime Minister. The captain asked the Prime Minister if there was any more information on the situation. The first source of information is the Dark Clown group led by a human. The data is provided personally to them in the guild for analysis. They're very good for humans, I guess. It was this source who reported on the elf, betraying the knights and killing adventurers with the dark elf. Another source confirmed the information a couple of days later. Sasha, the fiancée of Vice Captain Mikhail, asked permission to go there as an adventurer and find out everything. The Prime Minister said that the coincidence of reports means that they are true. The captain noted that the human and elf gave the same report, despite the differences. The Prime Minister said that was enough and asked why they were still sitting. He pointed out to the captain that there was no time to argue about races. The captain muttered that he was annoying, expressing annoyance at the situation in the Prime Minister's words. The captain stated that in the name of the White Knights, he vowed to defeat the Red Dragon and defeat it at all costs. For the sake of Mr. Light's happiness, when the White Knights are not in the capital, they will brutally kill Sasha for his life. They promised to try not to use all their strength in trying to mock them, acting with restraint for the sake of the effectiveness of the plan. Eli, Loiyuki, Nizuna, a witch of forbidden spells, a genius tamer, and a true vampire knight all at level 9999 are incredibly strong. I'll do my best for Mr. Light. Suzu is an android shooter, level 7777, ready to act effectively. Mara appeared in anticipation. Chimera has a level of 7777. Jack, Man of Steel, level 7777. He doesn't care who it is, elves or not, he will send everyone flying. Aishit said that she would give her life for the sake of Mr. Light. She is an Ice and Flame warrior, level 7777, ready for battle. Jack said that since Sasha had already gone to the tower, she would lead them. They will pass through the forest as planned. Someone said that they didn't see Sasha as important, suggested that they go back to rest so as not to interfere, and asked if everything was all right with her. Sasha replied that she would take them the fastest and safest way and decided to go with them, accompanying the group. At this hour, the country should not lose people. She doesn't want anything to happen to them along the way. Since she's weaker than us, she can take care of herself. He lent her a ghost-class armor and protection as a last resort. Someone told us not to worry about her, that she was responsible. He also added that he also wants to protect this country. Someone said that he envies the vice captain because the bride is so patriotic, adding that she is really a brave and determined girl. It is better not to interfere in their conversation, let the children have fun. It scares me, but they seem to be on good terms with him. Maguli asked if he could walk beside him. Sasha replied that she was leading them and agreed to lead the group. For the sake of their beautiful future, Sasha's safety is paramount. She agreed, confirming her willingness to exercise caution. Nia and Kia marveled at the huge tower, admiring its size and asking how it even got there. Nia noticed something was up and asked Kia if she was seeing it too, marveling at what was happening together. These monsters turned out to be dangerous. Their level exceeds 1,000, causing serious concern to the heroes watching them. There are 3 more here. Captain, it will be problematic to fight them right away. Maybe it's better to remove them from a distance, the heroes suggested. They decided to just distract the monsters, not knowing how strong the enemy is, and save their strength, because their goal is a dragon. There were explosions in the air, and the 3 watched them as the heroes jumped out of the trees, distracting their opponents. The 3 of them went to the site of the explosions, while the heroes watched them from the bushes, assessing the situation and preparing to act. Even those inside were gone. He couldn't have seen more than 6. The passageway is now clear, only 6, there shouldn't be any more. Attention. They move into a mysterious tower. The main goal is to kill the Red Dragon, for which they are preparing for a dangerous mission. The probability that he is inside is very high. Everyone be alert and ready to face a powerful enemy. They move toward the tower. Jack told them to go, then ordered silence so that everyone would remain calm and careful along the way. She noticed that she couldn't hear anything, even your heartbeat and breathing. Absolute silence. This spell seemed familiar. Perhaps a unique hardy skill? The spell drowns out all sounds around the person who cast it. Usually, silence is achieved by simple magic, without additional intervention or effort. Hardy's silence is much stronger than usual, covering a huge area, drowning out all sounds for anyone who enters it. The average person in the Hardy zone will go crazy in a couple of minutes, and if they last more than 10, they will die. He is so strong that he is second only to the captain of the White Knights, and this exceeds all the expectations of the people watching around him. Sasha is determined to kill Light with her own hands, in any case, as soon as they get inside the tower together. They went to the security door of the building, and Hardy made a gesture with his hand, opened it, and they all went inside together. The 7 of them found themselves inside a glowing circle full of mysterious signs. They looked down and thought it might be a teleportation trap. The huge tower consists of 5 floors, starting from the 1st to the 5th. Each level visually stands out and impresses with its scale. After that, they looked at each other. A smirk appeared on their faces, and someone said the word fun, foreshadowing the upcoming events. When the faces of the opponents became visible, it turned out that they had the same expression, full of readiness for the upcoming fight. He spoke softly of his revenge, emphasizing his determination to see the job through to the end, despite any obstacles. Two boys were arguing with their hands up, calling each other names and reproaching each other for not informing them of the trap in advance. Nia and Kia examined the floor and pillars and realized that the captain and the others had been moved to other floors and that they were above the first floor. They decided to find the others first and team up. Then one of the people present asked if the people who appeared in front of them were opponents. Eli and Mara noticed that the opponents looked weaker than expected. The measure forbade her partner to interfere, reminding her of the order and her desire to have fun. Kia and Nia claimed to be always alert and aware of any presence, but this time they were unable to detect opponents. Mara calmed them down by telling them to thank Mrs. Eli, who had forbidden them to immediately kill their opponents, assuring them that they would not be killed. She explained that the tower supports life even after severe injuries, and was created using the dungeon core for this purpose. They asked if the red dragon was called Lady Eli, asked about the identity of the interviewees, and clarified what the dungeon core was. They said that the dragon was summoned by Lady Eli, and that the companions who were their food had come here because of it. One admitted that he did not believe her words. Another realized that they needed their order. Ice Hit scolded her for divulging information to her enemies, asking her what she would do if they decided to escape from here. Mara told Aisha that she was joking, and asked where she thought the opponents would be able to escape from this tower. Ice Hit offered to catch them earlier, admitting that it sounds silly, but suggested that the opponents might have hidden techniques. She said that she didn't care how weak the elven enemies were, offered to play, and reminded him that the master wouldn't forgive defeat. After saying that, Nia and Kia charged at the opponents with unperturbed faces, holding their weapons in their hands and preparing for battle. As Nia and Kia approached, they jumped, but the two boys managed to get above them while they were in the air. They claimed to have become apprentices because of the master's blood flowing in them, and reported that their level exceeded 1,800. They complained that they were stuck with brainless fools and decided it was time to teach them a lesson. Nia said that these two people should be killed, not just taught a lesson. Mara argued that the opponents looked more like squirrels than mice. Kia offered to cut off the opponent's legs and arms during the fight. Roku said that he separated from the captain and did not notice the trap, which he could not believe existed, calling it bad luck. He noticed that the material of the buildings is similar to the first floor, but when compared, it turned out that the structure and structure are significantly different. He deduced that this was clearly not the first floor, since he had been teleported to some other level of the tower. He, looking at the body near the pole from afar, asked what floor it was and suggested that we go out and tell them. He walked closer, looked at the person in front of him, and upon seeing his appearance, said the word cute in surprise. He turned to the girl, introduced himself as a scarf, offered to return her home, and asked why she was in this tower. Seeing her displeased expression, he changed his address, calling her young lady instead of the previous words to soften the tone. He excused himself, called the other man a kid, and noticed that his companion was silent, as he probably already noticed. The guy, looking at him, asked in surprise if he was a talking weapon, and clarified whether he was actually a living weapon. He said that the companion's name was Suzu. I introduced myself to Roku, added, "Their time together will be short, you cannot remember his name at all." Suzu asked what he was talking about, and Roku explained that Suzu was going to kill the other person, leaving him no choice. Roku understood and asked if they were forced to play war, noting that everything was controlled, even though it was a headache. He said he understood why they had to fight, accepting the necessity of fighting despite not initially wanting to join in. Roku suggested that they put down their weapons, stop fighting, and make love, confessing that he was in love with Suzu and wanted to be with her. He relayed the words of his companion that she was not interested in him, adding that this was said with a categorical refusal without hesitation. He said that he would be happy if he became someone she liked, and immediately asked what kind of guys she liked in general. She described the ideal guy, dark hair, sweet and brave face, kind to all gentlemen, but rejected the assumption of light. He screamed, asked to stop, promised to keep quiet, said that he would be happy to give up for love, but admitted that he could not stand it. Roku reminded him that he had already been rejected and offered to hold out as long as possible, after which he fired an invisible arrow at the opponents. But he spun around, turning back, and turned away from the flying arrow, avoiding a direct hit and continuing to dodge. While it was still in the air, he held the gun in his hand, pulled the trigger, and the bullet went off. But Roku managed to release an arrow, and the bullet and arrow collided in the air, disappearing under the influence of each other's forces. Roku revealed that he had an artifact from the hidden crossbow treasure, and was surprised at how it deflected an invisible arrow in the air. She praised him for beating off her companion's bullet in the blink of an eye, noting that she was starting to like him. She added that he should consider her words a compliment, emphasizing that this is a rare praise earned by his actions in battle. Mara asked if they would continue to jump everywhere and compared them to small Belchats, emphasizing their activity and agility. Nia asked how long they would stand relaxed and asked what magic was used to build this huge tower. Kia reminded them that they were going to teach them a lesson and asked where that promised lesson was now, waiting for an answer. The opponents used an air slash, but they managed to dodge, avoiding the blow. Ice Hit and Mara noticed that their opponents were quick to use magic, were surprised by their intent to kill, and recognized that the elves were really good at it. The two opponents abruptly stepped back and used an air slash, attacking from an unexpected position and causing the enemies to dodge instantly. They used this technique again and again, filling the space around them and creating continuous pressure on their opponents without stopping. Aishit said that you need to dodge until the opponents stop moving, because it is impossible to attack. Mara noted that this is fine. Nia and Kia said that they can act in this way for as long as half a day, and then continue their actions in the next phase. Mara was stabbed in the legs from a distance, but Aishit noticed it too late, and Nia was behind him. They grinned as they announced that they had cut off their right hand, discussed which limb to chop off next, then left in midair. Mara turned to Aishit and asked his opinion, asking what he thought about the current events and the actions of the opponents. They called the actions of the opponents street performance and clarified that this is exactly what their attempts in battle look like. They decided that there was already enough information and reminded them that Lady Eli had ordered a test of the possibility of using their forces on the surface. Aishit admitted that he did not expect that the opponents would be so weak, being surprised at their inability to effectively resist in battle. Nia and Kia called them liars, denying their weakness, emphasizing that it was impossible to even touch them, and expressed disbelief. They confirmed the truth, asked to look carefully at their sword, called the opponents fools. He noted that he didn't have a drop of his own blood on him, indicating that his opponent's attacks didn't cause him any damage. She claimed that even a kitchen knife was more useful than his sword, since he couldn't scratch her hand by pretending to be cut off. Blood started to come out of Mura's mouth, and she washed with a smirk, showing confidence and control over the situation. The opponents exclaimed in horror when they noticed that Mara had eaten her hand, not believing what was happening and amazed by her actions. She was smiling, and his arm began to grow out of his shoulders again, showing the quick regeneration ability and unusual strength. She laughed when she noticed that she was safe again, and offered to show the opponent something else interesting, hinting at her new abilities. Nia and Kia confided in confusion that they didn't know what was going on and expressed surprise at what was happening around them. Mara took her head and began to spin it in her hands, demonstrating magic tricks and surprising the audience with her unusual trick. She said it was time to end the show, completing the demonstration of her abilities. Mara introduced herself as a chimera, level 7777, and Ice Hit identified himself as an ice and flame fighter, also level 7777. She explained that when her arm was cut off, her body, like all chimeras, was able to restore it back. Some parts live separately. Kia and Nia were surprised to notice that the level is twice as high as the captain, considering it impossible, and asked about the 777th level. They said that they would not fall for the trick, demanded that they stop deceiving them, and would not allow their opponents to get away from them. Ice Hit admitted that they were just testing them, and Kia used an air cut and sharply ordered the opponents to shut up. Ice Hit turned to Mara, asking her what she was doing, reminding her that she wanted to deal with the opponents herself. Ice Hit called the boys to try harder, and they were shocked, amazed at his courage and challenge. Kia and Nia used an air cut, shouting that it wasn't true, and Mara asked Ice Hit if they weren't funny. Mara said they had reached the target anyway. Ice Hit shouted, "Shut up," and Kia and Nia ordered them to work, firing a thunder arrow. They laughed as they asked why the opponents didn't give up, noted their low level, and claimed that the attacks didn't even scratch them. Kia and Nia shouted at their opponents to shut up and warned them that they would now return to the battle and make the cut themselves. Mara said that opponents will not be able to hit her with ordinary swords, noting that their attacks are useless and ineffective. Aishit acknowledged the reasonableness of Mrs. Eli's actions, but noted that he was very tired of the opponents, and he did not understand their intentions. Kia and Nia screamed and tried to run away in a panic, terrified of what was happening and trying to quickly escape from the threat. They tried to escape, but the exit was closed, and there was no doubt that they had a plan or intention to deceive the watchers. Aishit warned not to lose vigilance, noticed that they are overestimated, but admitted that the probability of such an outcome still exists. They decided to prepare for action and set out, moving toward their intended goal with determination and alacrity. Nia admitted that she didn't understand how these two were stronger than the dragon and decided that they needed to run to the top of the country. Nia encouraged Kia to move along the wall to find a way out, believing that they would succeed in this situation. They noticed that they were moving faster than their opponents and decided to find a way out as soon as possible in order to speed up their escape and advance. Kia stopped and noticed that something seemed wrong, expressing doubt and wariness before continuing with the movement or action. He asked Kia why he was sweating so much, expressing surprise and trying to understand the reason for his unexpected physical condition. They looked at each other and wondered why it was so hot and what caused the sudden change in temperature. Kia exclaimed, outraged by the monsters, and asked where they got the source of magma that caused the surprise and bewilderment in the tower. Nia was warned that there was no time, and if they didn't defend themselves and escape, they would be burned alive here. They summoned magic to turn to ice, creating a wall between themselves and their enemies to protect themselves from the imminent threat. They were happy that it was getting better, but Kia noticed that the ice was melting very quickly, creating a new threat and danger. They exclaimed that it was impossible, noting the tactical class magic, and decided to try again to deal with the unusual threat. They once again summoned magic to make the ice wall become a protective barrier between them and the enemies, creating a safe space. They noticed that the ice was melting again, and even faster than before, creating a new challenge and making it harder to defend against enemies. The ice wall began to melt, and they noticed that something was melting it on the other side, threatening their defenses. The temperature continued to rise as the threat approached, and they panicked and wondered who these creatures were and where the danger came from. They exclaimed in surprise at what was happening, and at that moment they noticed ice shit, which increased their surprise and wariness. Nia exclaimed, "No," wondering why they had to pass through a dangerous place, expressing fear and doubt of the threat. Kia urged them to act faster, reusing the flames to defend themselves as the fire was rapidly approaching and threatened them with imminent danger. They summoned their magic again, turning it into an ice wall to create a barrier between themselves and their enemies, protecting themselves. They repeatedly summoned magic, demanding that it turn to ice, creating a defensive wall between them and the enemies. While they were summoning magic again, they saw that the ice wall had been destroyed, leaving them vulnerable to the threat. All around them, the ice and flames disappeared, leaving only a thick fog that hid everything and created an atmosphere of vague threat. Mira laughed, surprised that she was able to catch them, and was surprised to see that they were still alive after the attack. Mira realized that they would never leave again, and that it was only because of Lady Eli's spell that they were still alive, though only temporarily. Without the spell, they would have died before any information could be obtained from them, so I suggested increasing the pain to control it. Aishith was surprised by their weakness, and reduced the speed and strength of one Ifrit so that they would not suffer serious damage during the battle. Icehit wondered why Lady Eli had chosen these two weak ones for the experiment, and Mara said it was the right time. Mara explained that without knowing one's own strength, one cannot behave on the surface because there is no level equal to them. Icehit agreed to the measure, and the three of them decided to carry out their master's order while Kia and Nia lay on the ground. Mara said that they would deprive Kia and Nia of their sanity, completely loyal to their master and unable to disobey his orders. They were told that since they enjoyed torturing people, they would now feel the same pain for the sake of information. Mara asked why they were being helped, and reminded them that they killed people laughing and having fun when they asked for help. Mara threatens that until they receive information, they will suffer greatly, pleas for mercy are ignored, and punishment is inevitable. Nia and Kia are gripped by fear and pain, their bodies almost hidden, only their eyes are visible, filled with horror and despair. Mara looked down at Nia and Kia with a satisfied smile, enjoying their fear and utter despair. Eli uses an invisible crossbow that fires burning bolts, a unique artifact among the rest, very rare and dangerous. On the second floor of the large tower, Eli greets Suzu, showing friendliness and drawing attention to herself in an unusual way. Suzu explains that mana is transferred to the crossbow to create invisible bolts that significantly increase its rate of fire and power. Eli shouts in exasperation, asking if Suzu is tired of running away, and suggests that they surrender without resistance. Eli threatens to corner the enemy, laughing as Suzu fires a bullet from his weapon. Suzu notices that his shots have slowed down and are not flying towards him, trying to understand the enemy's intent. Suzu realizes that the enemy's attack has now accelerated, and decides to go on the offensive with his partner immediately. The partner is surprised by the slow shots, realizes that they were the first, and realizes how close they are to danger. Suzu was praised for his accuracy. The shot was not accidental. He anticipated the elf's movements and fired ahead of time. Ali announced, The real show starts now. She thanks, laughs, and prepares to continue, adding, and more, for intrigue. All the shots were fired, but Suzu managed to dodge, avoiding the hit, demonstrating agility and instant reaction. Eli decides to run away and asks why he doesn't want to fight, hinting that it's better to give up, kid. Eli asks if he's trying to wait for her to run out of mana. Sure, she guessed her plan. Eli warns his partner that their options are exhausted, he has lost, and he will not succeed in the current situation. Eli shouts, "Checkmate," and shoots at Suzu, showing that the situation is completely under her control. Eli says about the gift, increase the speed and power of bolts controlled after a shot by increasing the amount of mana. Sharfhot is strong in shooting, handling, and magical weapons, making him valuable to the Order. Eli admits a possible exaggeration. Eli is surprised that Suzu survived, points out the difference in strength, and expresses joy that she is still alive. Roku reasons that Suzu loves Mr. Light and will probably give up to protect her pretty face. Ali declares that she is better than that guy and orders him to become her girlfriend, rejecting the boring guy. Suzu is shocked by Eli's words. Her threat, before it's too late, it's better to kill yourself. Eli is shocked and angers Suzu. He shouts, promising to kill, repeating, "I will kill," repeatedly and violently. Suzu pulled the trigger, repeating the words, "kill," and the shot came out, filled with rage and determination. Her face remained stony even as the shot ricocheted through the air a little higher up. Roku is a musket wielded by Suzu. It is a magical weapon. Roku can use magic bullets that are controlled after being fired. It fires bullets created by Suzu. Its rate of fire is very high. Roku is able to accumulate many of these bullets for later use. Due to the fact that Roku can shoot more than 1,000 bullets per minute, Eli feels fear and evaluates him as an extremely dangerous opponent. Suzu is still furious and repeats, "I'll kill you," while his partner tries to calm him down, asking him to take a break for at least a minute. The tension between them remains at its limit. Eli runs after Suzu in a panic, yelling for him to stop. She is clearly angry and feels that someone is bullying her, trying to reach out to him. Eli shouts, realizing that there is no time to save magic resources. It activates the artifact at full power, using magic with maximum rate of fire. Eli shouts an order to Dara, fire at full power with the invisible crossbow. Even if the weapon breaks, she is ready to finish the attack and kill the enemy. Eli exclaims that the opponent is incredibly strong. Even Dare is not able to surpass the number of her shots. Ali screams in pain, hit by a slight scratch, but doesn't understand why the pain feels all over her body, as if it's hit harder than it really is. Eli is trying to figure out if a normal bullet can really be so dangerous that its effect can be felt all over the body, as if the poison has spread instantly. Ali caught a last-second glimpse of movement as the next bullet raced straight for her face. Suzu, from a distance, stood in a fighting stance, watching Eli intently. The bullet hit Ali's upper body, and the impact knocked her backward, causing her to lose her balance and bounce violently. The next bullet hit, causing Ali to feel confused, briefly blind, and a sense of cursing that swept over her. Eli is highly impacted. She feels weak, confused, hallucinated, temporarily blind, and hypnotized, as if she is completely paralyzed by a magical attack. Suzu is amazed that Eli is still alive and admires her magical power, calling her peerless. Suzu tries to calm down his partner, explaining that while the enemy is in the tower, it is impossible to kill him, and asks just to stay calm until the right moment. Suzu noticed that his opponent might have seen him under his skirt and is relieved that the situation was spared any consequences. Suzu recalls Mr. Light's words. Before acting, one had to first assess the strength and abilities of the opponent. Suzu shouts that even if you heal your opponent, they won't be able to fight, and warns them not to waste their mana. Suzu calms down by saying that Mr. Light is always kind and won't get angry, and Roku never lies. A guy asks if anyone else has come here with him, and Jack points out that he's come a long way to get here. Jack introduces himself as the Man of Steel, level 7777, and is happy to meet him. Jack says that he is on the 3rd floor of the tower, and his companions and companions of the interlocutor are on other floors. Jack says there are no traps here, and you can relax. He replies doubtfully that he won't believe Jack's words just like that. Jack says there's no point in using dirty tricks when two men are fighting. He explains that if he defeats the opponent, then the victory will be for him. Everything is simple. Jack notices that the difference between their levels is too great. Jack reassures me that he is not someone who will brag about his strength or mock the weak. Jack offers to surrender, promising safety and life if he agrees. The other person is surprised that Jack is level 7777. He doubts and believes that such a level is unattainable for a person, claiming that people are too weak to compete, and bragging in this case is pointless. Jack explains that he won't block an opponent's evaluation skill, even if they try to use it on him. He claims that he is not bragging. Jack is surprised that the opponent doesn't have an evaluation skill, and the opponent replies that he doesn't need it because he can evaluate Jack right in battle. He declares that he will defeat Jack and get his way on. Jack agrees and notes that the opponent is quite smart. It encourages you to start a fight and determine who is stronger, warns the enemy not to die immediately, calling him a stupid little man. Jack was under threat. The enemy threatens to send him to his forefathers with a single blow of a spear. Jack calmly pushed his opponent's spear away with one palm and said that he was too slow. The other man stepped back, leaving Jack standing there with a small smile on his face. He watched anxiously as the opponent calmly stopped all of his punches one by one. Even their captain would find it difficult to repeat such a thing. He gathered all his strength in one punch. Such power was enough even for... He mustered all his strength in one blow, and even the captain was killed. As he walked toward Jack, he saw that he was standing with his fist outstretched. Jack pushed him away again with a flick of his fist. He was left wondering how this was possible. He realized that Jack really wasn't joking about his level. In a panic, he realized that to lose now would mean that his level 2000 wouldn't survive. To save people, as a member of the Order of the White Knights, he understood, you can't die here. The fate of the Elven Kingdom depended on him. Jack tried to understand the meaning of the words about saving people and asked if it meant helping or killing to put them out of their misery. He believed that people have no talents, their world is weak and ugly, so it is better to completely get rid of them forever. He was indignant that no one would accept help, thinking that it was salvation, but Jack called him a fool who did not understand the essence. He disdainfully declared that his noble goals were incomprehensible to humans, considering them an inferior race, and strength didn't matter here. He shouted that in the name of saving the world, he could not die here and now at his hands, resolutely defending life. He pleaded with the great Barda to accept his life and grant him the strength to continue the fight. He urged Veli Barda to take all of his life, give him the power to kill the enemy, and do not hesitate to use it completely. Jack felt that it was his duty to win, and he was ready to focus fully on defeating his opponent. The large halberd has the ability to repeatedly strengthen the wearer for 3 minutes, greatly increasing their strength and combat capabilities. When activated, the large halberd makes the wielder stronger than Captain Hardy. This magic weapon was passed down from generation to generation in the family of masters. If its level is true, the full power-up is enough, but that's not all. It easily deflects my attacks with its bare hands. He was shouting for the halberd, willing to give up his soul just to get even more power to defeat the guy. Jack noticed that his spirit and willpower were impressive, despite the fact that the guy looked like a regular scumbag. He declared that he would not back down and would fight him with all his strength, not sparing himself. Right in front of the guy, Jack threw off his jacket, and his eyes, which were white, darkened, and dark tears began to flow out of them. The guy instantly rushed towards Jack with incredible speed, aiming to attack him. The guy tried to attack, but Jack stopped his weapon with one hand, and he recognized that Jack's body was like steel. Jack's body began to be covered with some sort of animal armor, like a second layer over his already steel-like body. Even if the opponent becomes 100 times stronger, Jack's steel body remains impenetrable and protects him completely. The guy hit Jack's steel body with full force, but his attack had almost no effect. The steel withstood without damage. The guy hit Jack's steel body again with all his strength, but even the second time, his attack didn't bring any results. Jack said that the guy's attacks were stronger, but he was unlucky because the opponent was too powerful. The fist of Jack's steely body landed right in front of the boy's face, stopping his attack and displaying an impenetrable defense. Jack took turns punching the boy in the face with both hands, each movement precise and powerful. One of Jack's punches knocked the boy back, and he collided with a pole, leaving him lying on the ground, motionless. Jack grabbed him by the clothes and said in surprise that he didn't believe he had killed him. He was glad that the boy was still alive, admiring Lady Eli. The guy told Jack that his worldview is terrible, his manners are disgusting, he will not become a friend, threatened a person with force, underestimated the opponent. Jack, returning to his normal body, was surprised, asked if all elves are like this and what to do next, wondering about his companions. Standing on the 4th floor was Captain Hardy of the White Knights, the strongest of the master's henchmen. Among all of her master's henchmen, she was the strongest. Her name was Nazuna, and she dominated the 4th floor. They use a teleport trap to move us to different floors. The tower is still huge, but different from the first one. Mizuna spoke loudly to the elder, warning him that it was dangerous to ignore her, and he calmly asked if she was an opponent. Mizuna confirmed that she had received orders to test the elder's strength, and asked if he was indeed the strongest among all the elves. Yes, it turns out that everyone obeys a certain master who manages the actions and checks of those present here. Although she looks like a cute girl, her skill is impressive and her strength is felt, but Master is probably still stronger. He decided to regroup with the Order, kill the Archon, then defeat her, capture the Master, interrogate him, and destroy him. Mizuna happily declared her desire to enjoy the fight, demonstrating her willingness to enter the battle with full force and passion. He noted that she did not look like a human child, assumed that she belonged to the demon race, and admired her skill with a heavy sword. He noticed the strong magic applied to her sword and armor, decided to observe first, and Mizuna reproached him for being passive. She swung her sword, and the remaining energy from the blow rushed straight towards him with great speed and power. The walls of the tower on the fourth floor outside collapsed, shattered by the powerful impact of the attack that had taken place. The walls of the tower on the fourth floor outside collapsed, shattered by the powerful impact of the attack that had taken place. As she swung the weapon in the air above him for another attack, she noticed that his back was already bleeding profusely. Mizuna denied her guilt, claiming that she did not break the tower wall, but they did not believe her and accused her of lying. Eli explained that she had specially reinforced this floor more than the others, reminding her that the tower was linked to her magic to prevent it from collapsing. She protested that she wasn't going to fix the wall all the time, and noted that the magic still didn't hold up. Mizuna addressed Eli, saying that she already felt her master's disapproval because of her, and apologized, admitting her guilt. Eli asked if Mizuna had held back her power and killed her opponent. Eli said that she understood Mizuna's excitement about the first task, but asked her to have better control of the force next time. Eli tells Mizuna to make sense of her actions and control her power. Helping the master doesn't always mean giving your all and destroying everything, otherwise it is unreliable. Eli warns Mizuna that if she fails again, the master will hate her, but now she is ready to help out. Mizuna apologized to Eli and expressed her hope for her understanding, and then noticed that the opponent was still making noises. The opponent asked to heal his body with magic, and Mizuna applied a medium treatment. Ali was surprised that he'd recovered. He is trying to heal himself and get up, but thanks to Eli's magic in the tower, he survived, so a new round is waiting for Mizuna. Eli ordered Mizuna to go ahead with the plan, control the force, and avoid the destruction around her, reminding her of a recent conversation. The man noted that he could easily have defeated Mizuna, but the arrogant attitude was a mistake. He admitted that he had underestimated her strength and was startled by her punch. Previously, no one could fight back against him. After all, in the past, he destroyed many human villages. He apologized, then declared his willingness to fight at full strength, admitting that he had underestimated her and let her down. He thanked the opponent for his carelessness and the sword for saving him from instant death, noting that he had recovered in time. He noted that luck was on his side and decided to stop playing with the opponent, intending to give it his all, after which there was silence. He created a field of complete silence, where not even breathing can be heard. This rare skill weighed on the psyche and had two effects. The first effect is a debuff that repeatedly reduces the enemy's stats within the field. Increased silence does not allow you to notice changes. The second effect is a secret ability known only to him and his mother, the Elf Queen. He activated Silence Return. Hardy used the ability, taking all the enemy's stats that he had previously significantly lowered in the created field. He had fought for centuries, killing many to strengthen himself, gaining experience in battles, and now he was ready to act. He summoned the Hermit's Sword, calling out to the silence to gather and become a weapon to kill the enemy. The existence of this sword is known only to him, because everyone who saw it is dead and no one else has this secret. This sword, created by the dark magic of silence, is called the Blade of Silence, and the owner is ready to show real battle. But then Hardy looked at Mizuna's face, and it was full of determination. Hardy noted that her skills were not bad, and realized that she could not compete with the power of the sword, deciding to provoke speed. Hardy thought that under other circumstances he would have invited her to join the order, but decided to strike her down to find out about her master. Inside the sphere of silence, Mizuna took up a fighting stance, preparing to fight Hardy. Hardy realized that Mizuna wanted to attack as Guido, but due to her lack of combat experience, she was slow, and he guessed it. Thanks to his skill, Hardy has become very strong, wields the Hermit's Sword and a unique technique. He considers himself the strongest of all the elves and is confident that Mizuna will die quickly. Hardy noticed that Mizuna had finally decided to attack. He was sure that just like last time, she wouldn't be able to beat him. Mizuna was right in front of Hardy, and Hardy thought he would cut her in half in the blink of an eye. But when Mizuna slammed her fist into his stomach, Hardy's mouth started to bleed and he pushed back. Mizuna was left with her fist outstretched, while Hardy slammed into the wall at high speed. Hardy found himself leaning against the wall, and deep cracks began to form around him, and Mizuna looked down at her fist. She claimed that she didn't break the wall and was able to control the force. Ali exclaimed Mizuna's name in surprise. Mizuna happily said that she did everything Eli wanted and didn't break the wall, but was surprised by Eli's anger. Eli explained that she had asked them not to break the wall so they wouldn't have to fix it, and for Mizuna, that meant not punching a hole. Eli angrily asked Mizuna how many times she had told her to control her power and how much mana it took to fix the wall. Mizuna excitedly shouted that she tried, accusing Ali of bullying, and Ali asked in surprise about the word virgin. Eli asked if Mizuna understood the meaning of the word, and Mizuna, confused, replied that she had heard it somewhere in the abyss. Eli got angry at Mizuna and added that the person who taught her such strange words was even worse. Mizuna screamed that her patience had run out and she was going to tell him everything about herself, asking him to help her. Light noticed that Eli had spent too much mana, and she replied that she still had a lot of energy for magic. Light noted that Mizuna had caused a lot of trouble. She screamed and started shaking, but it's all right now. Light noted that Mizuna is frivolous, but her strength makes it easy to handle. Eli added that the elves have unknown technology, but Mizuna was quick to deal with it. He only had a level up and an invisible sword, but Hardy was going to show off something fun with her unique skill. Light noted that he was already captured. His level increased to about 4,000, which proves Mizuna's victory, but the 1,000 levels taken from her did not help. Light noted that he was captured, but the master needed to teach Mizuna how to control his powers. But she's acting like a child. Despite the power, it's probably because she's the last card to be summoned. Eli says we need to teach her manners and control her powers. It is easy to be influenced badly, which can cause problems in the future. Light thought she was right. Everyone else is at a very high level, Mizuna is strong, but her magic resistance is the only weak characteristic. Light realized that he would not be able to predict the winner against Mizuna. If Aoyuki orders them to unite, the situation will change. Light noticed that even the elders, including Aishit, could not cope with Mizuna's behavior. They tried to control her somehow, but to no avail. Light noted that the youngest often shows her character by beating others, and that she is similar to the previous summonees in order. Light analyzed, Mei is the oldest, brilliant, and caring, Eli is the third, Aoyuki is the second, and the youngest is Mizuna. Light noticed that if you think about it that way, they're all like sisters, and he thinks so. Light noted that the meeting of guests came up, apologized, said that everything was fine and the mood was up, and Ali agreed and suggested getting down to business. Light put on his mask and loudly ordered everyone to get ready, waiting impatiently for her to open the door. He thought that there was a trap here that even Sharfhat couldn't detect. Sasha asked if everything was still inside the tower. He said it wasn't exactly on the first floor. Sasha noticed that this corridor, like a red carpet, seemed to indicate that someone was waiting for them there. Sasha offered to quickly run away and look around, but he replied that there was no point in waiting here and we should go further. He warned Sasha to prepare a ghost-class weapon because there is no telling what might happen. He told me to go first and wait for the signal. She understood and went. They walked down the red carpet and finally came to a large door standing in front of them, ready to open. The door opened on its own, revealing the boss room that looked like a red dragon's lair. They entered the room and noticed that the red carpet led to the throne by the stairs. Sasha wondered why the freak was here, about Light. He asked if it was an acquaintance of hers. She replied that she only saw him on the way here, going to investigate on her own. Sasha said sternly that he didn't even dare open his mouth in front of her. They met once and she resents his insolence. Light remembered that they had once cleared dungeons together and noted how scary it had been back then. Sasha said that he didn't remember them being in the same group and suggested that Light might have confused her with another elf. Light took off his mask and said quietly that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sasha was horrified to see his face. Sasha exclaimed in horror, turning to Light. He had to die then. How was this possible? Sasha, startled, asked Light what had happened to his burns and why he hadn't changed a bit in 3 years. Light explained that the burns were just an illusion, and his growth and hatred of traitors stopped along with it. The guy was confused. He didn't understand what was going on, but he understood from the conversation that this was a former candidate for the role of master. 3 years ago, he accidentally fell into a teleportation trap and ended up on the lower floors when they tried to kill him in the abyss. From that moment on, Light set out to take revenge on all his former associates and find out why they tried to kill him. From that moment on, Light began to train to become stronger than before and began to collect real comrades, including the girls they see now. This tower, Light built specifically for his revenge, dedicating it to Sasha to take revenge only on her. Sasha was amazed. Light built the tower himself for revenge. Blumfist was laughing, enjoying his luck and success. Blumfist was thrilled. He hadn't expected to be able to kill the former master candidate himself. Blumfist explained to Sasha that if they killed the owner of the tower, their children could become the next rulers, and the kingdom's influence would greatly increase. Blumfist said that they will win, not Hardy, and they will succeed against him. He's also surprised that he had the strength to build such a large tower on his own, but he doesn't think he's capable of much more. Blumfist said that no matter how strong you are, as long as you belong to the insect race, even such people won't be able to frighten the elves. He said, "Don't worry, and use the weapons from the treasury. We need to kill the former master candidate as soon as possible." Sasha tries her best to defeat Light and is determined. "I agree," she exclaimed. Sasha decided to punish Light personally. She screamed that she would kill him with her own hands and warned him to be prepared to die for his stupidity. He didn't want to talk anymore and ordered the others not to interfere. Eli shouted back, "Yes, master." Sasha admitted that her level exceeds 500, but she also trained all the time and is ready for battle. Light is surprised, congratulates Sasha, and she shows him something else that she is prepared for the fight. Light notices that Sasha is going to use an illusion and suspects that she is going to conduct a psychic attack. Light understands that Sasha is going to use a fantastic weapon of the royal class, Angel Ocarina, which can crush the enemy like an insect. Light was under the attack of a huge creature, and Sasha shouted to him, "Die, do not resist, Light." Light dodged the blow and noted that the creature was moving quite fast for its size. Light decided that he liked this challenge even better. He intended to attack even though the enemy's shield was covering him, and he realized that he would have to break through the defense. Suddenly, a wall of light appeared in front of Light. He thought irritably that this was getting boring. Light ran across the wall of light, destroying it, and simultaneously destroyed the enemy's shield. They were stronger than I expected. Light tried to completely break through the opponent, but in the end only broke his hands. One knight emerged from the body of one of the angels, while the others stood off to the side, watching carefully. The opponent creates a barrier again and uses healing magic to recover. Light understood that. Knight and angel create physical defense. The muscular angel deflects physical attacks, and they have magical support. Light chuckled. He was interested in the group of angels. Sasha asked in surprise if Light could even fight against angels. Sasha and Blumfist were amazed. This was the first time they had seen people with the power to destroy an angel. Sasha was surprised. How did Light become so strong when he was only level 15 before? Light said with confidence that he had been training in the abyss all this time. Light reported that he had reached level 999, and Blumfist warned Sasha that the lower races were not capable of reaching that level. Blumfist noted that the angels were damaged and underestimated Light, thinking that he was weaker than he really was. Sasha agreed with this. Sasha shouted at Light in a rage, calling on the angels to kill him and not hesitate, since he had become at least a little stronger. Light decided to prove to everyone that he wasn't lying, and summoned Dust Breath to appear by attacking one of the angels. Light summoned, "Show up, Shadow Dance." Sasha was amazed. Light can use magic and cast spells with incredible speed one after another. Light summoned a fire obstacle. With an ice sword and a fire arrow, he destroyed the enemies. Sasha is shocked. He killed them. Light watched as the magic-type angel started to recover from the attack. Sasha exclaimed that it doesn't waste her mana, and she can summon angels until she runs out of gems. Light noted that the angelic ocarina does not spend mana. There is no cooldown. There are a large number of them, and they are stronger than he expected. He decided to start with the summoner. Blumfist stepped between Light and Sasha, blocking the way. He shouted sternly, "Little man, where are you getting your dirty hands on my fiancé? I'll ask you not to do this again." Light looked at Mikhail, appraising the shield and staff, asking questions about whether they would hold up to his next powerful blow. Light abruptly flew back, startled by the unexpected impact, while others watched his rapid movement. Light, startled by the sudden appearance of the barrier, tried to orient himself, while the surrounding people watched the shield's power warily. Light realized that the unexpected power was not a spell, and watched in surprise, not expecting such power. Blumfist assessed Light's strength, noting that the blow was impressive, and asked curiously how Light felt about the result of his attack. Blumfist explained to Light that his ghostly weapon, Bliss and Wrath of Heaven, protects against weak attacks, repelling those who dare to challenge the deity. Blumfist explained that with his shield, he is able to enhance the characteristics of those he considers his allies. Blumfist summoned Light, asking if he could handle the angels reinforced by his shield. Blomqvist warned Light that the angels would fight continuously and regenerate until he ordered them to stop. Sasha shouted to Light that he couldn't kill her because Mikhail was protecting her and the blow would come back to him. Sasha grins and asks Light how he feels now after everything that's happened. Sasha loudly insults Light, calling him a pathetic loser, and demands to admit that he is helpless against her and the other elves. Sasha and Mikhail humiliate Light, calling him a pathetic loser, warning that his game is over and he is weaker than the lower race. Mikhail declares that they wanted to destroy everyone, and Light's chance against them was lost, and wonders why they continue to resist. Light chuckled at the words about hopelessness and repeated them with a sneer, as if doubting their meaning. Light laughed as he realized the truth. Sasha and Blomqvist watched in horror as he lost his mind completely. Light shouted, showing real desperation. Eli and Aoyuki tried to stop him, but it was too late. Light activated the code 9999 and removed the first seal from the soul, releasing a huge power within himself. He released EX, the Godslayer Gungnir, and her incredible energies surged around him, ready to destroy everything. Yes, judging by the description, it is perfect only for Gungnir, the legendary weapon that is called the Godslayer. 3 years of using the infinite gacha allowed the master to obtain the Gungnir Extraklasa, a legendary weapon, the Godslayer. Gungnir, the Godslayer, is such a powerful weapon that neither he nor Mei can appreciate its power. It's incredibly dangerous. Since the power is too great, they used our level 999 souls to create a special entity together with Light, Mei, Noyuki, and Eli. One of the seals capable of sealing Gungnir was broken by Lord Light, the initiator of the seal. Ali exclaimed, warning Mr. Light of the danger, but it was too late to act. Light exuded a black, dense, and oppressive aura, and thick smoke began to rise around him. Light said that now he will show them a real hopelessness, as promised. Sasha and Mikhail froze in shock at what they saw, ordering the angel to kill him immediately. One of the angels came up to him with a club swing, and now its sharp end almost reached Light, but the angel's club was only broken by a small weapon compared to it, causing the others to be shocked. Looking at his target in front of him, Light gradually approached him. Looking directly at the angel, said, "It's funny that even they can feel hopeless and desperate." Another wall of light appeared in front of Light, and he was indignant. Really, there are no other techniques besides this. He held his weapon and looked back and said, "Have they sensed a stalemate yet?"
Sasha watched in shock as the angels crumbled to dust in front of her. She shouted at them to recover, and Light told them that it was useless. In a panic, Sasha began to summon more angels. Meanwhile, Light's right arm was slowly being burned by Gungnir's magic. But that didn't stop Light. He was determined to make them smell despair. The angels, meanwhile, had already recovered, and the elves were summoning their secret trump card. Sasha ordered the angels to merge, and they turned into one huge high angel. Sasha ordered the high angel to attack Light. The high angel summoned a holy spear and threw it directly at the boy. Sasha laughed angrily, saying that the guy wouldn't be able to fend off the high angel's attack, adding that the existence of such as Light should burn in hell. Light just seemed to have swallowed a high angel's attack. He called out to a shocked Sasha. Light asked if she really thought such an attack could defeat him. Light began to come closer, while Sasha was terrified. She ordered the high angel to attack Light again. Light's magic protected him from above, continuing to burn Light's hand. While recovering, Light said if Sasha was tired of it, because now it's his turn. Horrified, Sasha ordered the high angel to attack once more, calling Light a jerk. The high angel summoned the heavenly rays and attacked Light, but he just brushed them off like insects. Sasha didn't understand why the attacks didn't work, so she ordered the high angel to kill Light, while Light was still fighting back and coming closer, asking what was wrong. Light raised his magic weapon, releasing pink and purple flames, and screams that he will kill her. Light laughs and asks a terrified Sasha, "Is something wrong?" Light shouted why Sasha was hesitating. Sasha, in fear, shouted to the high angel to do something. The high angel called out 3 attacks at once, and Light just grinned at it. In a second, Light destroyed the high angel, saying that their attack failed. Sasha and Blomqvist were horrified by the power. All that remained of the high angel were charred coals. Blomqvist ordered Sasha to restore the angel, but nothing happened. The ocarina crumbles in Sasha's hands. Light explained that his gun Gungnir is called Godslayer for a reason, and Mikhail asks in anger what kind of weapon it is. Light says that Gungnir is a weapon of the Genesis class. Michael doesn't believe it at first, and even laughs at Light. The elf is furious, and shouts that such a weapon is considered a national treasure. Blomqvist then raised his shield, claiming that it would completely neutralize his attack. Blomkvist said that the elves would never lose to humans. Light just grinned at them, saying that they wouldn't be able to stop him. Attacking the shield, Light stated that even the ruler of the elves will not succeed. A massive explosion lit up the sky as darkness raged around them, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. The strong shock wave generated from the epicenter of the explosion shattered everything around, leaving only fragments behind. The elves screamed in terror and despair. The injured elves froze in shock from the explosion and fell to the ground. The elves lay heavily wounded on the battlefield. Blomkvist realized that his shield was broken, and that he was underestimating Light. Blomkvist asked if Light was the master, but Light replied that he was not recognized and was killed then. Mikhail noted that they had lost and that they should report this to the management. Blomkvist promised that he would return, since he couldn't leave such a monster behind. The elf begged for forgiveness and held up the Skywing item. Nothing happened, and Blomkvist couldn't understand why it wasn't working. Light replies that no transfer magic works in the tower, and Blomkvist again accuses Light of lying. Light said that now it exists because they themselves came up with such magic. Ellie explains that the tower is built on the core of the abyss, and in the abyss, movement magic does not work. Light asks if the elves have any other options. Blomkvist said that hope wasn't dead yet. Mikhail declares that the head of the order will come and save them. He will be able to kill Light. His level exceeds 3,000. The elf offered to let them go, promising not to report them. Light stated that the battle was over, and he called for Icehit to come in. Sasha asked in bewilderment what it was about. The elves looked back and saw someone carrying the dead bodies of their comrades. Commander Hardit, Mast, Sharfhat, Kia, and Nia. All of their comrades were defeated by Light's team. Light asked with a smirk if there was still hope for the two of them while they were terrified. Michael and Sasha screamed in horror. The team apologized to Light for being late. Light assured them that they were on time. Blomkvist got down on one knee and offered Light a deal. He would make Light the Elven Lord if he worked with him. Mikhail said that he is a politician and will help Light to achieve power, to which Light only said that he did not want to be the ruler. He wants to take revenge on everyone in the world and find out the truth on questions that have been asked for 3 years. Blomkvist realized that he didn't need him and shouted to be released. The elf said that it was not his wish, but an order from above. Sasha, in bewilderment, asked how can Mikhail and lie in the promise to marry her for the sake of, to which Mikhail rejected Sasha. Then the elves began to quarrel, which reminded Light of him when he was thrown into the abyss. Sasha called Mikhail a traitor, and he called her a girl of easy virtue. Light stated that he would not turn his revenge on Mikhail. Instead, Ellie will be in charge of his future. Ellie told the elf how dare he insult their god when the elf ignored their offer to surrender. In a panic, Blomkvist said that he didn't know how strong Light was at the time. The witch glittered and asked if he realized how beautiful their Light was, to which he replied that it was as if he had received an epiphany. Ellie then said that his level of understanding wasn't enough. She added that he had not yet understood the greatness of the godlight, and so she would have to hammer this knowledge into him. Blomkvist started running, screaming in fear. Ellie summoned a chain of spikes and caught Blomkvist in them. Blomkvist thought he could get out, but Ellie said it was tactical magic, and he couldn't do it. While he was floundering, Ellie decided to look up his memories. Blomkvist was remorseful, but Ellie didn't believe him. Meanwhile, Sasha was at Light's place to prejudge the punishment. In a panic, she started talking about their old days. She asked if Light remembered being hated and comforted by her. She asked if Light remembered how they spent their time. Light said that he remembered everything and was grateful to her for it. After all, she taught him hypocrisy and also pierced his leg with an arrow. The elf in tears said that it was an order from above and that she could not refuse because she could have been killed. She kept saying it wasn't her fault. And out of desperation, she suggested that Light use her body as he wished. The cat girl Aoyuki appeared, blaming the elf for being willing to fall so low just not to admit her sins. She announced that she would kill and heal the elf. Light stopped Aoyuki, saying that he didn't give the order to touch the elf. Light then smiled at Sasha, saying that he wouldn't kill her. He will only make them suffer and feel endless pain until he finds out the whole truth. And then it will decide whether to commit genocide or not. Light ordered Mary to cover Sasha with something disgusting. Mara agreed and summoned a swarm of centipedes. The centipedes wrapped themselves around the elf's body. Light remembered something else and summoned an arrow. He shot Sasha right in the leg. Sasha screamed in pain. Light said something that Sasha did to him back then, while she was still wrapped in centipedes. Out of desperation, Sasha screamed that she just wanted to be happy and see your family, your parents, and your sister. Light didn't believe her, accused her of lying, and added that she should come up with another excuse for herself already. Sasha continued to cry out for forgiveness as the centipedes crawled into her mouth and wrapped themselves around her face. Light said goodbye to Sasha. Light reflects on Gungnir's weapon. It has exceeded all his expectations. Then he told the team to take a short break in the abyss. A few days later, Ellie comes with a report to Light, who was surprised by the witch's report. Ellie said that she learned the information from their memories. Captain Hardy, the Queen's son, had the most information, saying that the world would collapse when the Master came. The report goes on to say that the Master helps the country's development, which can lead to a chapel of their levels. Ellie noticed that the previous Master had already done his job. Light asked Ellie that accelerating development wasn't destroying the world. Ellie agreed. In the memories of the elves, a master is someone who has super strong magic. For those who are in power and oppose development, the master becomes unnecessary and inconvenient. Light realized that after confirming that he was not a master, he was killed. Light suggested that it was best not to kill the captain. Ellie agreed, because the consequences would be terrible, and it was best to leave everything as it was. The guy then asked what the reason was for killing the master candidate. The witch said she didn't know. Even the captain didn't remember it. And Light said it was time to move on to the next plan. Ellie agreed, saying that she would gladly attack the elf queen from a high tower. Meanwhile, in the castle of the elves, the queen was told that the elves who were sent to the tower were already dead. The queen screamed that she didn't believe him, because Hardy was one of the strongest. The old elf went into a terrible panic. They sent out the strongest and they were just killed. The counselors began to argue with each other about aid. They are picked up and told that they have been attacked by dragons. Over 100 dragons are flying over their capital, and one of them is flying right over them. There's someone on the dragon. It was Ellie in the hood, and she announces that she will punish the elves for attacking the tower, and that she would burn the city down if they didn't tell her who ordered them to. The elves don't understand how they can hear it as if it's in their head. Ellie then said that she was about to demonstrate the power of her dragons. And several dragons, time after time, released their flames from behind the mouth into the field. Ellie announced that she was giving them 3 minutes to think, and if they don't, they'll be burned to the ground. The elves began to argue with each other about whether to hide the queen or send her to that witch. As Ellie waited, she heard each of their conversations and was beginning to miss them. The time is up. The elf queen came out to the witch and told her to leave immediately, to which Ellie asked her if the warriors were the first to attack her. The elf queen asked in shock what the name of this tower mistress was. Ellie said to just call her the witch of the tower. The queen asked about the warriors, and the witch replied that she had punished them. I asked her why she sent them. The queen said they needed to check out the dragon tower. The witch asked if it was true that it was for protection and not for treasure. Ellie started to get closer, saying that she would check her memories for the truth, and then the guards came out. Ellie did not hesitate, and called upon the magic of the sacrifice trees, who immediately attacked several guards and the chief assistant. While the elves were fighting the trees, Ellie explained that it was a tactical class magic, and these trees feed on blood and flesh. The queen was terrified and ran away from the witch, but she summoned a chain of thorns to stop the queen and read her memories. Ellie used memory-reading magic to make sure that the queen wasn't lying. Only she was disgusted by the queen's memories. After all, she does not accept such an attitude of the elves towards other races, and she announced that she would take every single one of their slaves, and if the elves took any more slaves, she would burn them all, stating that she is against the domination of one race over another. Later, in Light's house, the queen had the same information as Hardy. The only difference is that it was at a meeting of the 9 principalities about the method of killing a master, and that was at the end of the meeting. The rest of the memories were ruined. In the report, it was written that there was another type of master more dangerous. Light suggested that he might have been considered stronger and more dangerous, but the truth cannot be known without new information. Ellie added that the queen herself didn't know anything. Then he remembered the elven slaves and asked how their release was progressing. Ellie said that everything is going according to plan, and more than 50,000 people have already been released. Light thanked Ellie for helping him, with information, with Sasha's revenge. After all, with each step they are getting closer to the goal, at no extra cost. The witch already beamed at Light's words and said that she was just helping God as much as she could. But they are interrupted by May with important information. It turned out that one of Light's targets, the dark elf Shion, was dying in the depths of the dungeon. a dark elf state consisting of hundreds of islands where healing, magic, and medicine flourish. The country supports those who make discoveries. Light's former partner, the dark elf Sheofarin. She's currently conducting an experiment. In front of her, a man was sitting on a chair with his mouth tied up. The dark elf took a knife and cut his knees without ceremony, then stabbed him in the stomach. The elf assistant was shocked when Xian stabbed a human. Xian asked why he stopped, and the assistant excused himself and asked why he would strike like that. Xian replied that it is necessary, it increases the negative emotions of people, and that they need to quickly finish all the records and check while the person is still alive. The experiment started, and the magic circle was activated. Some elves started making notes, while others started killing Manga in the summoning circle. The mana was being absorbed too quickly, and Xian ordered them to reduce the amount of mana. The elves have reduced half of their mana, but nothing has changed. Xian canceled the experiment and ordered everyone to connect the circle to the pillar and send mana to themselves. Unsuccessfully, the mana was absorbed at a high rate. Suddenly, space distorted and a black hole appeared, which began to destroy the walls around them. A huge dragon appeared from the hole, and it was about to attack. Xian had to use her trump card, the magic catalyst, Black Death. The huge dragon began to roar loudly. Xian made a protective barrier around herself, and the other elves weren't so lucky. Everyone around Xian dropped dead. Only she was left alive, which interested the dragon, because usually no one survives after his roar of deprivation. The dragon introduced himself as Valera, Dragon of Souls and Lord of all Souls. The dragon asked how the elf had survived his roar, then lights appeared above the elves, and Valera began to suck them in. Xian thought that the lights were the soul. Because I spent a lot of time, money, and labor, and the dragon just swallowed them. Xian was delighted. She has asked the Lord of Souls for help and is ready to give him anything he wants. Xian told him everything as it is, and Valera just grinned. He asked Xian to bring him the souls. Xian asked the dragon to give her some time. The dragon did not understand why she did not care about the death of her comrades. She replied that her research could not be carried out without deaths. Valera laughed and liked Xian very much. As a reward, he gives her strength. The dragon bestows all its knowledge on Xian, and a bright rainbow light appears around them. The gift was so strong that a blurry beam passed out of the island. Meanwhile, at Lights, he is told that his next revenge target is near death. Her institute turned into a dungeon. There are two types of dungeons. The first type is located in ruins and monsters live there. The second type is created manually with the core of another dungeon. And the institute became a new type. The reason buildings become dungeons is because of the core, which chooses places where it is difficult for people to get to. No one still knows how it works. Light remembered the adventurers, saying that their houses had become dungeons, but he thought it was a rumor. Also, the Dark Elves sent out their squads to rescue the survivors. Even so, the dungeon was too strong, and the adventurers barely dragged their feet out of it, and the volcanoes started to wake up. Light decided that you need to send a request to accept the task. Since their group has a list in the kingdom of dwarves and elves, the guild will immediately respond to them, and if they fail, they will ask the Elf Queen to give them permission. Lightman would take his revenge on her no matter what. The elven state does not have a single ruler. There are 4 of them. There are 2 dark elves in the manor, Gigis, the representative in the east, and Yudo. Gigis apologizes for the distraction. Yudo says it's not a problem, and whether Gigis is sleeping. He replied, "It's hard to get enough sleep when you work alone." Then he asked Yudo for help with the dungeon, because he is one of the strongest adventurers and an artifact collector. Yudo told him not to call him by his nickname. Gigis apologized to Yudo for his carelessness, but he only wanted to say that no one could do a better job than Yudo. The ruler said that no one has as much experience as Yudo, and that one day he will surpass even the White Knights. Yudo replied that he was the sword of an isolated island and would never lose to the White Knights. After all, soon he will crush them. The death of the White Knights is a long-held wish of Gigis, as the White Knights once defeated the spear of their isolated island. Gigis, brother. Yudo has already heard all these stories, but he wants to fulfill the wish of his parents, to destroy the White Knights and kill their captain. Then Gigis said the latest news: a witch-controlled tower appeared near the White Knights and they formed an alliance. Formed by that witch from the tower, it was a race-free union. Yudo, not understanding, asked how their kingdom agreed to such an alliance. Gigis replied that he didn't know. Gigis recalled that Xian's research topic was the souls of humans. Yudo used to kidnap people and give her money for research, now it's all turned into a dungeon. Finally, Yudo asked Gijus if he knew anything about the master. He said that this was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Yudo shrugged and apologized for such questions. Yudo then got into the carriage and drove back to his home, thinking about it on the way. On the way home, Yudo wonders who the master is, and at home someone already meets him. Yudo tells them to pack their things for a couple of days away. There were two dark elves, Ila and Lie. Yudo told them that they were leaving, and Lie said that she was leaving a list of things for her sister, to which she asked why she couldn't make a list. The elf sisters began to quarrel. The sister in white said that she would have luggage on her. Gila accused her sister of trying to win Mr. Yudo's trust all the time. Ayla asked if she really thought she could satisfy her master with her body. Lie didn't back down, asking if she was sure her master liked her udder. Yudo shouted for them to calm down, asking why they couldn't get along, to which they explained that it is natural for a woman to see others as a rival, even if it is a sister. Yudo ordered Lie to help Ila. Lie asked if Yudo knew anything about the master, and Yudo said that he didn't, but there are suggestions that Gigis knows something. He doesn't believe that people can be stronger than themselves, so he decided to comply with his request to tell him everything, and added that he was the one who invested a lot of resources into Xian's research. The sisters agreed with Yudo. They were looking for and killing people who have the gift. Such people are quite rare, and if they were children, they had to kill their parents, which caused them to shout loudly. But the sisters have the ability to immobilize, which helped them a lot. Yudo giggled as he recalled how the villagers came to protect the children. The sisters agreed by calling people stupid, but Yudo still intends to learn about the master and become a master himself to defeat the White Knights. And to do this, they need to clear the dungeons and save Xian. Meanwhile, at Lights, he sailed with his crew to the Dark Elf Islands. Ironically, Xian received an entire island for betraying Light, and on it she will also die at his hands. The knight told the news that in the kingdom of the elves there is a horror. Mess everywhere, rats, garbage, there are no slaves and no one wants to clean up. Light said that a country built on slavery would not flourish, but he did not expect the guild to be incapacitated. Nemumu said that they got here through a letter. But she didn't like that they were going so slowly, and Gold just laughed at her, having said that you should enjoy the view of the sea, but the girl did not like this advice. The knight called Dark to agree. Dark understood the hint, and also asked the girl to calm down and enjoy the sea. But the knight and the girl had a little quarrel. The knight teased the girl and she called out. Dark told them to calm down as they were already at the drop-off point. When they landed, they saw Xian Island. But it didn't look like a research island, but a resort island. Dark has a dream about his home in the field, about his family meeting him. He wakes up from a bad dream, not understanding why he dreamed of the village. He pushed these thoughts away. They stayed overnight in the adventurer's building. Initially, he wanted to go to the dungeon, but without information about it, it is risky to go. In the morning, Dark and his group went to move out. On the way, Night Gold said that their lodging house was dirty and that it was going to break down soon. But they have a beautiful view of the sea, like a resort. Dark noted that this is a dark elf recreation area for scientists to rest in. Gold had heard the phrase that dwarves and dark elves contribute to development. Meanwhile, on stage, Yudo introduced himself as Sword Island, thanking them for accepting their request. It was said in the crowd that he was one of the strongest adventurers. Yudo told the newcomers the task, saying that the task was risky, so they increased their reward. At the end, Yudo asked if anyone had any questions, and the wolf raised his hand. The wolf asked why people were on such a risky mission, said that he would go complain to the guild, to which Yudo said people are also strong. The elf introduced a group of dark clowns. Everyone was perplexed. They presented them a little differently. Yudo provided everyone with a carriage for departure. Yudo walked over to Dark and apologized to them for what had happened earlier. He also said that getting to level 5 in one day is not easy even for them. Yudo noticed Nemumu and said that she was fine even though she was human. He invites her to join him, promising to treat her better. Nemumu refused him, saying that she served Lord Dark. Yudo asked again and realized that we are talking about the guy in the mask. Light asked to end the conversation. Yudo left them. The group discussed that meeting others in the dungeon would be a problem, and Gold joked about the girl's appearance, to which the girl objected. After that, they hurried to the dungeon. Gold asked if it was accurate. Nemumu noted that it looked like a prison. The dark elves stopped them at the entrance and said that killing other adventurers was forbidden. The group discussed local monsters a new species that affect the psyche. They also noted that there used to be 2 floors and a basement, now there are 2 more. A strange feeling came over Dark, familiar but not clear where he'd felt it before. Nemumu asked what was wrong with him. Light apologized and offered to go on. Dark ordered Nemum to lead the way and Gold to stay alert. They got to the next place on the map, but Nemumu saw something different. Gold asked if there was a mistake in the map, because they came to an empty high corridor. The group continued on anyway, until Dark saw the silhouette of what looked like a man. Dark wanted to check if Xion was still alive with the SSR card, but a monster appeared in front of them, and they would have to use this card to evaluate it. But it wasn't a monster that appeared in front of them, it was Xion. Dark was surprised that Xion appeared in front of them, but quickly realized that it wasn't her. He claimed that the real Xion doesn't know how to clone, and was attacked by 3 Xion shouting at once. Light summoned the Shadow Game spell and grabbed them. The fake Xions continued to yell. Nemumu noted that they were noisy. Gold said that it was a psychic attack. Dark wanted to know who they really were. These were monsters created by the Soul Dragon. They attack enemies and then kill them. Nightmare summoning magic is forbidden magic. Such magic is available to Ellie, but she can only use it once a day. Dark thinks that someone else can use such magic. Xion couldn't use magic. Perhaps it was the master. Dark thinks he could fight him alone, but Goldie and Nemumu are with him. Dark ordered them to dispose of the prisoners. After the prisoners, there was nothing left. No stones, no bodies. Dark guesses why they weren't told about the monsters. Maybe Xion is their mentor. The knight said that it turns out to be an operation to eliminate Xion. Dark said he noticed something when they met the fake Xion, and promised to tell them when they got back. Dark heard sounds in the hallway, thought it was fake again. But he saw his little sister. Not believing that it was true, he ran after her. Once around the corner, there was no one there, which puzzled Dark. Nemumu asked the master what had happened, saying that if someone was there, she would have noticed. Dark stated that it was time to go home while he was wondering how his sister Yum could show up here. Someone was watching them from behind a pillar in the corridor. Yudo saw the group, asked if they were finished yet. Dark replied that there were things that bothered him and left. Ila asked Yudo if he was disappointed in the group of people. Yudo replied that the dark-haired man probably had a gift, to which Lie asked if Yudo was sure. Yudo noticed that the guy had a very confident look, so he had a strong gift. So strong that the guy is not afraid of Yudo himself, and this interested him. The elf wants to know how strong he is. In Light's office, Ellie said that the master wasn't there, and it was an accident. She explained that the probability of using such magic is very low. The witch added that the lab dungeon is now connected to another world, and that Xion herself, with her soul research, had invited the dragon. Ellie also said that Xion is actually alive. She revealed that the soul dragon consists of over 10,000 souls and kills everyone to maintain its body. She noted that it is rare for a dragon to preserve its life by copying the information and body. Ellie is sure that Xion is alive, and said that leaving the gate to another world cannot be left, because soon the entire Dark Elf continent will be destroyed. Ellie advised closing the gate as soon as possible. Light wanted to take revenge on Xion, but he can't leave what she did. He put Ellie and May on the gate. Nemumu and Gold go with him to destroy the dungeons. Light stated that at the end of the day they would close the gate, defeat the dragon, and he would take revenge on Xion. Map storage, the place where the summoned cards are stored, and with Light's infinite gacha skill, he can take out secret cards in 24 hours. The vault is run by a brother and sister, Anelia and Ars. Anelia gives up the food card, Ars gives up the arrow card. Ars offers to give more arrows. He was worried that this would not be a waste for Light. To which Ars replied that the safety of the abyss and its inhabitants is important to Light. Anelia gave the food cards to the maids, but noticed that they had the wrong amount. Then she calmed the maid down and corrected their mistake. Light called Anelia, said that he would come to them soon for maps. He told her what cards were needed, and with each card, Anelia was shocked. Light apologized for bothering them. They only greeted Light. He thanked them and said that he came for the cards. Ars asked Light's request again. Light replied that he needed all the cards from the list to deal with the Dragon of Souls. In shock, Anelia asked if there were a lot of cards, to which Light replied that he knew what he was doing. Anelia, still in shock, asked if Light wanted her to kill the monster herself. May replied that she had nothing to worry about because Ellie and she would be with him. Anelia calmed down and asked if she could call her sister, maybe next time. Light asks for everything to go smoothly and wants their help. Anelia and Ars promised to do their best. Light ordered Ellie and May to hide their presence and follow them after teleporting. He also said that they would go straight to the dungeon. In the dungeon, Light ordered Nemum to lead them to the basement, and their group immediately ran. Along the way, they came across ghost dogs. Nemumu immediately struck them down. Nemumu noted that she killed them with holy magic and purification. Gold said that it was better to kill them first. Light said that it was better to avoid an extra fight. They went to the basement, but Light felt something. Just for a moment, he sensed someone, and Light said that everything was fine and they had to keep going. Meanwhile, the silhouette was slowly following them. They came to the first floor of the basement, where all the monsters hide in the shadows. The group moved through the lanterns, one after the other, until Light heard someone shout. The big shadow monster grabbed the little girl. Light thought it was his younger sister Yume. Light ran up and killed the monster in a second and caught the girl in his arms. The girl was crying out of fear, but it wasn't his sister. The shadow monster recovered in an instant, and Gold noticed it. The knight used the flame of justice magic against the monster. Nemumu ran to Light to find out how he was and where the child came from, but something was wrong. The frightened girl turned out to be a ghost. The monster's evaluation said that the ghost girl was summoned by the soul dragon. Nemumu suspected that it might be a trap, but Light offered to check, and asked what her name was. Light first introduced his name as Dark, and the girl said her name was Momo. The guy asked the girl why she followed them. Momo replied that she was looking for her parents. She was scared in the dark when she woke up. Then she saw Dark and thought it was her brother. She went after them because she thought she would find her parents. Momo began to apologize and cry. Gold asked what they would do now. They decided to take the girl with them, Momo riding on Gilda's back while they jumped and ran. And Light switched to telepathic communication with Mine. Light said he couldn't take the girl for a monster. May replied that it could still be an enemy trap. May added that they would follow him anyway, and Light thanked her. Light said that he wanted the girl to find her parents, but if it was a dragon trap, he would mercilessly destroy it. Gold stated that they were already at the descent, and said that now the girl's presence felt better. Momo said that she was hiding well, and became transparent. The knight was wary, and asked if it was a skill. Momo ran to Dark saying that the good brother still found her easily, and that he knows how to search well. Light laughed and agreed with her. The team quickly came to the second floor thanks to Nemum. It will be more difficult to go further as they have no information. Light tried to use the clairvoyance card, but it didn't work. Ellie explained that this is due to the mixing of the principles of their world and the other world. Light was not at a loss, and asked Nemuma for help. She did not waste a second sitting down and took a breath. And she let out a loud scream that rang out all along the corridor. Momo covered her ears when she noticed how loud it was. Light explained that Nemumu can make a scream in a high-pitched voice that people can't hear. The voice is repelled and creates a picture. She could tell by the sound of it where the stairs to the basement were. On the way, they came across a headless horse. Gold immediately killed it by asking how it can make sounds. Nemumu, meanwhile, had already finished scanning and found the stairs to the next floor, and Light thanked her. Momo called Nemumu her navel sister. Gold giggled, and the girl asked why Nemumu went around naked. Gold explained that Nemumu lacked charm, but Nemumu retorted that it was easier for her to move. As the team entered, Light heard a familiar voice. It was Yudo, who was asking how they got to the lowest point of the dungeon so quickly in just a few hours. Light replied that he had worked hard to get here. Yudo doesn't believe him and starts discussing his abilities, evaluating his gift. Then he asked if he was a master. Light turned around in shock and Yudo realized that he was still a master. The elf began to tell how he had learned about the master. He had heard from other adventurers that among humans there was a person who was stronger than everyone else. Yudo also mentions rumors about countries in the west, north, and east. Light comes to the conclusion that the elf destroyed his village. He demands more information, and Yudo says that if he wants more information, let him say it first. The elf threatens to rip off the guy's limbs if he doesn't tell them, and no one will worry about people dying. Momo suddenly took hold of Light's cloak and cried, saying that it was him. Momo recalled how an elf came to the village, killed her parents, and caught her. Yudo started bragging about how he enjoyed torturing people but couldn't stand their screams. Momo screamed in horror at the memory, while the elf said that time was up and he would have to beat the information out of Light. The guy called Numa and Gold. Light said he needed to interrogate the elf. Nemumu and Gold obeyed and took a step forward. Yudo irritatingly asked Light how he was going to beat him. Light asked Yudo if he ever kidnapped and killed people. Yudo noticed the ghost of a child behind the guy, then replied with a smirk that he did such things. I also stressed that in this case you can see laboratory rats. In perplexity, Light pieced about rats. Yudo said that Shion was experimenting on people with gifts, so they'd also attack villages and kidnap them. Light asked the elf if he stole the girl, but Yudo didn't give a full answer. An elf with a psychopathic temperament told how funny it was to hear the crying and screams of children calling their parents for help. Yudo asked why he needed to remember the people he killed. Light broke down and called Yudo a psychopath. The elf told the girls to take Light's partners, and Light himself takes over. Said he'd be glad to see the guy's desperate face. The battle between Nemumu and Illa. Illa said that she hates children, but loves their suffering. Nemumu said that only she would suffer. The elf attacked Nemumu with her shawl like a lightning bolt. Nemumu noticed this and asked that this is the elf's weapon. She confirmed and said that the girl was just lucky to turn away from the attack. Then, her shawl turned into huge claws as she screamed that she would tear her pretty face apart. Meanwhile, at Gold and Lie's, Shane insults Gold by calling him a knight in gaudy armor. And she says that she wanted to kill Nemuma herself because she believes that all the women around Mr. Yudao should die. Gold, defending Nemumu's honor, asks if their master himself approached her. Elficha says that there is no woman who does not want to be with Yudo. Gold in response said that their master is not popular with girls. The elf in white ordered him to be silent, or else she would smash him with the armor. Gold sighed as he said that he was only telling the truth. At Yudo and Lights, the elf objects with the guy, saying that they are just pathetic people. Yudo readied his sword and said that the boy should start hating himself for being born. Yudo ran at Light, shouting at him to start hating himself, and he threatened to cut off his legs for immobilization and would mock him for a long time. Light stopped Yudo's strike in an instant, stepping on the edge of the sword with his staff. From the large wave of attack, Yudo was thrown several meters further away. Meanwhile, at Nemumu's, Ayla screamed that her shawl was stronger than steel, and it would take her limbs out of her body without any problems. Nemumu dodged all the attacks, shocking the elf. The elf, in a state of shock, asked the girl how she was able to dodge all the attacks, if she was really human. Or can she be a master? Meanwhile, the white-robed elf struck with her axe, but Gold stopped the attack with his shield. The elf noticed that the knight didn't move at all, which infuriated her, stating that the knight is stronger than Lai. The knight replied that she was strong but predictable. It's easy to read by the swing of the action, and with a shield, it's even easier to dodge. Nemumu replied that she wasn't a master, just a slow elf, adding that she didn't think she was pretty once, and asking LA to stop saying things she wasn't sure about. At Light and Yudo, Light asked Yudo that this is all that he is capable of. He asked the elf if he had actually killed people with such an attack, adding that he was an inferior species here. Light continued that this Yudo is considered an inferior species. Enraged, Yudo cursed him. The elf in red asks Nemuma what she means by slow, then attacks her with a shawl. Nemumu just jumps back and says it's useless. The elf in red abruptly jumped up close to the girl, reducing the shawl, first taking the girl by surprise for a second. The elf attacked Nemuma with her foot, but she managed to react and dodge. They began to fall down together, the elf said, to dance in the dance of death. Nemumu said that this combination of weapons and martial arts is suitable for street performances. The elf noticed that the girl wanted to make her lose her temper. Another kick and another miss. The elf attacked the Nemuma several times, but to no avail, and while they were fighting, there was a rose fragrance all around. The elf kept trying to hit the girl again and again and again. Nemumu kept dodging the attacks, and there was still the scent of rose in the air. Suddenly, the girl attacked the elf and hit her in the stomach. Nemumu appreciated the elf's strength, as she planned to finish everything with a single blow. The elf couldn't even scratch her, but declared that the victory was already hers. Incomprehensible Nemumu asked how the victory can be for the elf. Laughing, the elf said about her rose poison, and that it should start working soon. It turns out that the poison is in the elf's dress. Moving violently, the hell is sprayed and paralyzes the enemy. The girl should have fallen by now, but nothing happened. In bewilderment, she shouted how the girl can stand. She replied that such a weak poison will not work on her, noticing that the poison is more like a smelly perfume. Nemumu summoned her poison skill and poisoned her dagger. The girl came closer to the elf and touched her hand with the tip of the weapon, and the elf screamed. The elf began to scream harder and roll on the floor in agony. Nemamu said it was one of her weak poisons. She says that it is better to work with poisons herself because this way the immune system increases to them. But the elf no longer listens to her. Gold advises the elf in white to apply force to her waist, as she does not properly distribute weight when hitting. This really pisses the elf off. Lai breaks down and activates the axe of madness. Gold realized that she had activated the artifact, and he wondered what effect it had. The elf suddenly screamed with her tongue hanging out. The knight didn't understand what had happened at first. The elf screams, drooling from her mouth. The knight noticed that this is not cultural. Abruptly, the elf lashed out at the knight faster than usual. The elf slammed her axe harder than usual, sending the floor flying in all directions. The knight stated that she now had potential, and realized that something was wrong. Gold noticed that the axe of madness doubles all stats except level. But in return, he robs the owner of sanity, continuing to fight until the enemy dies. The elf is now just an angry beast. The knight says that losing your cool on the battlefield is a fatal mistake. Her attacks have become monotonous and much easier to read, but she can't hear him anymore. During the battle, the knight explains that the battle is not just a murder, and asks her to stop the rampage. The elf attacked the knight from above, but the knight didn't move, by saying that violence can be avoided, so the elf will have to regain her composure. Gold flipped the elf with the axe to the floor. Gold noted that the elf became stronger with the artifact. But what's the point if she's not strong enough? Light gave the order to Eloe to stop those who came down, and May ordered to kill the monsters that will be nearby. Enraged, Yudo asks that he called him weak. The elf shouts at Light, accusing him of having an artifact in the form of a cane that blocked his attack, saying that he would be killed anyway. Yudo crossed his swords in his hands. Yudo activated his artifacts. Momo Wimperden said that she and her brother should hide quickly. Light put his hand on the girl's head. Removing the mask, Light reassured the girl, saying that he could defeat Yudo, and by promising that no one else would touch Momo. Light called Yudo and beckoned him with his finger, saying that will show their difference in levels. The psychopath stood in front of the hero and told him that he wanted what was best, but the hero left him no choice. He says that after he gets the information from him, he will torture and torture him. The psychopath informs him that he is going to defeat the hero with the techniques that he has prepared against the White Knights. The hero repeats his words. The enemy sharply attacks the hero and says that the most important thing in the battle was that the Knights of Rado had to be killed before they could counterattack. The hero notices the speed of his enemy, which is significantly increased due to artifacts. The psychopath calls the guy a fool. White light illuminates everything around him, and the guy closes his eyes. He mentally says that if this was all the strength of his enemy, then he still won't succeed. The psychopath screams at him to get ready to die. He says that he has trained for years to defeat the strongest knights in the Elven Kingdom. However, the hero silently grabs the psychopath's rapiers, and the latter looks surprised. The hero breaks them. The psychopath screams in shock, saying that the guy broke the rapiers with his bare hands. The hero hits him, and he starts calling him bad names. Light throws his enemy away, and he rolls on the floor, starts coughing. Light calmly says that according to the psychopath, he should have killed him with one blow, and apparently something went wrong with the psychopath. A psychopath, out of anger, doesn't even know what to say to him. He starts yelling at him and telling him that he doesn't need any more information. He wanted to tear the guy apart with his own hands. The psychopath pulls out a weapon and talks about his fantastic class, which he got in one of the dungeons, and this weapon was able to kill with a single blow. He says it will break after a couple of uses, but he didn't care, as he thought the price was worth it. The guy stared at the smiling psychopath in silence as the latter started activating his staff. The black fog begins to spread, and the psychopath says that he will humiliate him, and after death he will become fodder for cattle. He says he will find his entire family and kill them. He wishes him dead, regretting meeting him. He laughs nonstop and repeats his death wishes to the guy. However, the guy had his eyes closed and was standing on a black magic staff. The psychopath stops laughing and orders him to die, then sweats, and hesitantly asks him to die. The villain asks why the hero didn't die, because the staff should have killed him instantly. Light says that he will tell him exactly, with the help of an assessment. After looking at the staff with unusual vision, he says that the staff instantly kills people below level 3000. Light says that at his level 9999, this staff was useless, as its level simply wouldn't allow the artifact to kill the guy. The psychopath in shock asks again about his level. and Light turns to Momo and asks her to move away, as he was going to hit the guy. The villain tries to stop the guy, and tells him that it was impossible, and most likely he was just lying about his level. He says that if it's like the guy said, then even Hardy, the captain of the White Knights, was no match for him. He turns to his staff, and asks to kill Light. The staff exudes black magic, and the hero starts walking towards the guy. He screams in a panic that Light would not approach him, and begs the staff to kill the guy. The staff breaks into small pieces in the guy's hands, and Light says that the artifact has outlived its usefulness. The guy calls Light a monster, and asks him not to approach. The villain takes off from his seat, and like lightning tries to escape from the guy. He asks to save him, anyone, and Light immediately catches up with the guy. He hits the villain squarely on the jaw. From this blow, the guy flies up. Momo watched the villain's flight in shock. Light turns to the psychopath and tells him that he would not worry, because he will not kill him immediately, but after he receives all the necessary information. Momo shouts happily and says that her little brother was the best. The guy sadly says that he hates discrimination against people. Momo hugs the guy, and he happily scoops her up. Light tells his teammates that Yudo was an A- rank adventurer, and his teammates are around level 1000. And after reaching its limit, it still remained below level 2000. He says that even though his stats were greatly enhanced with the help of artifacts, he was still far from it. Light was happy to defeat the guy, but he didn't know how to get him to the abyss, as teleportation couldn't be used due to the influence of the other world. Gold says that he and Nemumu will lead them outside, and then use the teleportation card, and Laitu suggests to go to the depths of the dungeon. Nemumu begins to scold Gold, as she was against sending the master alone. She suggests that he go with him. She says she is tired of his company and wants to be alone. Gold says that he will never leave the master alone, and asks if the girl understands the reason for such an offer. He says their goal was to reach the bottom floor and take revenge on everyone. Ellie could close the door, and they were weak in front of her. Therefore, he suggests splitting up and performing other tasks. The girl tells him that in this case he can go outside himself, and she will stay with the master. Gold says that it will be impossible for him to carry 3 bodies at the same time and fight off monsters, and since Mrs. May could replace them, he asked Nemuma to help. Besides, the one Nemumu defeated was covered in the girl's poison, so he didn't want to touch it. Nemumu is angry, and Light thinks that they should come up with something. He calls out to May and Ellie, and thanks them for taking out the monsters and adventurers. The girls show up to thank them for the praise, and Ellie says that thanks to the magic of doubt, the adventurers will not go into this dungeon for another day. Light asks if May can then teleport them inside the abyss, and the girl says that she can do it. He mentally says that he expected nothing less from her. The hero says that Nemumu and Gold will carry the bodies into the abyss, and Ellie and May will go with him further. Everyone agrees with him. The girl turns to Gold and asks if he is leaving, and he says that unfortunately their paths diverged at this point. The girl asks if they will meet again, and Gold assures that they will meet, and they will play all day. The girl rejoices at his words. The guys are divided into 2, and the girl says goodbye to Gold and Nemumu. Light turns to May and asks her to start. The girl closes her eyes, begins to use her magic, and when she finds the way further, points at it with her finger, and says that they are there. May doesn't point to the stairs and says they lead to the 4th floor. The girl is happy that they came before her sister. Light praises May, and Momo says that she wants to become a maid when she grows up. They enter a long hallway, and notice that everything was different from the other floors. May says there was a trap, and Ellie didn't feel any traps. The boys decide to move on and come to the door. They enter an empty room, and Light says that he thought it should have been on the 1st floor. Ellie assumes it's shifted here. The guy says that he feels something ahead, and it looks like it was guarding the passage further. The guy praises May and says that he will be able to see Xion soon. He offers to quickly defeat the Guardian and go on. Ellie says she doesn't know who's waiting for them, but promises to make him feel sorry for getting in their way. As they enter the room, they see a large fallen sphinx. The guy says that he has never seen such a thing. May says that the power of such sphinxes was illusions, and they were quite strong. The sphinx claims to be the king of Raga, guardian of the dragon of souls, Chambers. Light is surprised to notice that the voice was in his head, and the sphinx says that he will show them true power. He starts using magic, and the entire room is filled with white light. Light squeezes his eyes shut, and when everything has more or less stopped shining, he opens them. Suddenly, the guy finds himself in a village. He realizes that this was his village and his home. He says it was probably the ability May was talking about. He felt everything as if it were real. Light says that if a simple person fell into such an illusion, he would not be able to get out alive. He says that with his level it should be easy for him, and decides to destroy the illusion as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. It was his little sister, who excitedly looked at Light and asked what was wrong with him. His father and mother ask the boy if he's finished chopping wood, because if he doesn't, they won't be able to make breakfast. The guy looked at them in shock, and his brother Els comes up to him and offers his help. He says that he is being forced to look at his dead family, and because of his high level, he realizes that it was all fake. Els asks what's wrong with him, and Sis asks where it hurts. His parents anxiously ask what is wrong with him and check if he has a fever. The guy mentally says that this is all an illusion, that they all died, and he did not have time to help them. Light starts to cry. The Sphinx laughed at them and said that they would die in their dreams, because his illusions could not be removed. Momo asks Light what's wrong with him, and asks him if he's sleeping. She asks him to wake up. The Sphinx tells her that nothing will help her, and asks her not to even try to wake him up. He says that the boys were in a dream that they so desired, and the Dragon of Souls granted them this. The Sphinx raises its paw and says that it was an honor for the boys to be part of its king. Momo tries to stop him. His father asks Light why he is crying, and says that if he wants to cry, then let him cry and not keep anything to himself. He asks him not to take everything on himself, because, if anything, they will be there for him and help him. His mother confirms this. She hugs him and says that it was natural to cry, and asks him not to keep everything to himself. She says that she will always be there for him. His brother and sister also support him, and say that they will do anything to help him. Light mentally says that he used to have a family, but now he had nothing. He remembers his past. His pregnant mother sat and said that she didn't care if it was a boy or a girl, as long as it was healthy. He says that he didn't realize how beautiful that day was when he was little, and now he wished that this day would not end. However, they were no longer there, and his dream would never come true. He says he doesn't want to live with illusions. He says he had things to do that he didn't finish, and pulls out a map. Light says that he needs to go forward, forgetting about the past, and orders to appear after waking up from sleep. His illusion cracks, and the guy says he knew about it but still asks for their forgiveness. He returns to the room with the Sphinx, just as the Sphinx is already swinging its paw at them. Noticing that Light has regained consciousness, the Sphinx is surprised. Light strikes back and destroys the Sphinx. May and Ellie run up to him. May says she thought he was going to be killed, and Ellie tells how she saw the illusion and hesitated. She says this Sphinx was a copy of Xian. Monsters summoned and created by the Soul Dragon could be killed with one simple hit. Girls, noticing that something is wrong with Light, ask if he needs help. Ellie offers to cure him. Light says that everything was fine and he just had a beautiful dream. May asks to contact her if he needs something, and the guy agrees. Ellie asks Light not to forget about her, and the guy agrees to contact her if necessary. Momo is very happy and tells how she protected him while he was sleeping. The guy praises the girl and decides to go further. The guy mentally says that he could not save anyone, but he had hope that his brother and sister were alive. He promises to find them and save them, no matter what it takes. They approach the door, and the guy asks to open it. In the room, there was an ice dragon shower, and on it a girl who saw the guys said that outsiders are forbidden to enter. Light takes off his mask, and with a malicious smile says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and that he came to pay back a debt that was 3 years old. Dark Elf Xian has been studying books on magic and science since childhood, quickly surpassing adult researchers. Her parents nurtured her talent, but they died in an accident, leaving Xian alone among the graves. Xian didn't feel sad. She just wished her parents could see what she was going to become. At the age of 13, I entered the best magic academy. In a year, I graduated from it, setting a record. By the time she was 14, she was called to the lab, but Xian stayed at the academy for the long-awaited research. The girl studied the gift that the gods gave to people. She wanted to gain access to the gift and figure out how to use it. She wanted to create a unique gift and become stronger than a dragon or even a deity. She loved it all. For such research, she was fired, since it was forbidden to torture or kill someone. She tried to convince the headmaster that he shouldn't have cared about mere mortals. The headmaster had explained to her that discrimination was forbidden among the Rasovavs, because their academy was absolutely open to all races. He told her then that she should close all research, and if she chose more legitimate research, then he was willing to give her a chance. However, the girl refused and returned to her native land, sent a request to the government. But there she failed. Xian was not happy with the salary, because this amount did not cover her research. Then she decided to become an adventurer. She finished all the tasks first, but the money was still not enough, and then she went to the pawnbroker. But it didn't work out there either. Soon she reached a tipping point, and received a secret mission from the government to investigate the master. The terms were favorable, and she agreed. Thus, she joined the Alliance of Races. That's when she met Light there. Later, she killed him in the abyss for the sake of her research. Currently, Light tells her that it's been 3 years since they last met. Xian takes a closer look at his face and says that it was familiar to her. Remembering him, she says that he survived. Noticing the girls behind him, she asks if they are his group. The guy notices that the girl is not surprised, and the girl tells him that she has no reason to do this, because she found her destiny. She says that her master was the soul dragon, which she merged with, and received a lot of information from him and he from her. She says it was wonderful, because now she could take gifts for herself and create new ones. The soul dragon asks about being Xian's partner now and says it suits him. He says it will be fun. Dragon says that from her knowledge, he learned that there are many souls outside that kill each other whatever they want, and he liked it. Xian says that she will collect souls for her lord, and she liked it. Light tells her that there were other races outside as well. He asks if she doesn't care about her own kind. Xian asks what was wrong. Xian says that she didn't really care who was allowed in for the research, and besides, she had a contract with the dragon that he didn't touch her. She says she killed him for herself, but that wasn't enough, and she needed more souls to explore. Light starts to get angry. Momo sits down on his lap and starts saying that he hates this place, and Xian, the guy looking at her, sees that she had a wound from which blood flowed. The girl screamed and cried. She was in great pain. Light immediately calls out to Ellie. Ellie says that since she was a ghost, it wasn't her body but her soul that felt the pain, and so they couldn't help her. Light tells Xian that he has heard about her research on children, and the girl confirms this. Xian says that since children and adults were different, she decided to conduct her deadly research on everyone. Ellie says that as a researcher, she hates Xian, and Mei supports her words. Light says that Xian has sunk too low, and tells Dragon Shower and Xian that he can't just let them go. He says that for this reason, he will kill them right here and now. Xian asks him not to be arrogant, and the dragon says that they were nothing, and therefore for such words they will pay with their souls. The dragon was standing menacingly, and the girls turned to Light and said that they were leaving the enemies to him, and they would take care of Momo. Xian tells the girls that there was no need to just stand around and asks them to just give up their souls. The dragon begins to roar with all its might, creating magic that can kill them. However, the guys just squeeze their eyes shut. Mei says that such an attack should have killed them, but since they had instant death spell cancellations, they weren't in any danger. Light says that for them it was just a loud and nasty scream. Light suggests that the dragon give up Xian and go to their own world, as they know how to kill him thanks to Ella. The dragon tells him not to be conceited, and calls on those who were one. He says he will make them feel their pain. All the magic that the dragon directed at Light, the guy stopped with just a staff. Dragon looked at him questioningly, and Light says that it looks like he's winning. The dragon attacks again, and tells him to underestimate him. The guy says that he does not do this, because he knows how dangerous the attacks were to his liking. However, he didn't see the point of attacks if they didn't work. The dragon tells him once again not to be conceited, and calls out to those who were one. Strange magic enveloped the guy. Xian says that this magic was created by the dragon using her knowledge, and they will not be able to get rid of it. Light easily gets rid of it, and says that once it hits the body, it should have melted it. The girl and the dragon look at him in surprise. The guy strikes at the dragon. It deals attacks on the dragon. Then, when he stops, he says that such attacks do not work on him, only if they can overcome his resistance to magic. Spells aimed at the dragon explode, and create some damage to it. Ellie says that before you create something new, you need to learn something old and improve it. Dragon turns to Light and says that he is very cheeky with him. He says that no matter what level the guy had, he had only one soul, and therefore he was no match for him. Having heard wishes about the knowledge of despair, the guy says that he has long known it, and for 3 years he has been hatching revenge. Xian says that it will make him despair even more, and asks him to just give them his soul. The dragon starts using magic again. Suddenly, strange creatures began to appear. These were monsters created by the dragon. They say they are servants of the dragon and call the guy arrogant. Monsters are attacking them. Ellie says she can't believe that such a nasty monster was her opponent. Mei says that with their power, they will never be able to do anything to her. The monster strikes at Light, and Light hits him back. Their fists collide and the monster disappears. He tells the dragon that his monsters were weak, just like him. He says that he was wondering if he would be able to experience despair as well, but Dragon and Xian just smiled. They start laughing. The guy says that they are losing, and therefore does not understand the reason for their laughter. The dragon says that, as he said before, it will make him feel despair. He starts creating his magic again. Something starts pouring into the monsters. The dragon says that his servants were only souls, and if you give them a little mana, their vessels will be restored. Xian says that these souls will never die. As long as the Lord has mana, they will die and be reborn. She says that the dragon soul's mana was inexhaustible. She says that there was a lot of mana in the soul, and since the dragon had a lot of souls, the amount of mana it had was huge. She calls them ignoramuses and asks them how they could not understand this. She says that was their desperation. Suddenly, Light listens and hears requests from the monsters to save them. The monster endlessly asked him to save it, and the guy says that these were souls captured by the dragon. The dragon says that no soul can resist him, and it was a great pleasure for him to hear the screams of their soul. Xian says that she agrees with his words, as she also liked the voice of the soul begging for help. She says that 3 years ago, Light's voice was amazing, and now she wanted to hear his screams again. Light turns to them angrily, but is interrupted by Momo, who is crying and calling for Mom and Dad. She says that her parents were in the body of monsters who kept begging to be saved. The dragon starts laughing, and says that he even forgot that he created a girl, and then let her go, and she still came back to him. Xian says that when they sleep, the souls of parents try to save the souls of their children, but it was all useless. The dragon says that he decided to let Momo go by himself. He says it was a funny truth of Xian's that a little hope can cause great suffering. The monsters beg to be saved, and the dragon says they were all in his hands. He says he will kill them all one by one. Momo says he feels weird about it. The girl screams that she doesn't want it, and the guy yells at the dragon and tells it to stop. The dragon just laughs at them. The dragon enjoyed the girl's cry and invites everyone to listen to it together. He tells her to cry and scream. The girl calls Light and asks him to save her, and then disappears. The guy frantically calls out to her. A large monster begins to appear in front of them. The boy and girls looked at him in surprise. The monster roars at the top of its voice. The monster attacks Light, and the guy asks him to stop, calling the monster Momo. Momo begged to be saved. Monsters start attacking the guys. However, the monsters also ask them to save their children and free them. The dragon says that hearing these screams was a delight to his ears. The guy asks Ellie what are the ways to win. The girl says that she is very sorry, but all the souls were under the control of the dragon until he dies, but the dragon itself consisted of souls. She just starts to say something, but the guy interrupts her and says that this is enough for him. He speaks to his enemies. He says he can't let them exist. The monsters are constantly trying to get to the guys, and the monster Momo growled. The guy takes out his cards and remembers little Momo, who was sad, but he doesn't stop and activates the cards. A holy bouquet appears. The holy bouquet card activated and started destroying all the monsters. The guy says that this card cleansed all evil. As the monsters disappeared, they thanked him and told him that they were finally free. The boy's eyes fill with tears, and he hears Momo's voice. The little girl called out to him and held out her paw. The monster disappeared, and Momo's small hand appeared, reaching towards Light, but Light didn't move. The girl disappeared, and the guy says that the map clears any undead. The girl stood with their eyes closed. The dragon notices that the guy still guessed that it was pointless to destroy the body. Xian says that he used saint-type magic to purify his soul, but all his attempts were in vain. The dragon turns to the guy. He says that now the guy knows despair and begins to create magic. He creates more of the same monsters and says that he had a lot of souls, and therefore all his attempts will be pathetic. The dragon says that he had about 100 million souls in stock. He says that he had as many souls as there were stars in the sky. To defeat him, you need to clear all the souls that he has collected. The dragon invites him to bow down or clear all souls, and best of all, advises him to admit that he lost from the start. He asks if he feels desperate, and then laughs and says that he feels the guy's desperation. The girl asks the guys to show more desperation so that her lord can have enough fun. Looking at the guys, she asks for even more desperation. They start repeating the word more and more. Then Xian and the dragon start laughing. The guy says that he knows, and the enemy stopped and looked at him questioningly. Light says that Ellie told him everything about the soul dragons, and that's why he was ready to fight from the very beginning. The enemies changed their faces, and the hero says that he was afraid to see the magic invincible to them. He says he shouldn't have worried. He says that the only thing they could have done was hurt the souls they absorbed. May agrees with the guy that they were unpleasant. Ellie apologizes for not knowing about the dragon's bad behavior. The guy says it's not her fault. He says he won't make anyone else suffer. Light says it's time to say goodbye and raises his hands to summon cards. He orders the map vault to appear, and a lot of maps start appearing. A very large number of cards surrounded the dragon. The dragon looked on in shock. He says it's impossible, and Xian says he can't believe that the guy has prepared so many maps. The guy says the word of the card, and thus attracts the attention of the dragon and Xian. He says that he collected the cards for 3 years with his magic, and all the cards were of the purifying type. It says there were 99.999.999 of them. The dragon and Xian were gaping at him. The dragon asks how he had so much power, since he was only a human. The guy says that he is really weak, but he was able to become stronger by accumulating cards. He says it was all thanks to his gift. He tells them to see the power of his infinite gacha. The guy calls for all purification cards to appear. All cards start to clear souls in the dragon when activated. The dragon was shouting, and Xian was looking at it excitedly. The dragon tossed and screamed, and said that all its souls were being cleansed. He tells Light that he won't let him kill himself, and so will destroy him. However, the guy struck the dragon first. The dragon falls from his blow. All cards continue to release souls, and the dragon screamed. He asked Light to stop all this immediately, and the guy tells him that after activating the card, he can't do anything. For this reason, he asks the dragon to put up with it and just disappear from this world. Suddenly, the liberated souls began to fly up to the guy one by one and thank him. He began to make out the silhouettes of souls. The guy is surprised to say that the souls began to take shape, and it was a very strange phenomenon. Ellie assumes that this is due to the released mana, and says that this is only possible in this place. Souls continue to thank the guy, and Light looked at them with sadness. The dragon screams that he will never die here. Spreading his wings, he says that he will go to his own world, and the guy shouts to him that he will not allow it. He stabs him and tells him that he will disappear right here. An explosion occurs, and the dragon screams in pain. Liberated souls fly out and thank the guy. The dragon denied what was happening and tried to fly away once more. The guy attacked him again, leaving him in his place. A huge number of souls were flying out of the dragon. He screamed for Xian's help and said he could see the light. The big bang is happening. They couldn't see anything because of the smoke, and when it started to clear, they saw Dragon and Xian lying down. The dragon starts laughing and says that although his body has shrunk and he is weak, he still survived, and as it turned out, he had a little more souls. He says that the guy used all the cards, and now he will make Light suffer for everything he did. The guy asks the dragon if he really thinks that it could only be killed with purification cards. The boy removes the first seal of Sealan from the soul and summons the godslayer Gungnir. Light tells the dragon that he will erase its existence from the face of the earth. The dragon panics and asks what that scary aura was. He says it had no place in this world and asks the guy where he got it from. Light says that if the dragon has shrunk, then it only has a core with its own soul. The guy takes a step in his direction, and the dragon starts running away from him and asking him not to approach. However, the guy hits the dragon and says that he lost. He says that now the dragon will not be able to revive at all, since he was going to destroy its very existence. The dragon screamed and begged to stop. He promises the guy to leave this world. He offers Light to take Xian, even though she was the best, but he was willing to exchange her for his life. He says that he will become his servant, and if he wants to, he will kill Xian himself. The boy furiously asks if the dragon is trying to take his revenge for itself. Then he says he won't let anyone do that. The dragon screamed, and Light says that he is tired of his ugliness, and asks him to just die. The dragon screamed. Then there was a flash, and an explosion. The explosion settled down, and white smoke appeared instead. The guy sighs heavily, and then sees whose soul has slipped in front of him. As he watches her, he sees the soul take the form of a small baby. Parents take the baby, and billions of souls look at Light with a smile. Momo's small hand grabs the guy's arm. The guy looks at her, and sees the girl's happy face. Momo is called by her parents, and she lets go of the guy's hand and runs to meet her parents. She throws herself into their arms. She tearfully apologizes to her parents for having to play hide and seek and being found. Her parents ask her not to cry or apologize because it was their fault for not being able to protect her. Momo says he doesn't want to play hide and seek anymore and wants to be with his parents. Her parents reassure her and tell her that they will always be together now. The girl says it's all thanks to her brother. The girl's parents thank the guy and say that now they can safely leave. They tell the girl that it's time for them to leave and ask her to say goodbye to Light. The girl is very happy, waving to the guy, and says goodbye to him. All souls rush to heaven. The guy watched this with admiration and thought about whether he would be able to see his loved ones if he died. He says that if he had known how to use his gift earlier, he could have saved them all. He says that if he didn't have the gift, and if he didn't leave, he could have died with them. Suddenly, he hears himself being asked not to think about the past. He turns around and sees his parents. He looks at them and can't figure out what's going on. He thinks about how his parents died 3 years ago, and maybe now he's trapped again. Suddenly, his parents walk up to him and give him a big hug. They ask him not to blame himself for his death and say that they are watching him and will always be with him. The boy hugged them in silence. He could feel the warmth of his parents, and he thought about how long it had been since he'd seen them. He understands that this was not an illusion and therefore does not want to leave them. He tells them that he wanted them to be happy. So he left the village and became an adventurer. He wanted them to live well, and that was what he wanted. He says that because of him, the whole village was destroyed and they were killed. His father says that he remembers very well the day when he was born, and his mother also remembers that day, says that it was very snowy. She says he was born at dawn, when the sun shone on everything. There was a lot of light. And then his mother hugged him. She says that then she thought about the hope of her son's happiness. My father says that his little fingers gripped his hand tightly then, and no matter how they lived, they were happy for him. He says the guy was born at dawn and got his blessing. The father says that he will never tire of wishing happiness for his son. They say that as long as he is safe, they will be happy, because they loved him very much. The guy hugs them tightly. Suddenly he feels the feeling of their warmth begin to fade. His parents say it's time for them, and they walk right through him. The guy wants to call out to them, but he can't. He couldn't talk to them. His parents wish him happiness and say that they will always be with him. The guy tried to stop them but couldn't. He ran but couldn't catch up. He knew they were leaving. He starts screaming and begging their forgiveness for everything. He ran after them and thanked them for everything. He says he couldn't tell them before, but he always felt their love. He shouts with tears in his eyes that he will always love them too. His parents smile and say that they always knew about all this. Suddenly, Light wakes up, and May says that the damage from Gungnir knocked him down, and asks if he remembers anything. The guy thinks with regret that it turns out that all this was an illusion. However, he knew that it wasn't an illusion. Light is suddenly in pain, and May calls Ellie for cleansing. Ellie gets scared that something might have hurt Light. May tells her that she understands his pain very well, and therefore asks her to hurry up with the cleansing. Ellie could use advanced cleansing with May. They wrapped the guy's hands in a bandage and enchanted it so that he wouldn't be able to break the seal. The wounds were worse than last time. The guy was watching the girls. It was hard for the girls to banish Gungnir, and Ellie asks May to be patient a little longer. Light decides to leave it up to the girls. He turns to Xian and thanks her for waiting. He says it's time for them to finish their meeting. Light says that it was her turn now, and the girl says that he killed the Dragon of Souls himself. She says that she exchanged information with him, and knew that he was almost immortal, and the guy was still able to kill him. She admired him. Xian says that 3 years ago his gift only created trash. She asks him how he learned to draw strong cards, and asks him to teach her how to do it, because maybe there is a card that will help her in research. The guy abruptly interrupts her and asks her what she was talking about. He says that she kidnapped many people and performed many terrible experiments on them, betrayed him, and therefore he will not help her. He says that he has come for revenge and promises to make her pay for her sins. The girl says that she doesn't care about murder or revenge, since it wasn't important for the research. She says that her research will help people, because if others have their blessing, they will stop being humiliated. She says that he himself wanted to get rid of racial discrimination and therefore joined the Union. She says that there was no point in a weak race sacrificing themselves just like that, because it was much better if it was useful. The girl asks if she was wrong, and the guy says that he really joined the Union for this reason. The guy says that even though it was hard for him then, Every day he spent with them was precious to him. She says that for her, that period of time was also unforgettable, and suggests starting all over again. The guy says that Xian was the only one he would never forgive. He says that among the souls captured by the dragon, there were many of her experiments, the pain of which he felt. Light says that with her dirty experiments, she killed the future of those people. He says that he will never believe her or forgive her in his life. He promises to kill her and make her suffer. Light calls her experiments useless. Xian was startled. She screams that her experiments are almost working, calls the other person a test rat and a fool. Ellie turns around and asks what Xian is talking about, calling her bad names. Ellie says Xian kills for the game. This behavior cannot be called research or science. Ellie doubts that Xian could have achieved the result, and tells her that if she doesn't believe in her failure, then let her finish. Xian shouts that she was close, and even though her research wasn't working, she was still able to find new methods. She says that she needed justice, and reports on the happiness of people being killed. The guy asks what she is carrying, because her research carried only pain. Light says he'll show her and pulls out a map. He orders the Hell Gate to appear. The great gates of hell appear, and the girl looks up in surprise. Horrified, she reads the inscription above them. The gate opens and the teeth come out, and then there are a lot of monsters who tell her that she bullied them. They begin to devour her. Xian screams and looks at his recovered arm in surprise as the monsters start to devour it from the other side. She was in pain, but her arm recovered in an instant. He tells her that the number of monsters will increase with the number of her sins. Xian screams and asks for help, but Light wants her to know the depths of despair and all that her victims felt. He asks her not to worry, as the wounds will heal, but the feelings will not go away. Monsters were devouring her, and she was begging the guy to save her. However, the guy tells her that all this was the result of her research. He says that this is all she has achieved, and wants to know despair. 1,000 monsters devoured her, and the gate began to close. The gate has turned into a small cube, and the guy says that the effect lasts for a day. He says that when she is thrown out of hell, he will take her to Sasha and Gal, where she will experience another despair. He says he now has 5 people left to take revenge on. May turns to Light and says that the time seal has been cast and it's time for him and Ellie to close the gate. Light tells Ellie that even though she had a lot of work to do, he was counting on her. The girl asks not to worry and promises to do everything in the best possible way. She starts casting spells and closes the gate. A few days later, the guy was sitting in his office in the abyss, and Ellie was telling him about Xian being thrown out of hell. The girl says that Xian is together with Sasha and Gal on the lower floor of the abyss and has experienced as much pain as Light. She says that after closing the gate, the spaces stabilized and Adventurer Dark gained achievements. She says that they didn't immediately believe her about the clear dungeon, but the fact that the distorted image was missing played a role. Ellie says that Yudo and his team and Xian are considered dead and eaten by monsters. Light says that in fact, they took them to the lower floor, read their memories, and executed them for the purpose of killing their comrades. Ellie says that according to the information about the Master, according to Yudo's memories, he first appeared in the Kingdom of Races. She says that there really was someone strong in the northern part, but she thinks it was just a rumor. The guy starts to think, and says that maybe he destroyed his village. He says that if the Master was a human, then what was the point of destroying a human village? Ellie leans in and apologizes for not having enough information on the subject. Light says it's not her fault and asks her not to blame herself for the lack of information. However, he was truly sorry that they didn't have enough information. He says they learned a lot from Yudo's memory. As it turned out, the guy used his rank to get classified information, and his work was espionage. They found out that Yudo had received information from Jigis, a dark elf. They also found out that the Elven Queen knew something about the Master, and it turns out that the top had access to the information. Ellie says that she will use this information to blackmail her, to get more information. Light praises her and says that he wants to thank her. The girl, embarrassed, refuses. She says her reward was that she worked for him. However, the girl says that if he wants to thank you, then let him give him the oath of allegiance again. And then, blushing, he asks permission to kiss his feet. Suddenly, a worried May comes rushing into the room and apologizes for bothering me. The witch was annoyed at the interruption and started scolding May. May apologizes to her and says that the matter was very urgent. Ellie says that she was reporting information about Xian's memories, and that was also very important. She says that if her information is more important than her information, then she will forgive her impudence, and asks to speak. May says that Mr. Light's sister is still alive. Light and Ellie were startled by the news. The guy exclaimed, and then asked Ellie to reschedule their conversation. May says that Yume was discovered in the palace of the Kingdom of Ras, where she works as an apprentice maid. The guy asks again, surprised. Ellie furiously says that since they forced their master's little sister to be a maid, they should pay for it. Light asks Ellie to be quiet, and May to continue her conversation. May reveals that Princess Lilith saw Yume lying unconscious and gave her a healing potion. Princess Lilith was kind to everyone, and even gave food to the poor, paying for it out of her own pocket. May says that under the pretext of paying for the potion, the princess took the girl as a maid, but most likely she wanted to protect her. Light asks if she is sure that it was Yume, and May says that all the characteristics were the same. The guy began to wonder how the girl could get to the capital. May says that she had no information about this, and Light asks about his brother, which the girl also did not know about. The guy mentally says that he was sure that his brother would save Yume and survive on his own, and thought that they would be together. He says that there was no point in thinking about things that he didn't know, so he will know everything as soon as he meets Yume. Light thanks May for the information and asks them to send someone to lead her to the abyss. Ellie immediately asks for this task to be given to her. May says that she was already responsible for creating the towers, and while she is gone, the monsters can kill everyone. May suggests her candidacy, and Light says that he really can't burden Ellie. He asks May to save his sister, and the maid says that she will do his bidding. Light says that the problem was how to get her back, because she was given everything in the Kingdom of Races. Ellie suggests inviting the princess to the tower, and that would be the perfect excuse to meet up. Light picks up and says that when they arrive, they can persuade the princess to give Yume to him. Ellie says that they can also create a friendly relationship with the Kingdom of Races. Light happily supports the plan, and asks to start preparing. Ellie happily says that she will immediately go to order the Queen of the Elves. May and Light are left alone, and Light suggests that the girl figure out a way to persuade them to give Yume to them. After a couple of hours, Light is left alone, saying that May's report could have been trusted, but it wasn't worth hoping for either. He says that another part of him has been found, and now he wants to find his brother. Light says that he will not look at anyone who gets in his way, and will save his brother and Yume. He remembers meeting May the day he was almost killed. They started building their country together. He says it's time to unleash the power he's been saving up for 3 years. 3 years ago, Light was lying on someone's lap, and when he felt the warmth, he wanted to sleep like this forever. He smelled a pleasant smell, and suddenly realized that he didn't have such a soft bed. He wakes up abruptly and screams at the top of his lungs. May wishes him a good morning, and says it was dangerous to wake up like this. Light looked at the maid in surprise, and the girl introduced herself to him, his personal maid. He remembers being in the abyss, and remembers how they tried to kill PGO, but he teleported away. Then May appeared and saved him, and he swore revenge on them all. He wanted to create his own kingdom first, and using his gift, he collapsed to the ground without strength. He falls to his knees and screams that he has been betrayed. May runs to him. Light remembers how he was warmly received, taught many things, and then deceived, and they start shouting. He says he can't believe they could just kill him like that. May walks over to him. She hugs him and tries to calm him down. She says everything was fine now. She says that now he had her, and now whoever stood up against him, she would still be on his side. The guy was crying and thanking the girl. They sat with their arms around each other for a long time. After a while, the guy embarrassingly apologizes to the girl for the fact that she saw him in such a state. May says there's nothing wrong with that, because everyone had their own weaknesses and strengths. The guy's stomach rumbles with hunger, and the maid asks him to use her gift to get kitchen utensils. She says that in the worst-case scenario, she will cook the meat of the slain monster, although she did not want to feed Light with it. Light says that on the surface, he was able to create moldy bread, and therefore it is possible that something will happen today. The guy starts creating his magic, and May offers to raise his level after the meal. She tells him that in order to avoid instant death, he must reach level 1000. The guy looks at the girl in surprise at these words. Light happily eats the bread made by May. He says that he has never eaten such a delicious meal, and wonders how the girl prepared it all. He mentally says that May was strong, smart, and a good cook, and really was amazing. After the meal, May suggests we start. She creates a magic thread, and says that it was created from mana, and that she could transform it as she wished. Light notices that the bed The bed was created from her mana, and the girl confirms this and says that she caught the monsters. She asks him to take a rock and throw it at them. Light asks what would be the point if he could create a better weapon than the stone with his gift. She confirms this and says that she doesn't see much use in it if the guy is still level 15. May apologizes to the guy and says that he may think that she is too protective of him. The guy himself knows that he can't handle level 1000 monsters, and so her concern was natural. Light thanks her and says that he only needs to throw stones, and the girl thanks him for his kindness. She shows him one of the cocoons and tells him to start with it. They were standing in front of a huge cocoon, and May slowly opened the monster's head. The guy apologizes to the monster. May says it was a level 1000 serpentine hellhound. The guy was sweating all over, and it was hard for him to kill someone. May says it's the monsters that attacked him. She asks him not to hold back, and the guy, throwing a stone, realizes that the damage will be 0. Even without dealing damage, you can gain experience if you have contributed to the battle in a support role. Experience points are distributed according to the contribution of participants. This works even between different groups participating in a battle. The technique is called a relief kick. May used it to give an ally experience by distracting her opponents. She asks for permission to kill the monster and uses her attacks to do so. The guy is surprised that the girl killed a powerful monster with one blow. The girl asks him if he has raised his level, and the guy is just going to look at his level. The guy says that now he has level 70 and is very happy about it. May says it was an honor for her. She says they're just getting started, and after showing a huge number of cocoons, offers to continue. He remembers how he continued to deal damage to monsters. He felt like he was getting stronger, and he wanted even more. Light says that no matter how high May's level is, if he doesn't raise his level, he will be easily killed. The girl not only saved him, but also took care of him all the time. The girl offers the guy to fight the monster himself, and if anything happens, she will insure him. The guy had no other choice. Light had to become stronger, and so he joined the battle with the monster. After the fight, the guy is very surprised by something. As it turned out, he had reached level 1000. He says that he was now stronger than all the races combined, as it was hard for anyone to get that level. May says it was normal, even though she expected a higher level. She apologizes for finding weak monsters. He says it was a high level, especially for a human being. The guy asks how he crossed the limit of his race and tells how he heard from others that everyone has a limit. He started listing the races and what limits they had. Light asks how he got over this limit, and May asks him if he is sure that he had this limit. She says that although it was supposed to be so, but in reality, it was just more difficult to raise your level further. She says that maybe there was no such thing as a level limit at all. The guy says that she's probably right, and May reflects on the fact that the local monsters were enough for promotion. Light reminds her that this was the lowest level of the most difficult dungeon, and she decides to finish for today. She offers the guy to sleep and rest, and the guy agrees. The girl says that before eating, she suggests that he wash up. The guy asks again in surprise about the bath, and May says that she was good at relieving fatigue. Light says it was unrealistic, and lists everything that was needed for this bath. On the surface, there were problems with this, and even more so in the abyss. However, May says they didn't have any problems with the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, the tub appears in front of Light, and he admiringly asks the girl how she did it. The girl started explaining to him how she had prepared everything step by step and asked him to just take a bath. May, wearing only a towel, says that they need to wash first, and she will help him with this. Light asks her about her presence with him, and the girl confirms this by asking what was wrong. The girl tells the guy that the girl was a servant, whose duty was to take care of Light, and this was a common thing. She says it was natural, and asks the guy not to be embarrassed. It was her job, after all. Light mentally says that this is probably normal in high society, and asks her out loud. The girl confirms this, and swears by her maid status. She starts to take off the guy's clothes, but he stops her, and asks her to undress himself. However, the girl does not allow him to do this, because all this was her work. She puts him on her lap and tells him that she will keep him warm while they bathe. She began to bathe him, and the boy felt the warmth and beating of his heart. Hot water poured over him, and he felt good. May asks me to close my eyes. She calls him cute, and the guy doesn't hear her and asks her what she said. May says she will wash his head and body and thanks him for getting it all out. She asks him to lie down differently, so that the shampoo does not get into his eyes. She washes his hair with shampoo and asks him to tell her if something itches. After washing his hair, the guy felt nice, and May says that she will wash his body. The guy refuses. The girl says it was her job and asks him to raise his hands. The guy didn't resist, but he was ashamed. After all, the maid tells him to get in the tub and asks him to count to 100. They were both sitting in the tub, and Light, feeling ashamed, asks if they have to be in the tub together. He could feel May's warmth, and he told her that he was ashamed at first, but now it calmed him down. May says that she also calms down by hugging him because she was called to protect him. She says that he was the meaning of her existence, and her life belongs to him. May offers to eat and says that she will monitor his health. The girl suggests taking a bath every day. The guy says that he doesn't mind, and the girl at this time squeezed her hand. Light blamed it on the monster since it was hard to think in such an environment. So they took a bath together for a month. Plus, Light managed to raise its level to 4,000 in a month. Light says that the levels of the local monsters reached up to 4,000, and now his growth has almost stopped. May offers to summon weapons and armor with her gift, and the guy was surprised by the excellent performance of his gift. The guy asks how he can now raise his level to 9,999. The girl says she had an idea about it. She says that she was summoned by his gift, and among his cards there were also strong monsters. She offers to summon them and is killed, and if desired, defeat and kill her. Light screams when he hears this. He shouts that he will never betray his loved ones, as his comrades did. May bows down to him and starts apologizing to him. Light says that if the girl disappears, he will not be able to bear such a loss. The girl with tears in her eyes says that she will always be on his side and asks the guy's permission for this. Light says that he really wants to raise his level and offers to defeat one monster in the corner. It was a dungeon boss, and Light wanted to kill it. He assumes that it was a level 5,000 monster and asks May if she will lose, but the girl denies such an outcome. The guy asks not to tear him apart as soon as they enter him, as he wants to deal with him himself. She says if he is in danger, she will intervene. The guy says that she was too protective of him, and the girl replies that it was her duty. Entering the room, they see a monster. The guy is surprised to see it. May starts to tell all the information about Orochi to Light. Light mentally says that in a normal fight, he would have lost to him. The monster suddenly attacks the guy, not allowing him to concentrate. The guy calls himself a fool, because he forgot that monsters immediately use their strong attacks. Thanks to his artifact that accelerated his master, the guy managed to dodge the blow. Light was obliged to raise his level, and so he decides to use his infinite gacha. He summons an explosive flame and directs it at the monster. However, when the fire dissipated, the monster stood unharmed, with all 7 of its heads. The monster spits its acid at the guy, and the guy manages to dodge. The monster's defense was strong, and its regeneration was fast. He knew that if he was hit, he would be dead. May offers to intervene, but the guy asks her not to do it, as he was sure that he could kill him himself. He didn't want to rely on May, but to become stronger, because he still had to take revenge on the traitors. It creates a hurricane and directs it at the monster. A hurricane breaks one of the monster's heads. Light happily says that thanks to his equipment, he will definitely be able to kill the monster. The monster's head grew back, and insects began to appear from its flesh and blood. There were a lot of monster bugs now. The guy realized that this was the summoning ability, and May offers to intervene. However, Light refuses. The guy calls for a Blue Rose card. Blue Rose destroyed a large number of bugs. The monster still stood there, unwavering, and snarled at the boy. The monster attacks Light, but he dodges and with regret notices that the spell did not work. He also noticed that the monster's 4 heads were watching May intently. The monster was afraid of May, not him, and the guy decides for this reason to defeat it himself, without May's help. He wondered how he could do it, because the monster had a powerful regeneration. He decides to destroy all the heads at once. The guy summons the Wind and Dust card and wishes the monster dead. The card worked, and the guy says that he will burn it both inside and out. He summons a Thunder Field and puts all his power into it. In place of the monster, lay the charred remains of it. The guy from behind the thunderstorm field couldn't come to his senses and decides to use this map carefully. From what's left, a growl is heard. The guy is very surprised by this. Suddenly, bugs began to appear, and Orochi began to regenerate. Orochi had fully recovered, and 2 more heads were added to the mix. The heads sucked in the air, and then exhaled it, creating a hurricane. Then the monster points a blade of wind and lightning at the guy. Light says that the monster tried to kill him in the same ways that Light attacked. The blue rose spell fails, and Light locks himself in an ice prison. Mei says that the monster is resistant to fire, wind, and lightning, and evolves directly in battle. The guy says that if he doesn't kill him now, he'll never be able to do it again, and starts thinking. He says he would like to kill everyone in one hit, just like Mei. He wasn't capable of such a thing at the moment, and he's thinking of summoning a force that can do it. He actively went through all the options until an idea flashed through his mind. Mei calls out to him. She asks him to give her permission to intervene, because the enemy was strong. Light says that everything was fine, and asks her to just trust him, and not interfere. The girl obediently agrees. The guy calls for a hurricane, and asks to create a barrier of wind. He orders an explosive flame to appear and attacks the insects. He says that the piece of ice was supposed to hurt him badly, and that's exactly what Light wanted. He summons an explosive bullet and points it at the monster. Light notices that physical attacks are taking him down and summons steel spikes. The guy summons cards one by one and uses them against the monster. The room was filled with a huge number of bugs and insects. Light says that he might think he was able to corner the guy, but it wasn't really like that. He says that it was actually all for killing Orochi. He pulls out a card and says that it was the only powerful card he could ever get. The monster begins to sense danger, and Light summons a map. As it turned out, the guy summoned Venom. Venom appears and starts devouring the monster. Light says it was the slime that was eating the body, and it wasn't a poison that could be cured. He says that the more bugs he summons, the faster he will die. His way of regenerating and creating bugs will serve as a major role against himself. The guy asks the monster not to hold a grudge against him and says that for revenge, he needed his death. To get rid of Venom, the monster separated its flesh and turned it into familiars, and this caused its demise. The guy delivers the finishing blow and says that he won. Light was looking at the remains of the monster and was about to clear them with the map, but Mei beat him to it and cleared everything in a second. Mei wipes the guy's face and asks him not to risk it again. The guy assures that he was confident of his victory. He says that everything is fine and suggests that we move on. The guys open the door to the next room and go inside. The guy is surprised to see the dungeon core. The guys were surprised by the large size of the core. Light touches it and notices its faint glow and the temperature, which was neither warm nor cold. Mei calls out to him, and the guy tells her that he won't do anything to him. He says he needed the core for revenge. Light says that the Abyss was the most difficult dungeon of all, and its lower floors were a perfect home for him. He wanted to use the Abyss to create his own state that could stop the persecution of people. His gift gives a strong card if there is a lot of mana around, and so at the very bottom, such cards as Mei should get a lot. That's what it needs the core for. As long as the core existed, there were also monsters, and in such conditions, it is impossible to build a state. And if you destroy it, then there will be no more monsters and traps, and then the meaning of everything is lost for Light. After all, the amount of mana will drop to 0. For this reason, he decided to manage the kernel himself. Mei says he can't even analyze the core, let alone control it. She suggests that he summon someone who can subdue him. Light agrees with her idea. Light offers to settle right there. Since the monsters did not appear there, Mei offers to take up training. The guy asks if she taught him before. The girl says that she was focused on monsters, and therefore could not really do his training. She says that since the core doesn't let monsters in, the place was perfect for him to train. Light says that he continues to study hard, and now he can write his name, and merchants will not be able to deceive him. Mei persuades him, and the guy agrees and says that so far he really was uneducated. The guy looks at Mei questioningly and asks when they will start. Mei says they'll start as soon as she gets everything ready. Thus, Light began his training. 2 months after he received Mei, he summoned a level 9999 Genius Monster Tamer. The map lit up and someone appeared. A girl with blue hair appears and hugs Light. The guy apologizes for bothering her and asks her to help him. The guy asks if she can control the core, and the girl shakes her head negatively. Light says that he thought that the core is also a monster because it creates monsters. He thanks Aoyuki for the feedback. 2 months later, the guy summons the forbidden witch Ellie. Ellie says capturing the dungeon core is the easiest thing for her to do. Light happily says that he has finally found her, and Ellie asks him to rely on her. A month later, Ellie sat crushed and did not understand why the core did not give in to her. A girl appears behind the witch and tells her not to be discouraged and asks to call her if the witch does not succeed. Ellie tells the girl that she can't help her in any way. The vampire knight, Nazuna, maintained a good atmosphere in their no longer small squad. It's been about a year since he was thrown into the abyss. Nazuna showed me how to throw spears. In addition to the sword, Nazuna knew how to use other types of weapons and taught the boy this, although he did not always understand her. The guy was best with a spear and then with a bow. However, the sword did not come easily to him. Even though he longed for the swords, since he couldn't do it, there was nothing he could do about it. Ellie was flying toward them. Ellie happily says that she was able to capture some part of the dungeon, and now the core and everything else was under their control. Light praises Ellie and says that now they can start transforming the abyss. May and the others congratulate Light, and Ellie asks for more time to study everything thoroughly, and the guy agrees. Thus, just a person who fell into the abyss surrounded himself with loyal companions who helped him. The guy says that in order to get revenge, he needs to find out everything about his enemies, and offers to expand his combat strength. Light says that first he needs to raise the level and asks Ellie to give him it. Ellie asks you to be careful. A very big and scary monster appears, and the guy says that it's time for him to get level 9,999. Summon Nightmare was a spell that opened the door to the Forbidden World and summoned scary monsters. Ellie could only summon them once a day, and the monsters that appeared were so powerful that their stats were unknown. Nightmare monsters were at least level 9,000. Light killed them every day, until one day he reached his goal. The guy was standing contentedly looking at the 9,999 sign. May congratulates him, and the guy happily thanks her. 2 years have passed since he was betrayed. Light, sitting in his office, asks May about the residential area for each summoner, and the girl gives him a report. The guy says that even though their strength was growing, they had a problem getting out. May says that she received a report from Gold, who said that their path led to a dead end. Light says he didn't expect the size of the dungeon, because he thought the place where he was almost killed was in the middle. Light says that if they don't find a way out, it will be useless. Ella bursts in. She says that she has gained full control of the dungeon, and Light happily begins to praise and thank her. She apologizes for the fact that it's been almost more than a year, and the guy tells her that she was the only one who made it. Ella says that she was happy to serve him and that she is very happy. Light says that they will now finally be able to solve the problem with the teleport and go outside. May says she can use the merchant's map to find out what's going on in the cities, and the guy says he wants to be selfish. Light says that he wants to visit his native village and find out how his family is doing and what is happening there. May says it wasn't selfishness, but his true feelings and desires as a human being. Ellie says that she was also interested in seeing the master's parents and talking to them about Light. Light says that in this case he will not take her with him, as they cannot show themselves, otherwise their revenge plan may fail. May says that being secretive was not a problem, and they will accompany him in any case. Ellie supports her. Light thanks them, and suggests we head outside right now. Ellie says that she is ashamed to show herself in such a dress in public, and May says that they will be invisible. The girl behind May says she's right, but she changed her clothes herself. May blushes at her words. May says it's just in case and tells Aoyuki that she also dressed up prettier than usual. The vampire says that she also wants to see the master's family, and Light agrees to call the teleport card. Light says that in order to use it, you need to put a label that no one will see. To do this, they chose the place where they summon nightmares, and the exit point was where they wanted to kill the master. May excitedly called out to her master, but he calmed her down and said that everything was fine. They fly to the surface, and the guys look admiringly at the blue sky. When using a teleport, their invisibility decreases. The guys use the flight to get to the place as quickly as possible. Light is happy to say that they are almost there. Suddenly, the joy drains from his face, and his eyes fill with horror. He shouts that he doesn't believe it, and runs like a bullet to his village. Along the way, he insists that this couldn't have happened, and that this was definitely his village. He stood at the gate of his ruined village and asked who had destroyed it. He ran around the neighborhood and stopped at every house of his acquaintances. Finally, he stopped in front of the place where his house should have been. He saw a dead man and a woman lying with their arms around each other and screamed. As it turned out, it was his parents. He shouted that he didn't believe it and said it was just a bad dream. May calls out to him and asks him to be careful. The guy looks at May very slowly and sees his companions very blurry. He gets sick and starts burping. May held him as he continued to belch. The boys looked at their master with regret and bitterness, and he said that he did not believe in what was happening. He screams why and why they did this to his parents. He nonstop asked questions one after another and cried in frustration. He turned to God and asked why he was doing all this. Light began to suspect that his village was destroyed because he was called a master candidate. He says he will kill everyone who is involved in their deaths. He kept saying that he would find them and kill them. He screamed in anger for a long time but then calmed down, returned to the abyss with the teleportation card. Now his goal is to find those responsible for the destruction of the village. He won't forgive them and wants revenge for everything. After returning, he fell to the ground exhausted and fell asleep. His body couldn't handle the grief. Light has been sleeping for 3 days now. He has a high fever, and his condition is not improving yet. Ellie explains that this is the result of shock. They have no choice but to just wait for the awakening. Suddenly, Light started asking why, and May rushed to him in the hope that he woke up. He shouted and asked not to leave him, saying that it was all because of him. He tearfully begged everyone's forgiveness. May grabbed his arm. With a pained heart, she tells him that even if the whole world is against it, she will be on his side and will never leave him. She asks him not to cry and swears her loyalty to him for the rest of her life. The guy started to calm down a little. Light woke up a couple of days later and received a detailed report about the incident in the village. May says that it was destroyed a couple of years ago, as if someone wanted to wipe it off the face of the earth. The guy asks if it could be monsters. He says he is happy that the bodies of his brother and sister were not found. May confirms this information, and Light says that they may have been eaten by monsters. Light asks that the adventurers and merchants they sent up collect all the information about them. He also asks that first of all they find at least something about the master. The guy mentally says that he would like to start the search with his brother and sister, but their resources were limited. He was thinking that maybe the destruction of his village was because he was a master candidate. After that, he would be able to find out everything about his siblings once he found out about the master. However, he wasn't going to neglect revenge, and he was definitely going to avenge his parents. 6 months later, Light took revenge on Gal. Then he told him that Light's power would be enough to conquer the entire world. Currently, Light was sitting at his parents' grave, and May was telling him that the preparations for his sister's return were over. Light thanks the girl and says it's time. They take off, and Light turns to his parents and says that he found Yume. In the capital of the human kingdom, in the castle, some events are taking place. At the main office, the princess turned to her father and asked him to think carefully. Princess Lilith asked permission to go to the tower, but her father wouldn't let her. He says the other races might think they were in cahoots with the tower. Her father asks her to think things through first and then act. Lilith angrily says that she did not care about the opinion of other races because they considered people garbage and insects. She says that the only thing she will show them is their strength. To do this, they had to accept the invitation. She says that all the slaves in the kingdom have already been freed. She says that other races will continue to treat them as slaves, and so they must fight them for glory and pride. She says that she is ready to bet her life for this, and asks him for permission to go there. Lilith says that she asks him, not as a father but as a king, to give her the opportunity to understand everything. Her father calmly calls out to her. The king says that the weak cannot fight the strong, so they can only bow their heads in silence. The girl says that she is not going to do anything, but only wants to enlist good support. The king asks her to leave as he didn't want to talk about it anymore. The girl was walking down the corridor in frustration when she suddenly met her brother. She asks if he has a minute for her, and the guy says that he was busy, but for her sake he is ready to be released. Lilith asks her brother to talk to the king to join the tower. Her brother says that she herself knows her father's opinion, and besides, he agreed with his opinion and believed that all this was a rumor. He says that even if they succeed, there is a chance that the Elven Kingdom will start a war, and then the tower will not be up to them. The girl says that she has heard about the large number of dragons they have, which covered the entire sky. The prince didn't believe it. He says that even if this is true and they succeed, they may have problems with salt. Since they bought salt from neighboring countries, without salt, they will end, and by closing the supply, they will lose the war. The guy says that they first need to negotiate with other states, but the girl interrupts him and asks not to talk nonsense. The girl says that no one has set a price for salt and asks if he wants to continue to be garbage. She asks him if he wants to live like a slave, or like cattle going to the slaughter. Her brother calmly says that he understands her feelings, but they couldn't fight alone. He says he doesn't like living as a slave, but he was willing to do it to survive. He says that was the king's fate. He had to make tough decisions, even if they cost him his life. My brother leaves. The girl stood upset and then went to her room. The princess is met by her maid and greets her. The princess looks at her with tears in her eyes and asks her to make tea. Lilith sits down on the chair that the other maid pulled out for her and starts giving her a massage. The princess thanks the girl, and this girl turns out to be Yume. The girl says that she has already learned a lot and therefore is grateful to the princess. The princess also noticed this, and the girl happily says that it is thanks to the princess. Suddenly, a letter is brought to the princess. Lilith is surprised that the letter was sent to her and suddenly exclaims in shock. After reading the letter, Lilith begins to thank the goddess. Nono arrives and calls out to the princess in surprise. Lilith says that the owner of the tower sent her a letter and wants to see her. The lady of the tower wondered why people were tortured as slaves by the elves. To investigate, she invited the princess personally. Since the invitation is from the Elven Kingdom, father and brother will have to accept it. She goes back to her father. She is happy, because such a chance should not be missed, shouts that this is for their kingdom of people. Lilith says that for the sake of the future of their entire nation, she will go to the tower.